over on TikTok. I'm sorry, but I have to end the stream there too. So end that. Get this out of the way. Go live. Change the category to Project Zomboid, and I'm just gonna call it Project Zomboid for the category. Project Zomboid. And we go back live again. Alright, everything's back up and going. Thank you for the reminder. Okay, that should not be that hard. But yeah, so what we've got going on with all that kind of stuff is, we are managing to juggle. What is our weight at? Okay, our weight's fine. But yeah, so I have quite a few mods running here. That said, almost all the mods, none of them are really game-changing stuff. The only one that changes gameplay is what's called Pillow's Random Spawn mod. And it doesn't change gameplay in a meaningful way, it just changes where you can spawn. Alright, so we're going to take out the 2 rabbits that we have thawed. Then we're going to butcher them. And we're going to heat them up. Because basically I'm getting myself some food. That way we're ready to go out and about. This character started what I refer to as 0 to hero. So if we actually look at our character's stats, this was all empty when I started. There was not a single point of strength or fitness or any of the combat skills, but our character has been alive for a year and a half and has killed 162,000 zombies. So we are getting extremely juiced on this character. But this is one of those things where I was talking about, you have to kind of set yourself long-term objectives for the game. Because if you don't, you would be way past bored by now. Oh, there's no room in my inventory for that. That's fine. That said, we're getting pretty close to hitting 9 fitness, and we're pretty close to maxing out our strength. All of our combat skills, for the most part, are coming along nicely, but a lot of our crafting skills we've been neglecting. Now, a lot of people will make all sorts of things and say, oh, well, you need to X, or you need to Y, or you need to Z to be able to just to survive. 90% of the stuff they say is wrong. It's fine. Like, to me, there's like almost nothing you actually need. We did a run where we did 16. Oh, right. We have a blizzard coming in 2 days. All right. So we fight today. We clear the area. And then we retreat to our main base after the in-game day is over. Because we're about to face a blizzard. And blizzards just make fighting obnoxious. Generally speaking, for long-term survival, one of the big things you want to consider is anything that hurts your visibility. Is just going to be something that adds risk for no reason. Let's see, do you have a plan for if you die this stream? Doubt, just in case? If I do, I'll probably just mess with some cursed CDDA, would be more than likely what I do. Because that's something I could just turn on one mod and jump right into, and I don't have to think a whole lot and plan a whole lot. For those who don't know what cursed CDDA is like maximum sweaty awfulness. Alright, so I do see there's a zombie over there. Okay, there you are. Come on. So, most of this area I consider cleared. But, you always have stragglers who, you know, maybe they're in a closet or a bathroom or whatever, or they wandered in from a different part of town. But, you'll notice I'll end up running the sirens a lot when I retreat from areas. And that is to draw those zombies that are out in closets or off the main road everywhere. Okay. Alright, there's our alarm telling us to turn on the weather forecast, because you can never start your day without knowing the weather. For the record, the only reason I'm turning on the weather forecast in this game is because I play with what's referred to as multiple helicopters. The default settings are you have a helicopter event shows up, it's one and done. But if you're going to be playing long term, to keep things interesting, you kind of want stuff to mix it up. And so I do set it up so that the helicopter keeps coming back again and again and again. And it basically just riles up the zombies and gets them moving around and can make it dangerous for you. So it's just kind of something to throw a curveball in your plans for a given day. I see that zombie. I'm going to move forward a little bit so I can hop out the door without too much risk. But we do it just to kind of keep things interesting and whatnot. Alright, so if there's a helicopter today, it'll tell me right after this. It'll say air activity detected. Don't you do it. Alright, we have a helicopter activity today. That's fine. Don't let me warm up. So the catch with the helicopter...
Kill them all.
That caught me off guard. So the catch with the helicopter is that it can show up as early as 9 a.m. in game, and you cannot get the alert that it's coming until 8 a.m. in the game. So at a minimum, you get 1 in-game hour. At a maximum, you get like, it's something like 20 in-game hours. It's a pretty good amount. All right, so that presents the question of, where am I doing this helicopter? Respawn rate? We had the respawn rate turned off. If you're doing anything over like 8 or so pop, and you're not multiplayer or heavily modding, you need to turn off respawn rate, because you can literally have it, you know, outspawn there. Do you get attack helicopters? No. We don't do any mods that are changing anything like that. No. Alright. So, honestly, where we're standing right now isn't a bad place to even take the helicopter. Because we've cleared most of this area around here. That would draw some of the zombies out from these trees over here and over there. It could get a little spicy, but it could also be a total snoozer. But first of all, let's run down here with the truck real fast. I'm gonna take it about a block south. I'm gonna chuck it down here. I'm gonna turn it off, and I'm gonna leave it there so that, you know, if things go wrong, I got a getaway vehicle. And the reason I'm turning it off is otherwise it can make a bunch of noise and draw the zombies to us. Now, one of the big teases we can have with this whole situation is just the helicopter could show up anytime from 9 a.m. till I believe it was 7 p.m. in-game? Something like that. And you can always get into that situation where you're like standing around waiting for it to arrive. But you want to be careful about pushing when you know the helicopter's going to be arriving. Okay. Just make a whole lot of noise. Try and draw zombies hanging out in the trees out. I'm hoping for an early helicopter, because that'd make my life easier. There we go. We weren't actually hungry, I just wanted to go ahead and eat that to try and get some of these stale rabbits into the bowl. Because by magic of bowl, it makes them fresh again. Hey, 9 a.m. helicopter. Literally the earliest it could be. That's perfect. So let's run down here real fast, because that's where I'm going to take it, is this intersection. I'm going to verify we're safe. Okay. So, I wasn't watching to see what day it is. So I have a 40th helicopter down here. Trying to see what helicopter we're on. 34. Most are helicopters, so we have 38. So I saw there was a 40th down there. We haven't done any up here. I think we're on our 41st helicopter. So we're at 1 year, 6 months, 21 days. So again, make sure we're clear. I've already forgotten it was 1 year, 6 months, and 20-something days. I'm going to add a note right here that says 41st helicopter, 1 year, 6 months. I think it's 28 days. It's fine if it's... "21 days, not even close. Alright. 41st helicopter, 1 year, 6 months, 21 days. Because we've been keeping notes of all of that. So you can actually see from each and every helicopter. You can see like I did my very first helicopter up here on day 9. We did a second helicopter down here. Yeah, second helicopter is down here. Third helicopter is up there. We did a fourth helicopter down here. Started moving them farther south because it's getting a little bit overwhelmed. So we have all these cool notes we've been putting everywhere about stuff going on. Fun times. It isn't the town we spent the most time in, or neighborhood, rather. Alright, so I don't know what we're going to have turn out here. It could be a lot, could be a little. But it is what it is. Do the Ur rabbits rot? No, then why aren't those an option? It's fine, whatever. And I'm eating this because we're a little bit sad. And being sad slows down your action speed. Which will be annoying because that means I go swap my helicopter and mall run. I don't know... What do you mean by helicopter and mall run? Do you mean, like, take the helicopter to the mall? Because, no, the whole point about this run is to maximize the kill count. So throwing myself into needless danger is counter to the entire point of the run. You're not going to see me take extreme risks in this run. If that's the gameplay you're looking for, unfortunately, you're gonna be disappointed. Alright, so we're just shoveling rabbit into our mouth to make ourselves happy. Hey, zombie. I'll deal with you in a second. I'm busy making myself dinner. Good job, zombie. Alright, for every pass it has, the farther we're going to be able to, like, find the more likely we are going to have zombies come from farther away. Where is Louisville? It is the top northeast of the map. If you're asking, in real life, it's in Kentucky. This entire game takes place in Knox County, Kentucky. Was it 1991? It's the 1990s. I don't remember exactly, like, they have the exact year in the game. But it's like early 90s. Rural Kentucky. 93, yeah, that sounds right. It's been a while since I played this on a regularity, so some of that information is starting to slide. Not that it matters that's 1993. But, like, people be like, why can't I find this? It's like, well, it's 1993, and they'll be like, what? Hey, zombie. There we go. So we had one pass. If it's just one pass, it'll be a bit of a dud. I think I hear it coming back for pass number 2. Maybe not. Honestly, very underwhelming helicopter. Oh, you don't recognize the... Oh, no problem. Yeah, that's the reason why generally I discourage the use of abbreviations in the channel. Because inevitably, almost every single time you use an abbreviation, unless it's very contextually relevant, you'll almost always have to type it out, which means you didn't save anything. They didn't even stay and take any pictures? Nope. Hey, friends. Oh, we're starting to overheat. Alright. It's about that time of year. So I believe we'll need to ditch the jacket. Do we have an extra layer on here that I'm not noticing? Yeah, we're good. Okay. Because you'll have people who, and I'm guilty of this when I was a new player, they'll be like, oh no, you should wear this because you can get a little extra defense. Oh, you should wear that because you can get a little extra defense. Oh, you should wear this because you get a little extra defense. Very genuinely, overheating is way more dangerous for you in the long run because it'll exhaust and fatigue you much faster. And you're going to more than likely get yourself in way more trouble by your character getting tired and then trying to deal with fighting while tired than you will from being saved by the little roll because you wore one extra layer. So I would highly recommend you should generally favor whatever you can comfortably wear in any temperature that you don't see the overheating show up very much. Like obviously if you're like throwing down really hard and it barely starts to peak in overheating, that's fine. But you'll have a lot of times that people sit there and they'll wear like 30 layers and they go, why does my character suddenly swinging incredibly slow? And it's because their character is just short of heat stroking because of just how overheated they are. Yeah. The best defense is to kill all the zombies. Alright. And where it doesn't seem like you're like, I thought you said 16 times pop. It doesn't seem that busy. That's because we're in an area that is, you know, quote unquote cleared. But, you know, helicopter and driving around and making noise has slowly drawn zombies around. And just the zombies will move on their own just in general. And now that we kill so effectively, we don't kind of get the big bunch-ups of zombies as we used to. Because when we pull a group of zombies, we just kill the entire group of zombies. There's not a lot of backpedaling. It's only in pretty extreme situations where I blast the horn and I happen to pull in a bunch of rally groups and that kind of thing that I end up having to fight any like real big groups anymore. Which I do that deliberately pretty regularly. I'm not going to do it right now because there's a lot of times I get separated from my vehicle when that happens. And with a blizzard happening in game tomorrow in game, we don't want to be separated from our vehicle during a blizzard and just dealing with that whole thing. My plan is just gonna be ride back to the main base, maybe catch some fish if I can. No, I won't be able to catch fish. It's January, but you get the idea. We'll go back to base. We'll work on some crafting skills or something while we wait for the blizzard to pass, and then we'll get back out here. Because that's how you get these ridiculous high scores, is you have to be very risk averse. Like, there's no eliminating risk. You're fighting the zombies. You can always fat finger a key. You can always just mistime something. Not notice a zombie on a body, which is how usually most of my long-term characters go, is the zombie that stays perfectly still in the horde. Is foraging in the base game? Yes. Foraging is a system in the base game. Let me go ahead and like, I can go into foraging right now. That said, like, we did a run. It didn't go very long because I got bored, but we did get to the point that we were getting pretty set up on a one that we disabled loot in the game, which means you only get a handful of things off of zombie bodies and literally nothing from any of the buildings. Like, there was no point in going to buildings 90% of the time because it wasn't there was bad loot. There was physically every single shelf was empty, and we could still survive perfectly fine because, you know, foraging is a thing, zombies will drop items as well. That said, when you have zero loot, it actually reduces the amount of stuff that zombies drop, but it doesn't get rid of them. But unfortunately in practice, that run ended up being no fun because it was wake up, spend the first several in-game hours of the day foraging for like little bits of stuff you can make weapons or little bits of food with. You know, fight zombies for like maybe a third of the day, then go and like fish or whatever. And it's perfectly easy to survive, it's just very, very tedious. So once it boiled down to just doing 16 times pop, but slower and more tedious, we're like, nah, I'm good. I'll just go back to my 16 times pop character and keep killing. There was more zombies down there, but I'm not willing to cut through the trees for them. They'll come out when we start running our sirens on the way back, kind of thing. Okay. We constantly check behind us, especially with the spear, because you can get yourself killed with the execution animation if you're not watching your flanks. Because when it does the stab, like that one, you're locked in place, you're committed. So if you're near another zombie, you stab one, that could be it. That said, it'll only do the stab when there's a lone zombie in the direction you're facing, like as in nearby. So if you have the zombies bunched up, you should never have to worry about it. But if you do have like one straggler by themselves, just never take the bait. Like just back up, let it get grouped up with the others, and then go for it. I'm personally not actually a fan of spears, for the record. So you're seeing me go really heavy with the spears. Spears are actually my least favorite weapon in the game. But we have maxed out our skills in all of the other weapons. So for me wanting to max out all of the weapons, it's just what I'm down to. Okay. Yeah, so we got a bunch of zombies up here that the helicopter probably pulled in from the area I haven't cleared to the north. And before everyone gets all excited where you saw that crowbar, I have literally like 100 crowbars back at the main base. We've maxed it out. I stopped grabbing them because I actually will find crowbars faster than I can use them. And we deal with that and put the next spear on her back. Which is honestly the big reason I don't like spears. You have to do so much inventory juggle with them, even with as much maintenance. We're like literally maxed out maintenance-wise, and at 8 spears, and I still have to juggle them around regularly. I mean, it's nice that they're like slowly beating into me. I wish it would be more just they came as a group, but you know, whatever. I'll catch up with chat in a minute. Unfortunately, it is one of those things with Project Zomboid that when you're in the fight kind of thing, I absolutely just cannot look over to chat much. Because this is a one mistake, game over, try again, 162,000 zombies killed, you know, the run's over kind of thing. So I have to be like sweaty and focused the whole time we're in the fight. Oh, and I think we're at 6 nimble, which is easily your most powerful combat skill in the game because you get away with all sorts of silly stuff. Alright. Let's sit in the car for a minute and let our endurance recover. Okay. What is your favorite weapon? Hunting knife. Sounds like a small vacation. Yes, it's hunting knife. What is the biggest horde you've killed in one go? Oh, I have no idea. Hundreds. Like, 100 crowbars back at Gordon Freeman wants to know your location. Like, I couldn't tell you the number as much as I'd want to, but we have definitely had situations where we've been put way off balance, that we just kind of got stuck in the fight, and I happened to have a bunch of hunting knives on me, so we were just choking down vitamins and going. But it is kind of one of those things that once you get to the point that you can take on entire hordes, the number stops being relevant kind of thing, because you can just walk away if you need to. When trailer had 100 bats in an airplane hangar? Okay. Alright, is there anyone else nearby before we start moving the vehicle again? Because we've had a pretty steady stream of them coming in. Not big numbers, but I'm also trying to warm up. I haven't played Project Zomboid on this keyboard before, so I'm being a little bit more cautious than I normally would be. So we got one over here, and we got one to southeast. Alright. And I know I could honk the horn. In this particular case, I'm trying not to. Just because we're retreating for the blizzard in the next in-game day. Otherwise, normally I'd absolutely blast the horn, back off, slowly work my way back in through the horde, repeat if I have enough weapons and energy, that kind of thing. Top up my spears while I'm here. Okay. And one other lesson you'll have for yourself if you're a new player to the game, noise is your friend, not your enemy. The game heavily implies you should sneak around and everything in the tutorial. It lies. It wants you to die. It wants you to suffer. Do not sneak. Sneaking is not your friend. It will get you killed. And the way to think of it is this. If I go and I start smashing headface into the zombies and slowly working my way into an area, if things go wrong, and I go, oh crap, I pulled too much, I can just walk back the way I came, because I killed everything in that direction for the most part. Now, if I sneak past a whole bunch of zombies to an area, I can't do that, because now I have zombies in front of and behind me, so I get myself surrounded. So it is absolutely in your favor in this game to just very slowly work your way around, killing absolutely every single zombie you see, even if you have respawns turned on. It's still worth taking the time to systematically clear areas as best you can, even though they are going to come back. Because unless you're playing on really high pop settings, you'll be able to keep an area mostly clear. And in addition to that, zombies do not respawn in areas that you've been to recently. So by taking the time to like patrol your area on a regular basis to keep it clear, you're going to prevent the zombies from respawning in that area. Alright. And then on top of that, there's different starting positions for zombies and all that. So, like, you have the zombies inside the building and outside. Some of them won't end up respawning anyways. Like, once you've cleared certain things, as long as you, like, wall it off, whatever, you're fine. You can also prevent areas from getting respawns. If the zombies cannot reach it from the edge of the map, the zombies won't respawn there. Don't mind me, just grabbing some flamingos. And yes, I have katanas and machetes and all that in the truck. I've maxed out my long blade, so I actually, you know, still collect them because they're cool. But mostly I've just been leaving them. Like, just in the truck, storage, dealing with later. Let's see. Digging the red hat? Yeah. Let's see. One in-game day is 1 hour in real life. Without fast forward. Yes. It's also a thing I generally recommend people not change that setting. Because the thing that does is, one, it makes your days longer or shorter. But the other thing it does is everything that has a bar, like that, it changes how long they take. by, you know, proportionally to however much you changed it. So if the default is 1 hour days and you set it to 2, congratulations, the helicopter sticks around twice as long now. Or when you go to read a book, it takes twice as long to actually read the book. And you can do, like, you can take the time to adjust all your settings to get it to be balanced and all that, but unless you're going to take the time to figure all that out, you're probably best served just leaving it to 1 hour days. Which I know people like to be able to get a lot more done in their days, which is why they make them longer. But unless you're going to go nitpick every single setting and all that, you're going to have a bunch of newly introduced frustration points because the game is balanced around 1 hour days. Alright. Yeah, so we got a bunch of random zombies scattered in here, mostly because of that helicopter we just did. And usually I start retreating out when it starts to get dark, which is around 7, 8 p.m. in game. The whole thing about to live this long, you have to be very risk averse, and honestly, one of the biggest risks you have in the game is fighting when, like, visibility is poor. So when it starts to get dark, you don't fight. When it's, you know, getting real foggy, you don't fight. Because it's really easy to just overlook a zombie and then suddenly it runs over. I got a couple zombies down here. Another one with a crowbar. But yeah, so one thing I do with a lot of my characters that survive long enough for it to be relevant is I do give my characters kind of backstories. They don't start with it, but like as we play through, we'll go, okay, like what is this character? What is their things? What are they doing? And sometimes I'll like change how I play the character. So for in this character, we're playing as Venus Orozco, which is a randomly generated name and all that, randomly generated, you know, appearance, whatnot. And our headcanon for Venus Orozco is that before the zombie apocalypse, she intended on starting her own, like, fashion line of clothes, all that kind of good stuff, and just, you know, not all dreams work out, but now that the zombie apocalypse has happened, she's like, there's nothing stopping me, I'm gonna do it anyways. Like, it's the end of the world, why shouldn't I? Which is why she is dressed so incredibly fabulously. Now, granted, you can't tell because she's, like, head to toe in blood at the moment, but we'll clean her up and she'll have, you know, her nice pantsuit, her fancy shirt, her scarf, her fancy hat and all that good stuff. But, so she collects fashionable clothes and all that. We're going to eventually set up a bunch of mannequins to dress them all fashionable and all that. You know, sure, only she will be allowed to enjoy it, but hey, she has a dream. She's gonna do it. To heck with the end of the world. But that's just this character. We had Clark Burke, who his whole thing is he's going to convert the prison into like a studio because he always wanted to be like a rock musician, jazz musician. We never really did specify what kind of musician, whatever, but he had dreams of being like a famous musician. And again, things don't always go as planned.
Thank you Lanix7 for subscribing for 2 months. Rules tab.
Thank you Lanix7 for the Prime Gaming sub. You only get one of those a month and you used it here. That's 2 months you've been subbed to the channel. I really do appreciate that continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. So thank you so much for that continued support. You're saying it's important to stay fashionable. Zombie apocalypse, right? Anyways, I mean, what's the point of living if you're not really living? Not feeling great about grabbing this flamingo, since we just had zombies and there's one right there in the window. Case in point. But also, flamingo. Be fast. Oh, I don't like this position. Please move. Okay, thank you. Trees are the real enemy. Never trust a tree. They will betray you at your moment of weakness. They will look you in the eyes as you reach forward and say, "Please help me," and they will spit on your hand and slap it away and watch you fail. And by that I mean a zombie will walk through and grab you and bite you in the face. But, you know, sometimes you got to just talk it up a little. Alright, well, we're not going to go ducking around inside the house. Hop in her truck, eat her salad. Let's see. You always been obsessed with zombie games, Dead Rising, Left 4 Dead, Nazi zombies, and yet another zombie defense. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. That's integrity on how you act when there's no benefit to it. Venus truly has integrity when it comes to looking good. Yep. Or literally slap you in the face and cut you. Yep. Oh yeah, like if you try and run through the trees in this game, you can just get scratches and lacerations. I don't think you can get a deep wound, but yeah, you can get yourself hurt pretty badly by just running through trees. Like, it's not every single time you do, or anything like that. It's not that aggressive. It's just one of those things that you are adding a small risk of it. Alright. Okay, after this group, I probably need to start heading back since we're about to get a blizzard. Alright, so if I would have gone for that stab on that, not this one, but that guy over there in the black, it would have gone for that right then, it could have killed us. Because I could have stopped for the execution animation, been locked in place, and I would have been so close to the other zombie, it would have had a chance to make a move on me before I'd have a chance to be unlocked from the animation to run or do whatever we decide to do. You'll also notice I deliberately try to avoid fighting the zombies on the fences. While you can have it where they're down, you get like more damage out of your hit and yada yada yada. It's also really easy for them to lunge and knock you over, to mess up your positioning. Hitting zombies on the ground is kind of a mixed bag. So for long-term survival, I just don't do it. Oh, I actually don't know what the rules are for, So in a lot of platforms, your sirens will actually set off copyright strikes. It's a problem we've had on Twitch a lot with Project Zomboid. But now that I'm on multiple platforms, I'm a little bit more scared of that thing. Let's see what we got going here. Do you know of any mods that cause the zombies to become stronger and faster? Kale Zombie Evolution defunct and no longer supports current version? That was going to be the one I was going to suggest. You're going to find, as time goes on, a lot of the mods that people have been using are going to go defunct. I do think Build 41 was probably the biggest moment for Project Zomboid. That, you know, the promise of multiplayer drew more people in than any other feature can or will. So you're going to see a lot of those mods that no longer have people watching over them will drop off. Kind of what happened with, like, the NPC mod, and then there used to be, oh, what is this? Hydra something's crafting mod. Was a really big mod back in Build 40 that is just HydraCraft. That's, you know, not been maintained and isn't really usable anymore. Let's see, you spent maybe an hour in the workshop trying to find a mod that causes zombies to turn into sprinters as time passes. Looks like man, you start learning to code. Yeah, they've had mods to do that. The big problem you run into with sprinters in Project Zomboid is the unfortunate reality that the way the combat model is set up in the game is it's like very poorly equipped to fight things that are faster than you as the player. That they just don't give you a counterplay of any kind. Which means ultimately you have to, like, window and fence cheese, or the moment you pull too many, just run away and, like, lose them kind of thing, that there is no fighting it. And then the other problem you run into with those ones is because of that same situation, there isn't really much of a feeling of progression that you'll end up having, because whether you have 0-axe skill or 10-axe skill, the way you approach the group of zombies is the same. You treat them as if they're all sprinters at all times, because if you don't, you'll have random deaths when RNG decides to give you a bunch. Because it's not one of those things that if I have 1% sprinters, it's not like the game goes, here is 100 zombies, okay, that one's the sprinter. it rolls the dice with each individual zombie to decide, is that a sprinter, is that a sprinter, is that a sprinter, and then goes from there. Which does mean, even at like 0.5% chance, you still have the possibility of walking up to a group of 32 zombies, and then all 32 zombies are sprinters. And if you don't approach it as if they're all sprinters to begin with, it's too late. You've already killed yourself. So I'm personally very not team sprinters. Oh, I'll check all those traps tomorrow in game. Well, once the blizzard's passed. There was definitely rabbits in there, but you're making it sound like a bad thing? I am. Like, that's the thing. In my opinion, everything in a game should have you could either deal with it predictively or you could deal with it reactively. If there's stuff that you run into a game that there is no predictive or reactive way to counterplay it, then you're just rolling the dice and saying character dead. And that can be very not fun to die that way. And that's one of the things that actually happens in RimWorld, is RimWorld will absolutely do that to you. I still love RimWorld, but RimWorld is absolutely a game that's just like, you know what? Screw the player. And just put, like, the combination of situations that there's not really a good counterplay for. Like, not the runs we had today, but the one from yesterday, that was what we ran into. It was, in one stream we had 2 rounds of fibrous mechanites, we had plague, we had flu, we had a blight on our crops, we had a cold snap, so it went cold snap, wait, what was this? Cold snap, blight, toxic fallout, then heat wave. So we went like a whole year with no crops. And meanwhile we were fighting a whole bunch of diseases. And just, you're like, Randy, back off. Like, we had like some pretty sad little raids that it sent at us that really didn't do a whole lot. But it was just entirely Randy just destroying all of our food. And like the toxic fallout was the one that did it, because it killed all the animals on the map and all the plants, even though I tried to scoop up everything I could while there's still time. You know, trying to keep any number of colonists alive when all of the food is gone. Yeah, and then you had the double cold snap? Yes, well, I mean, I volunteered into the one cold snap. When the one triggered, I was like, alright, I'll take the second one while we're here. I can't grow in one, what's 2? Yeah, so it was just Randy does that sometimes. It's one of the reasons I tend to play more Cassandra than Randy. Yeah, and there are all the diseases. Oh yeah, I forgot. We were still dealing with one disease, and the next one would actually trigger while we were still recovering from the first one. And it was just like, come on. And the reason we're driving as far as we are is we're going back to my main base. So all this area used to be like solid zombies, like full rally groups the whole way. This character's been alive that you'll see like 1 or 2 zombies wandering around here or there just because they've, you know, they wandered around, they were hiding in some trees, or they're in a closet or whatever. And they only now came out, kind of thing. But yeah, so we're about to have a blizzard here. I'm not going to stop and kill them on the way back. Generally speaking, I would normally run sirens the whole way back to draw all the zombies out of the trees into the road so I could fight them on my terms. Okay. And then there's Dave. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, we've got Dave the zombie, our pet zombie, is in the Porta-John at our main base. We were in that base for almost a full year doing construction, 6 helicopters inside that base, and all that, and Dave never made a peep. And then one day we're just wandering around, we heard some banging on a door, and realized there was a zombie inside the Porta-John the whole time. Apparently the zombies can't break down the Porta-John doors? That's what I've been told, and so far has held true. Don't quote me on that, because I don't want to be held responsible when you lose a long run because you assume it's safe. But, so far, Dave still lives in the Porta-John. And as long as that door remains intact, I will allow Dave to live. If the door ever goes away, Dave is completely dead. Because I can't have a zombie wandering around my base. Alright, we're almost home to our base. And I don't have Sunday driver. Generally speaking, we talked about the whole risk aversion thing of, if you want to live a long time, congratulations, do everything possible to reduce your risk. Well, one of those risks is driving fast. The number of runs I've seen ended because people driving fast and then clipping themselves on something at like 80 miles per hour and breaking a leg is rather high. So it's just, you make yourself rules that, you know, you don't do this, you do that. Here's your strategy and how you do this. Every time you take a death. Oh, before we forget though, risk aversion or not. Oh, here, we want to grab the doll. That's going in our inventory. There's the imitation flamingos. Those are going in our inventory. I don't know why I have that in there, but okay. And I'll grab you. I'll grab you. I'll put this all down. Where's my flamingos? Okay, place for the flamingos. Alright. And there's no flamingos in here, right? Cool. Alright, so it's very important that we put down our flamingos. You get it. We've got our collection of flamingos. Sometimes you just got a flamingo. Alright, so let's go ahead and run over here. So the next stop will be the doll room. Don't worry about it. It's only weird if you make it weird. And in my actual base, so Dave is in that porta potty. For the record. That's where Dave lives. So we got our best friend Zombie Dave in the porta potty. Once upon a time, we actually used to keep crops inside this middle area. We travel so much now, and it's winter, so it doesn't matter. And also, don't mind the arsenal we've got going on here. That's not the button I wanted. That's fine. Don't worry about it. There's probably no zombies. Oh, we also have it set up so zombies can open doors and windows if I don't lock them. So, so where we yelled, it is entirely possible that a zombie just happens to be in the area, chilling nearby, and hears me yelling like that and decides to welcome itself in. It's probably fine. We have a VHS. I think I keep those in the other room. Alright, but before we go to bed, because we don't want our character to go to bed before midnight, because otherwise we wake up and it's still dark outside, and then we're running around in the dark. Okay. So, as any fashionable person would do, we definitely keep ourselves, you know, clean as much as we can. We can't always keep ourselves all spotted, you know, all nice and everything. But, you know, every once in a while we gotta touch ourselves up and make ourselves look nice. All right. And this is the main room of our main base. Don't worry about it. It's a nice place. And you'll notice we have the generator off. I have no reason to turn it on. Just for, like, lights. So I don't really care. But, yeah, we'll go to sleep and worry about the door. I already locked the door? Yep. Okay. So yeah, so if we look at Venus here. So Venus is all fashionable. Has her nice pantsuit and shoes. Nice formal long sleeve shirt. Has her wonderful scarf going on here. Has her wonderful hat, and she has her leather gloves and all that. The backpack really doesn't fit it, but you know, she is practical. Oh, and we also have one of the rarest weapons in the game, the spiked pickaxe handle. You can only find that foraging among, like, I think there's like one other thing, but like the foraging is one of the only ways to get it. It's terrible. Like, it's just downright an absolutely awful weapon that you should not bother getting. But we have it. Oh, we also have a couple other rare things. Let's go ahead and show those off since Blizzard. So yeah, so we've got the pickaxe handle is another one. We've got the picture of Kate, classic. We do have a bunch of random stuff. What is up here? What did I put on the top of that? Large, smooth table. Sure, I don't remember placing that up there, but that's fine. We've got a bunch of water and saucepans, because that's how I dealt with my water before I set up my water supply. Now, if we walk up here, we can check out my water supply. Now, you probably go look at this and go, that's not safe to walk on. You'd be correct. But I have actually put down flooring here so I can. But I've got all these rain barrels I've set up over here. My giant army of rain barrels. And I set that trailer up to have a completely ridiculous amount of water and sinks and all that. So with all that, now that we have some light, we can check out my supply room. So I've got, you know, all of my various boxes with weapons and all sorts of nonsense in here. This is where I was talking about I have a ton of crowbars. That, like, a bunch of these different boxes all have more and more crowbars in them. We've got a bunch of seeds and whatnot. We have our tables of machetes, plural. I think we counted that there was 100 and something machetes over here. And then on the other hand, we got our table of katanas. I don't remember how many katanas are here. It's like 40 or 50 or whatever. We've got a set of winter clothes as a possibility. One of these I think had a bunch of gun stuff in it. Basically our storage. We got some pitchforks laying around on the floor. But this is just where I keep a bunch of stuff. We don't really care. I don't do anything with it almost ever. That's the reasons why you'll never see me bother looting. All that loot is meaningless and useless and doesn't need to be even considered for anything. Because what am I going to ever use it for? I find weapons fast and I can go through them. My food is renewable, so I don't need to get canned goods. Like, once you've got your books and all that, you're kind of done on what you need. Alright. Let's do a run around the property. Go ahead and grab our nightstick out and our radio. While we wait to hear what the ETA is on the blizzard. We'll do a lap around the property. Oh, you'll notice military backpacks everywhere. That's because I did have to clear this area, and I was taking the time to chuck any military backpacks I found on the ground. Okay, so outside the perimeter is very compromised still. That's see, that's more indicative of what you see running around the towns, is like this. And this is actually a little thinned out. Whereas normally you would see way, way more zombies. But that's outside the Louisville secure perimeter, so I've never been out there. At least, no, if I have been out there, it's not been much. Yeah, so we're just doing a lap around the area, seeing what we can see. Seeing if anything's been compromised anytime recently. And to give you an idea of how rough our situation got in this run. Oh yeah, did I wall off the fence over there? Because there's a hole in the fence. No, I didn't. Because they're moving up, it's because they figured out a path to reach me. That's fine, we'll kill them. Zomboid was an update? Nope. We're just doing a little bit of Zomboid. Partly because I have, you know, a friend of the channel who's going to be playing after I wrap up stream tonight, who doesn't play regularly. It still says 2 days. It said 2 days yesterday, so it should be less than 2 days. Alright, so give me a moment. It's fine, we'll just leave that. Feel like some Zomboid? Yeah, it's partly like I was saying, I do a little bit more Zomboid than I have been doing. Which is basically any. And then partly because I do have, you know, friends of the channel who are going to be doing a collaborative thing. I'm not going to be one of the people in the collaborative thing, just to be clear. They don't play Zomboid regularly, but it should be, like, they're both very entertaining and fun people. So I want to try and get all the people, you know, who check out Zomboid here, get as many of them as I can to chuck over there for them. Yeah, that's actually the reason I was running up here. So this area where I'm clearing these zombies out, there was a bug about a year ago in the unstable build where all the zombies could hear you as if they had like pinpoint hearing and then some. And this is Louisville on 16 times pop, and it was fairly early run for this character. So I actually got trapped inside that military base for like 3, 4, 5 in-game months, where it was wake up, meat grinder the zombies, like dawn to dusk, wake up and do it again. It just ended up being this whole big thing. I see. So I didn't have it properly walled off. They destroyed it at some point. Because the reason I walled that off was so zombies couldn't get into the perimeter. Because that's one of the only places that zombies outside of Louisville can get into Louisville. It would be good to plug that up if I could. But we'll see. It's very dangerous to plug it up. And the danger is because you have line of sight problems you have to deal with while you're trying to do it. I have to put myself nearby some trees and all that. I mean, the real answer is I'm probably just going to ignore it and walk away. But that whole corner up there, we had over 30,000 zombies in a corner that is like this big. So we're going to drop back here, we're going to rest. Then I'll go back to killing the zombies. Oh, there is a bunch of planks there. So I could grab some planks and fix the wall. Does he also, your studio's light is real bright? Oh, it is brighter today. So it was a thing I suggested the other day to fix the pixelation. So let's bring it down just a little bit so I'm not as washed out. Okay. Because if you've, yeah, so it is a thing. So if I like turn off the studio light, that's how pixely it gets. So it's not even a camera thing. It's like literally just having it bright enough. But I just tuned it up a little too much. Little static as a treat. Okay, and we're all recovered from endurance. Let's run back up here. Oh, right, I was going to grab some of those. That's fine. We got a bunch of logs over here. Basically, I think I am going to try and plug that up again. It's going to take a minute because I'm going to have to clear this. But this is something I can work on, and I'm actually killing zombies. While also, you know, being back where I can get safe from the blizzard. Like, the blizzard won't hurt me. It'll just hurt my visibility. We do actually even have 2 planks down there. Okay. One nice thing is I don't really have to worry about zombies coming from behind me here at all, because it's such a narrow area that we've been moving through. We know there's not going to be zombies in there. That zombie came up the way more. Yeah, so this area, I'm assuming over the helicopters over the time, at some point they broke that hole in that fence where I had patched it up, and they've just gone into the area. It's fine. It's just a thing we'll have to deal with. You can never make it 100% secured or anything like that. Alright, so we got another one that came from up this way. Alright. Okay, so we got the 2 planks there. Let's run back here. I can't remember how many planks I need. It's been too long. Oh, I apparently have a crowbar laying in the ground here? For some reason. Let's see, can you not move or build the railing to cap it off properly? Can you not move or build... Oh, anything the player moves or builds is destructible. No exceptions. Like, there's been bugs over time that have allowed for there to be exceptions, but they always patch those out. Alright, so we're carrying way too much, so let's be very careful about this. Do we see any real group of zombies, we chuck all this out. That's the reason I didn't bother trying to move a bunch of stuff around. Normally I'll put them in a side bag, but because the spear is two-handed, I can't really do that. Alright, this is the part that stresses me out, because I have a step here that I can't see what's on the other side of that fence. And then there's trees growing. This is the reason I was like, it is dangerous for me to do this. Let's drop the planks right here. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna run through that. I'm just trying to clear a little bit of an area around. We're going to be doing this real fast. So that hopefully as I'm doing this, I don't make any friends. All right. Oh, I saw you over there. I don't know if you saw me or you're just moving around, but... There you are. I don't think the one I saw was wearing green, though. I thought it was wearing white. Like, this is a dangerous thing I'm doing for no reason other than I want to wall that off because I want to. Alright. Now's where this gets not fun. Because I do have to actually build said wall. Oh, nope, another one. Now, ideally, I'd cut away the trees, but even that is super, super risky. And trying to keep an eye on that opening on the other side. Please stop. You're stressing me out. Be fast about it. Nope, 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 you weren't fast enough. Grab your spear out again. Someone saw you. I saw them moving. Yeah, so we've got some zombies up here. Because we shouldn't have many that got up this far, because the pathing is a little bit more involved for them. There's apparently a nightstick on the ground over there. Yeah, so you can see how much of a hassle I had, where I had chairs I just laid down in the perimeter because I had to do that. Just to stay alive. But yeah, no, it's this corner here. There's a video of me at this corner where we had over 30,000 zombies just bunched up over here. That, like, I'd turned the character and we were having, like, one frame every, like, third of a second or half a second or whatever. It was really rough. And it took me forever to thin it out to the point it stopped lagging real bad. But I had to sit there and fight at those proportions. Like, you got to the point where I'd pull a group of zombies and I'd back away like a whole screen or two to just drag them with me, just so I could get rid of some of the lag to, you know, hopefully actually be able to fight them better. So I'm hoping by running up here, making a bunch of noise and being spotted, this will grab more of those zombies that would hear us hammering away and whatnot. Because if I stand there and just walk up to the spot and start hammering without checking, a zombie sidesteps, grabs me instantly, and we're dead. I got a pretty good number right there. Alright, so another one from below, at least 3, 4. Sorry, we got a pretty decent number. How long has this run been going? In game time, 1 year, 6 months, 22 days. In real life time, I started this run about a year ago, but it was also on hiatus for, like, roughly 6 months. Just because, you know, it's been almost 2 years since Build 41 dropped. There hasn't been too many meaningful updates since then. Okay. But we're up to just about 163,000 kills. We're about to hit that here, probably this in-game day, if not beginning of the next in-game day. I'm putting a lot of effort into something that shouldn't, like, it shouldn't even be caring about. Like, this is purely me wanting to minimize the number of zombies from outside of Louisville getting into Louisville for a continued clearing. But I already know I never intend to actually finish this run to, like, fully clear it. There's just... It would take me many real-life years to do that. So... I was not expecting to get this far, honestly. Because also, if I wall that off, the zombies will, they'll stop naturally walking through this way because they won't see a path to reach me. Like, the ones I aggro will, and they'll attack the wall and they'll destroy it. Have you noticed where I ran through the door? That's a deliberate decision. Because if there were a zombie there trying to grab for me, I would shove it out of the way. And I'd lose my balance or whatever, but... You know, stumbling a couple of steps is not that big a deal versus potentially getting killed. Nope, not yet. That's not what I wanted. It's banging on the wall now. Can't imagine dying to your run. Yeah, it just has to be one of those things. If that's just too rich for your blood kind of thing, you just don't play this way. Gotta keep getting to the open. But I've played games where, like, heavy loss on death is just a mechanic of the game for a long time. So it doesn't really bother me that much. In a lot of ways it can be relieving, because like a run like this, you've got so much time into it that you kind of don't want to stop it just to see how far it can go. And eventually that stops necessarily being as fun. And so it's kind of a way of going, okay, I can put down that one that wasn't as fun and start a fresh one, that kind of thing. I really wish you could all back off so I could do the thing I want to do. Okay. So let's try this again. Or not. Come on. Where's the other one? There you are. I was like, there was two. Don't you try and fool me. Okay, so the beauty about this don't jump through. Okay. Is if one did ambush me while I was doing that, it wouldn't be that big a deal. And the reason it wouldn't be a big deal... Yeah, so all I have to do is get away from that wall. Once I'm far enough away, they'll stop. Hey, how are you down here? Be fast about it. If I get away from that wall, they'll stop attacking it. Yeah, so we should see almost no zombies here, but this being super dangerous, that's not a surprise. That's outside the area we've been clearing. Start moving my inventory stuff around. Okay. I wonder what guns we have. We haven't used any in a long time. Because that's one of those things we could use those to clear out some of that stuff. Gain ourselves some skill while we wait for the blizzard, all that. And yes, we're cooking with rotten salad or rotten food. You actually have a thing that as you get better at cooking, eventually you can just cook with rotten food and it's totally fine. You get way, way less value out of it though. How are we doing on our weight? Oh, we can overeat a little. Let's slam down a 3 encumbrance rabbit, just unhinge our jaw, eat the whole thing, one sitting. Don't worry about it. It's only weird if you make it weird. Alright, so we've got a bunch of guns we've stashed down here. I actually don't know what our gun situation is. Because one of the things is I don't go out of my way to loot a lot of weapons and all that. There's just not really been a need for it. Like, I mean, out of going, like, into buildings. You'll actually see I almost never go into the buildings and do much of anything. So one of these had a bunch. So I've got the shotgun. What bullets do I have? So I've got 308, I got 5.56. Do I have anything I've got a decent amount of? There's no point in me doing it if I don't have like a couple hundred rounds. That's all just random supplies. There we go. So we got those, we got 5.56 we got a decent amount of.
I don't loot many weapons, said standing across from 3 full tables of nearly stacked weapons and lockers full of guns.
Look, Don't worry about it. Alright, so we've got shotgun shells, we got an okay amount. We've actually got a good amount of 9mm and 5.56. So, let's grab our sawed-off shotgun. That'll be one. You use what? I don't have a magazine for it, so you use nothing, because I have no magazine to use it with. Oh, no, yeah, we do. So we have 308. Grab the shotgun shells, grab the loose shotgun shells. Grab the 308. Oh! Oh my! Okay, we do have plenty of rounds for that gun. Okay, I was going to say, we don't have much there, so let's grab you. Alright, so we don't have enough, I think, with the 45. The 9mm isn't going to do anything. The 5.56 isn't going to do any good for us. Okay. 5.56 goes away. Alright, so start by trying to put as much of that in our bag. There's no way that gun survives firing this many rounds, by the way. Spears from Oak can go on the ground. Yeah, the problem is the gun's gonna break and I won't be able to repair it enough to matter. That's gonna be the primary issue we run into with this whole mess. The shotgun should be fine, because I think I even have a spare shotgun I can do with that. Put away more of those. That'll have to do. Alright. So before we go too far, let's rest for a minute. Okay. I've got that sorted. Put you on my back. Alright. So the downside is we're eventually going to just break this shotgun. More than likely. No, we might actually keep the shotgun working through all this. That M4, or the M14, is pretty badly damaged. I don't think we get very far with that before it just completely goes. What is my aim skill at, by the way? My aim skill is at... Actually, it's at 5. Okay, I actually didn't expect it to be that high. I remember when we were dealing with the lag situation, I emptied the entire military base's ammunition into the zombies outside just trying to kill enough to get rid of the lag. It was not particularly successful. Alright. Ooh, katana. It's a katana I'm not gonna get, though. Goodbye, katana. I'll never have you. Is that a second one, or is that a spear? That's a spear. Yes, there's a weird thing where it won't target the zombies right along the fence. Okay. So there might be a couple zombies out there, chat. Okay. It's fine. So we are taking a damage penalty by shooting through the fence, by the way. Otherwise, it'd be one-tapping most of the zombies as hits. And the reason the zombies are just standing there is they can't figure out how to path to me. They're just too far away from, like, the nearest fence is just too far away. But if I back away a little bit, they should move around a little bit and start filling in those gaps. Oh, there's a military backpack that's going to go on the ground and never be recovered. Alright. That's a lot of friends. Yes, it is. But before people think it's like, oh, is this how you got all your hundreds of thousands of kills? Now, with the guns, I would say the guns equate to maybe 1,000 or 2,000 kills, if that, or something like that. It's not many. And it's mostly because, to give you an idea, I've done this twice since the start of the run, counting the time we're doing right now. And we'll go through all the ammo. Probably, we could actually go through all of the shotgun ammo before this in-game night is over. So you get the idea, there's just not enough ammo to do much with it. If you don't mod your game or turn the loot way, way, way up, you can't really use guns for too much just because of not having enough ammo kind of thing. We're also losing a lot of damage because my character keeps panicking. Because while as you play, you get more and more of a resistance against panicking, you're looking at literally like hundreds of zombies. You're not going to be particularly chill looking at what would be certain death. Because one would assume in real life you'd be scared to knock the fence down or whatever, versus the video game we just know they can't. I'm surprised there's that many zombies just hanging out here. I mean, it's been a long time since we did the time where I drew them in to clear them because of the sound bug. Like, it's been almost an in-game year since then. But, still. The shotgun's not going to last much longer. You know Molotov is good to deal with a horde? No, we don't do burns. We never do burns. It normally says, it doesn't make sense that you just come to the chain link fence. This is enough to do it. Yeah, like, in real life you'd assume the zombies wouldn't just walk up to the fence and just chill. They'd like we'd knock it down. It gets them fast. Honestly, the burns tend to go very slowly. Like in this particular case, a lot of them would just kind of stand there, not set each other on fire. You also have the risk of it like damaging the stuff around you. I just don't like burns in this game in general. Like, it's cool that people are into it. It's just not my thing. It just ruins the whole environment. Destroys the bunch of the building, gets rid of all your loot. I mean, in this case, I'm not getting that loot because I'm not going to go and tear down the wall to go out there. It also doesn't add to the kill count, so big kill count does not get bigger kind of thing. Yeah, we run out of shotgun ammo, we'll pack it in. Because the only reason we're down here waiting is there's a blizzard showing up, and I don't want to be out fighting in the blizzard. So we're just kind of killing time while that's happening. Keep accidentally canceling the reload earlier. There's a lot of zombies. It's nowhere near as bad as we've dealt with this. We deliberately drew them in with the shotgun just for this. Can you spear through the fence? Yep. You also take a damage penalty for the spear through the fence too. You can also use the knife through the fence too. Lots of bang bang does get everyone's attention. You're not wrong. So does the fence take damage firing through it? No. The fence doesn't actually have a life bar, this particular type of fence. The only way to get rid of this type of fence is to use stuff like the sledgehammer or the, I believe you can tear it down with the welding mask and the propane torch. But that's actually one of the few reasons why this is viable. Almost all the other fences, like the wood fences, can be attacked. And if that was the case, they would just smash through it in seconds. Okay, so we're out of shotgun shells. Let's drop off the shotgun. It's not going to do us any more good. Then we'll come back out here when we can see again. Fortunately, the M14 we have is basically all but destroyed. So while we do have an absolutely absurd amount of ammo, we're only going to use some of it before the gun breaks. Now, admittedly, we didn't actually search super carefully for weapons and all that. But I'm not even worried about it. We're mostly just killing time and killing zombies. Let's run back down here and put the shotgun away. Making sure I don't actually toss any of that in there. Okay, I got a certain amount of those. The spear's gonna stay on the ground for right now. You'll drop our backpack. And the reason why we're dropping our backpack is it's still too early for our character to go to sleep. So in that case, we're going to knock out some push-ups real fast. It is mostly just to fast forward time and be productive at the same time. It's technically giving us fitness. It's not something I would go out of my way. There are people who they start their run and they'll literally just sit there and just grind out like the first 3 levels of fitness by doing workout and all that. I would generally recommend instead worrying about getting whatever it is you need to survive early on, like getting a cooking pot, getting those kind of things. your passive skills you should mostly gain passively. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, and that's what I thought. Need to drop some weight real fast. Let's drop the rifle on the ground. That's because this bag technically weighs 48. No, I'm sorry. The bag weighs 35. So I can't carry more than 50 normally. So I couldn't actually carry the rifle and put the bag on to then get the weight reduction from having the bag. Okay, so let's finish our salad. Alright, and we'll get some sleep. And then with that, I'm going to take 2 seconds to quickly use the restroom, and I'll be right back. So thank you so much for tuning in, and I'll be back here in just a minute, just waiting for it to pop up. And I'll be back in just a moment, so thank you again for tuning in. Instant die. That's news. I was focusing on something else and I heard the zombie coming. Well, here comes the train. I don't think enough time to move, so back it up, 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 back it up. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah, that's what you want.
And mine to toss alone.
Side quest beach offensive. I need something to trigger that. That's not what I really had. Okay, I mean it worked. To the shotgun trap on the door there. What is that time span? But what would end up happening is, you know, you'd be a person who didn't really have a lot of prospects or opportunity where you were, and you could go someplace where there were prospects and opportunity. But what happened is, for transportation and housing and lodging and everything else, you'd have to go to the company town, because the town, like the entire town, you'd have to. Why did I die?
A ticket has been submitted for medical.
Okay. Sorry about that. Alright, well, let's go try some trouble. Because we are looking at a blizzard today. So let's go check out this blizzard. At least there should be a blizzard today. I'm starting to like get really confused as to why we haven't had the blizzard yet. Because it said 2 days, and it said 2 days again another day. But in the meanwhile, we'll just keep killing zombies. What we'll probably do is if we have this gun break, we might just start clearing. There's the gate to the south. I like never go over there. I've actually deliberately avoided it so zombies can't open the gate because you're too far away. They're not quote unquote active. But there's like no zombies north of me anywhere. We've killed all of them until you get like really far away. But to the south, I haven't. Where? Oh, I saw them all start moving to the west. I was like, what do you know that I don't? Hey. And you notice, I'm not aiming at the individual zombies. That doesn't actually benefit you in any meaningful way. It literally is just, it has like a cone in the direction you aim, and anything inside the zombie, it'll try and choose like the closest one or whatever. So, you don't actually have to put a lot of effort into it. You also notice I stopped moving. Oh, we jammed. That's because this gun is falling apart. No Molotovs? I don't use Molotovs. Guess who's learning code? Congratulations. I don't use Molotovs. You hated the tug engine Autodesk? Oh, yeah. That was... I've talked about doing a Hard Space Shipbreaker permadeath run on stream at some point. But yeah, no, I don't use my vehicles to kill zombies, and I don't use burns to kill zombies. Not Molotovs, not campfires, none of that. It'd be cool if the zombies would try to reach you through the fence. Yeah. Be a nice thing. I'm not gonna actually open all the boxes. There, I just want to open like 3 or 4 so I don't have to do that all the time. On the plus side, I do have 10 maintenance, so we're going to basically maximize how much I'm going to get out of this gun before it breaks. Or at least try to get close so you can to the other side of the fence. Stay there hungrily, yep. No, it's just basically what happens is the AI right now is trying to figure out how to path to me, not finding one. So the zombies are just standing there. Okay. Like, it won't look like we're killing that many zombies, but when the zombies move around, you see the heap of bodies. It actually is pretty decent. I mean, you can actually look at my kill counter down there. They've got several hundred zombies have died since we started doing this. Alright, we need to check our radio real fast, so I won't be able to do this for a moment. Oh, wait. I was sitting there talking about what sidearms do I have? Oh, I have a 9mm and a 45 on me. Well, okay, we can keep doing this. You're in, like, full repair and you still jam? Come on. Yep, so we have a blizzard. Yeah, so a blizzard showing up in-game night. Number equals number plus 1, yeah. It's interesting that it says imminent 2 days, but it's already telling me it's going to show up tonight. So is it going to be like a really long blizzard, maybe? I haven't seen that before. But in the meantime, let's just see how far I can take these guns before they're all busted. Because we did have some 9mm and some 45 in there, and I do have sidearms for both of those. I forgot I've been keeping the sidearms on my character at all times, just, I don't know, just because. We have enough strength now that inventory space is just really not that big a deal. Okay. Takes you a while to pack a magazine. If you build a platform to shoot down, would there not have damage to the fence? I'm trying to remember how the shooting down, because, like, I know you can shoot from windows and all that. Oh, you unloaded the magazine. That's not what I want. Trying to remember what the rules were around that. I'm not gonna bother doing it. Because, like, I only happen to be doing it here because they happen to be here. Like, the number I'm killing here, this will clear out the air. Oh, the gun broke. I was like, why did I suddenly lurch? Okay, gun's broken. No more 308 fun time. It just weirded me out because it alerts the character as if I, if I like got hit or whatever. It's like, what? But I've got 9mm and 45. Yeah, like I said, this is something we've only done, like, this is the second time. And you noticed, we spent last night in game shooting, and we ran out of all the shotgun shells. We've destroyed our only weapon that used 308. I got some 9mm and 45. And that's the year and a half of playing the game. This is all the farther the guns are taking us. Now, granted, you can certainly make the arguments like, well, if you went out of your way to, like, the big gun stores, you get a little bit more time out of it, and yada, yada, yada. And you'd be right, for the record. But, I'm at 16 times popping, casually strolling into West Point to rob the gun store isn't exactly a small time commitment. That's like 3, 4, 5 in-game month campaign of fighting your way in on 16 times pop. You can't just sneak in and grab. It's just too crowded. And more dolls. Alright. So we've got the 45s and the 9mm. Alright, let's grab these spears. Not a whole lot will go so. Oh right, I haven't opened the box. Like, why can I not reload? Alright. We're just goofing off while we wait for a blizzard to show up. So, we notice the zombies are swarming the fence, so we're just wasting our ammo since we haven't done that in like an actual real-world year almost. But people are asking, like, my favorite weapon. If we actually look into our information, you can see whatever weapon you've been doing the most damage with. So out of my 163.5-ish thousand zombies, hunting knife is still my main weapon. It is my personal favorite weapon in the game. Hey, zombies. I'm going to need you to not start scrolling sideways. Up, instantly jammed. This is a gun in, like, good state of repair. I don't get why it's jamming so much. Okay. Yeah, so the 9mm, it'll take 1-2 shots with, like, well, it's a hunting knife. I, for one, am shocked as logo. So, yeah, you know, we have a whole lot of people who are popping in and checking out who haven't been to the channel before and all that. This Blizzard needs to get over here and be done with so you can get back to properly fighting zombies. Yeah, so we're already almost halfway through our 9mm rounds. Now just our 45s, and those won't last very long. As opposed to improperly fighting zombies? Yeah, where you get grabbed and you die. That's how you improperly fight a zombie. It's not proper if you can't put the fear in their eyes. I know, right? Let's scooch over a little bit over here. Start to thin out that crowd in the middle spot. Because you can see all of that in the middle is dead. Got jam. Got another jam. This gun's nearly at full state of repair, so it's kind of upsetting that it's jamming so much. Alright, 2 more reloads and then the 9mm's done. It's the fish of guns. Just eternal jamming. Sometimes a gun just needs a jam. And that gun's jammed, so next gun. Oh, I have to actually... Right, you have to take the bullets out of the box. But generally I like this little revolver and I like the 9mm when I don't have a shotgun handy if I'm going to use a gun. They both do pretty okay. You got that one, it's funny. I got the reference. Now, this is not a gun that's well suited for really big groups of zombies. This is one I usually keep for, like, if a zombie is under a stairwell or whatever. I'll pop it through the stairwell. Because, you know, you can't melee because it's underneath you, but you can shoot through stairwells because, I don't know, physics, I guess. Okay. Now once I finish emptying this, then we're out of bullets again. Well, I mean, we're out of bullets that we have a combination of bullets and guns that works. I have a bunch of bullets, but no gun to use them in. I have some guns that I don't have bullets to use them with. That's just the nature of how guns work in 16 times pop or higher pops. You just run out of ammo. And last reload. Alright. You have a good one, zombies. And I'm 99% sure I've already run around this whole area and checked all the storage crates, but I mean, why not check them again? Yeah, I know these are checked. Wasn't there a box in the back? I don't think... There's a storage here in the back. I'm not sure that we fully emptied. Because you got this area over here, but there's like a trailer is the word I'm looking for. I think we started emptying that, and I'm not sure if we ever did finish. Now I got bunches of magazines, but I didn't grab those because those don't wear out. And they're not what I need. I need bullets and guns. Yeah, no, we looted this. Alright. That'll be the beginning of what will be the blizzard. Yeah, I think that trailer over there has got a bunch of guns in it. Well, had a bunch of guns and ammo. I don't remember if we actually picked it clean or not. Maybe got a shotgun. But it's already got all the ammo taken. Yep, nothing left in here. We already picked it clean. We also let's just do a round through here. Yeah, I remember these always being empty. I don't remember if we searched these tents, because before it was just too dangerous. We've been here for like years now. That's what I thought. So we have not looted these boxes. Let's change what we're doing with this. Do that. Grab the nightstick out, go back here. Grab the ammo, put them in our secondary bag. Knife will keep. I don't know if we have that one, but we'll grab that too. Too dangerous? You mean it's intense? Mm-hmm. Yeah, because these were those places you could easily get yourself, not cornered, but like in a situation where it'd be very hard to maneuver because of all these cots, whatever you want to call them. There's the snow. So it's just really easy when this place is hot to get yourself pinched in a corner and just commit die. So there is a chance we can actually find like an M16 or an M4 in one of these. It's not a good chance. It's a very low chance. But it's not zero. That said, we are finding a ridiculous amount of the Auto 45. The downside is I only have one gun that uses that ammo, and it's getting pretty worn out. So we'll see what happens with that. Oh, plaster, that's cool. So not only that, I did almost send that into my work chat. Yeah, don't get yourself in trouble. Alright. Yeah, did I mention I almost never loot these places? That's why all this is still here. I do so little looting that I totally forgot that I hadn't even touched the stuff in here. The army coat is actually, if you're looking for something that's got a lot of protection to it, the army coat's actually pretty good. It's really hard to use some of those without overheating. There's tons of generators around here. Doesn't the army coat have the best coverage? Yes. So it's usually a good choice if you're actually trying to add a bunch of defensive stuff onto your character. It's a very solid choice for that. Well, we've got plenty of 45 ammo. As well as 5.56, the big downers, we don't have a gun that uses 5.56. They're extremely rare. Like the weapons that use like 5.56 and that, the ammo is almost irrelevant because you'll never find enough guns to actually use it. And unfortunately, the gun's the only way to repair. You'll definitely never find the gun that uses it. Don't worry about it. You just won't find them. It's just not a thing you're gonna find. You definitely will not find it right there on my back. Oh, hey, okay, well, there's a second one. What are you doing this game? I was like, you won't find these. And the game's like, oh, you won't now, will you? Don't you go calling me out. So we're gonna be killing some heckin' zombies here in a minute. Oh yeah, so I took all the stuff apart in there. You have more than you could ever use this round. Well, to be fair, I'm still gonna break both those guns. I think I'm sitting on probably like 50 or 60 boxes of 5.56 ammo. Like, really, I should not be carrying this much, but... Really? For the record, I've never actually seen that many 5.56 in a single game world. Hey, Darchar, thank you so much for the 95 biddies. I really do appreciate that. Doesn't mean a whole lot that you continue to support the channel, so thank you so much for the continued support. Yeah, no, it's you clipped it. Excellent. I mean, to be fair, it was actually pretty good. That just the timing of being like, yeah, you just don't find it. And the game's like, hey, don't call me out. The pistol use it? No, we were just using the pistol a moment ago. Alright, so we need to get back over here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to drop by our inventory and drop by all that 45 ammo and get that out of our inventory. And then from there, I'm going to go and take one of those M16s and start deleting a whole lot of ammo. And then when the gun falls apart, we'll go back and get a different M16, and it'll start deleting a whole lot of ammo. You get the idea. Okay, so there's 17 stacks of 45 auto. Put away that magazine. I don't know why there's a door hinge in there. There's a doorknob in there. That inventory is full. That is not part of the plan. Let's go drop these door hinges and knives and all that over here. What are you trying to join the queue for? Queue's been closed a while. Alright, and we can go down here. Drop off more of those. The pinned message said to? I haven't noticed the pinned message in a while. I mean, maybe it was there and I just didn't see it. I wouldn't be surprised if my brain just filtered it out. Right, there's one of the M16s. There's a second one. Okay. Unpin the message when we switch to Project Zomboid. Yeah, no, I don't know. Strider's usually on mobile, so I'll just take it as the mobile app is the mobile app. Twitch's mobile app is notoriously problematic for just not working the way it should. There's some loose 5.56 rounds. There's 22 more cases of 5.56 rounds. That's not 5.56, that's 308. I can read. All right. Okay, so drop the spears. Oh, do I not have a magazine in here? Da-da-da-da-da. Oh, right. The boxes aren't open. Inventory, buddy. You're gonna need to work with me on this one. So basically I have so much ammo and I'm trying to carry it all and it's a mistake. Deliberately overeat slightly to get the strength bonus. That should be enough that I can reload. Once I can reload, then we can start making stuff happen. Why can I not? How heavy is your magazine? Oh, drop that spear on the ground. That'll help. There we go. All right. So this is a terrible idea because we're basically about as maxed carry weight as we can get. Just eat the whole potato. But the plan is go to the fence and start causing mayhem. Cozy winter vibes? For a little while. I can't tell you the last time I used an M16 in this game. Like, there's such a rare weapon to find. Like, even going out of your way for them, you'll get lucky and you'll find like one or two if you really go out of your way for it. So resting real fast. And then we're gonna cause mischief. All right. Man, I genuinely cannot think. I know I've used it before, but I can't tell you. Like, it's been It's easily been over a year since they've even had an M16 in our inventory. Just because I've been doing 16 times pop for like almost 2 years and you just don't get to loot a whole lot. So far as like going out of your way, there's just no point. By the time you get a hold of a lot of these like better weapons, you've already reached a point you don't need them because running out there with a melee weapon is usually better use of your time. Oh. And we dropped a bunch of ammo on the ground because my inventory was too full to reload it the whole way. It's probably fine. And we are noticing that if we just hold the trigger, we do gradually get a damage penalty from reduced accuracy. Most of the guns you can't fire them fast enough to make that relevant. Oh, hi. There's a lot of you out there. We're not using this the best we could. Okay. And I keep letting off to let my aim get back on sight. That's Lizette's? Yeah, no, this is a very loud gun. No doubt about that. And we have been just shooting guns, like, for the last in-game day. Nah, generally they aren't. A lot of people go out of their way to use them as much as they can, but there's just the limited amount of ammo, the having to repair the guns a whole bunch, the reload time. You're usually better just going up with them with an axe or something. You really have to manage your panic, because panic massively reduces your damage. The rate these things jam is pretty ridiculous, because this like gun is in reasonable repair. It's not great. I've had to unjam it like 4 times now in just this one magazine. Alright. Oh my god, please stop jamming. And there's no accuracy related to like your, as far as I'm aware, there's no accuracy related to like weather or how well you can see like darkness or anything like that. The only big thing that will affect you is panic. This keeps jamming and jamming and jamming. It's a little much. Considering we're already, like, this gun is getting pretty far into being damaged. We do have 3 M16s, though, so, I mean, sure. So you could take them, when one gets, like, destroyed kind of thing. We can use, like, the next one when it destroys to try and repair them. That said, every time we empty a magazine, that is pretty much like a full box of 5.56 rounds we're burning through. So we are burning ammo pretty fast. I'm getting a little bit worried about body temperature, though. The blizzard brought back too cold to be out here without my jacket. Alright, come on. There's also a reloading skill that we're also leveling by doing this. That's one of the big reasons I'm doing this. It's a way I can level up some skills while I wait for the blizzard to pass. Alright, the M16's in red state of repair, so it's getting pretty badly damaged as well. Alright, slowly but surely we're whittling down the horde. This is the entire rest to, like, the military base we're emptying into this. But now normally you'd have like 1/16 the amount of zombies here. So normally it probably would be able to take all the guns from this military area and clear this general area out with the weapons here. But we're just not playing in normal populations. You also have the option normally to also go, you know, scoop up all the weapons from here, take those weapons, run down to, like, Riverside and rob the police station, for example. Take all that, run over to West Point, and you could, you know, scoop up all the weapons on the map early game. Now, the downside with doing that is once you've done it, those weapons are gone. But most people, they don't survive long enough for that to really be that relevant. Yeah. When those guns break, we'll need to have our character head in and warm up. I'm actually letting the body temperature get wailing. A theory crafting, is there enough bullets in the map for every... No, there's not. Not even remotely close. Like, on my settings, there's about 4.5 million zombies. I would be surprised if there's 100,000 bullets. Can you forage for bullets? Not with any reliability. Like I imagine this entire run with all the foraging we did at the beginning, I don't think we pulled up a single case of ammo. Just like 1 or 2 bullets. I'm actually underwhelmed by this gun. Like, it fires faster, and it does pretty decent killing. Right, but you... Okay, so you're saying hypothetically you could... Yeah, but that'd be very, very impractical. Like, you're saying it's technically true, but I think the technically true in this case would exceed a person's lifespan, and therefore still not be true. Because, like, could you find enough bullets on the maps? Like, well, no. So you use your kill fast with forged bullets. Oh yeah. Generational save. I think the likelihood of managing to keep a save from having problems over the course of like multiple people's lifespans is in itself an impractical thing. So we're probably gonna get a cold here because I'm completely ignoring the fact that we're basically freezing to death. Which isn't that big a deal, we'll just cough or whatever. That's the last reload unless we open more boxes, so we'll do this one, and we'll go run into it. Gotta train AI to play Zomboid. Great-grandchildren can find the answer. I feel like you could train an AI to play Zomboid pretty much flawlessly. Because a lot of how you deal with the zombies is very predictable. Like, that's part of the reason why it's like you can make rules to just keep yourself alive for really long periods of time. Is because of how predictable the zombies are. Alright, so we're still heavily overburdened. I am trying to have us jog. This is technically us running right now, because that'll help with our body heat a little bit. We need to go in the back of the truck. We have our jacket in there. Like, we put on the jacket, that's probably enough. We could just stay outside and not get cold unless we get super duper sleepy. Yeah, so like we're warming up now because we're starting to jog. So it probably would have been good temperature-wise, except for... Yeah, it's our jacket. Did I actually put it on, or did I put it in the inventory? I didn't see. Yeah, it's on. Alright. And we'll fill our water bottle. Wash all our clothing. And like I said, even though we're getting ourselves wet, we're right back to normal body temperature. Because we put on one more layer. It's one of the reasons why like cryogenic winter and that are not that big a deal outside the most extreme things. Hey, Juice, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. How was your stream and what were we playing and all that good stuff? And thank you for that follow and whatnot. But yeah, so if we can get a shout out, yeah, we already got the shout out. What were we playing? We were playing according to this RimWorld. So how was your RimWorld? How was your colony? Hopefully it's all going well and all that good stuff. But welcome in, Raiders and all that. If you're looking for more RimWorld content, you can find it over there. But don't mind me. I am Rual Storge. Let's play a variety of games here on Twitch. This is the game I'm actually most known for. You'll look down in the bottom left corner here, and you'll see that number and be like, what the absolute? It is legitimate. I am not using mods that significantly change the gameplay in any way. I usually don't use guns in any meaningful amount, but we have a blizzard going on, so I don't really have a whole lot else I could do to be productive. So we are. But I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies. Let's see, Colony was pretty uneventful today. I think you are going to the endgame next session. Nice. Alright. And I actually don't care about the weather forecast because I can figure out what the weather is right now. I have a pretty strong feeling I know what the weather is right now. Oh, and we have a pet zombie in that porta-john. Don't worry about that. That's Dave. And also, I forgot to put these away yesterday, so let me go ahead and do this. Don't worry about what's happening in this room. It's only weird if you make it weird. Okay. But I do play a variety of games. Like earlier today, we were playing RimWorld. We also have played recently, we played Baldur's Gate 3 a little bit, which that might not be coming back anytime soon. Really good game, but unfortunately just people didn't seem to be into it. But we play a whole bunch of stuff like City Builder, Settlement Builder, Simulation, Roguelike, Roguelite, Slice of Life, whole range of stuff. But right now, because we have a blizzard, I can't really run around and fight the zombies melee safely. There's just too poor visibility. So there's a whole bunch of zombies on the other side of this fence, and I have assault rifles with bullets to use. So, you know, we can kind of solve this. Oh, I forgot to swap the guns. Alright. So we're just basically wasting a year and a half's worth of ammo. You just see the endless sea of bodies we're starting to make because running around in a blizzard's not a smart time. So I'm staying nice and secure in my military checkpoint and getting into position and going kill count get bigger. With an assault rifle that's jamming every 2 seconds, it's fine. And we're not using this to any maximum efficiency. I'm being lazy about it because I don't really care. This character is what we refer to as 0 to hero. When I started this character, our entire skill screen was empty here. So I had 0 fitness, 0 strength, our nimble was 0, all of our combat skills were 0. That's actually the only reason I'm really doing this right now, is we're down to just spears and our guns as being the only things we haven't maxed out so far as combat skills. So, you know, there's only one way to get better at using them, and that's to use them. So that's what we're doing. But it has mean we're basically just killing zombies until the blizzard passes. I don't really know how long the blizzard's going to be here, but usually they only last like a day or two. But yeah, now if I was trying to use this better, I would stop holding the trigger and I would let the aim recover, fire, let the aim recover. But nobody's got time for that. Alright, this gun's gonna break any second now, let's grab the next one. But yeah, it's good seeing you again today. I know you popped in here earlier. Ain't good seeing you back, Ilanorama. But yeah, so we're basically doing this. We're going a bit longer than we normally do on today's stream for this. I've got some friends of the channel and all that are doing a collaborative thing in Project Zomboid. They're fairly new players and all that. So I kind of want to, you know, get everyone we can for people know me in Project Zomboid, be able to pass as many people over there. You know, kick that off on the right foot. I haven't decided which of the two of them I'm rating yet. I think I know which one I will. Yeah, you fell into Deep Lurk playing some Fae Farm. Excellent. I enjoyed Fae Farm. We played that a day on the stream here today. I think it's one of those things that I kind of gotten later than a lot of people, so it seemed like it already kind of dropped off so far as viewership on Twitch. But it is an excellent game. The one I'm looking forward to... Oh, there goes the assault rifle. It just broke. The one I'm looking forward to is Coral Island is dropping in their 1.0 version this coming month. So I'm really excited to do that one. Alright, so let's go put this broken assault rifle away and grab the next one. But yeah, so we're gonna go through literally all of our guns in just a couple of in-game days. But yeah, so we've killed 163,000 zombies on this character, and then we're still going. We've lived for 1 year, 6 months. We don't have any mods that change itemization or vehicles or anything like that. We have maxed out most of the difficulty settings, with the exception of some of the loot stuff. I didn't kill it all the way off because it doesn't matter. Once you get past the early game and you get your basic handful of things you need to survive, loot becomes irrelevant from inside buildings. Like, very completely irrelevant. I stopped going in buildings entirely outside of going to sleep. Or, you know, like, you know, just basically to give myself a place to, like, nap. I don't care about the loot anymore. There's just no need for it. It's just the nature of the game. Like, you loot at this phase just to loot. Like, not because it serves a purpose. Alright, so that M16 is broken. You can place it on the table. Go duck in this corner, sit down in the chair for a minute. Okay. Have ourselves a potato. And grab our next gun. And just keep on working through them till it... Because we only have 3 guns that can use these ammo. So we'll either run out of ammo or run out of guns. It's probably going to be we're going to run out of guns. We are at maximum maintenance, so literally I cannot make these guns last longer outside of getting... Actually, I don't even think aim skill contributes to maintenance on your weapons, as I recall. So yeah, I think we've reached the point with these weapons I physically can't make them last longer so far as maintenance goes. So there's not really a reason for me to hold back on these anymore. And the only reason I'm shooting them through the fence is I don't want to wander around in the snow. We're basically just doing this to kill time. Because the alternative is I'd probably just exercise through the whole thing to fast forward time. But you know, people talk about never seeing me use guns because usually I don't have the ammo to make it worth my time. So there's knocking out 2 things. And then plus, we've maxed out everything but spears and aim so far as our weapons go. So not a whole lot else I could be worried about doing right now. Plus, there's a lot of zombies over here. And we can make that not a lot of zombies. Or I should say, we can make it less zombies. I'm honestly surprised there's this many zombies still down here. After all this time. It's interesting that it always shows 2. I assume that's to simulate the fact that like we can shoot through the zombie or something, maybe? I know with the shotgun it hits 4 because it's the shotgun, it makes sense for it. Plus, it's also a little bit annoying fighting zombies in this way, because I'm having to stop, reload, unjam, then shoot, stop, reload, there's a jam. And just keep doing that again and again. I'm not the biggest fan of Zomboid's guns. Like, they're good, but I just don't use them. I'd rather get in there and just hit them with sticks and all that. This is why the military lost in this game. These M16s are terrible. They had the entire military base. They only had 3 of them, and they jam every other magazine. That's what you get for lowest biddering your equipment. Obviously, no reflection in real life. I honestly don't know or care what the situation is in real life with them. But in the game, these things jam. That would explain all the ammo laying around. Yeah, they finally gave up on shooting the guns. They just started using them as clubs. It was just more efficient that way. Okay. I also don't know how we missed this much. So if I get close to the problem is we're going to get a nasty damage debuff because our character starts panicking. In real life, we shouldn't be able to miss this. You can tell a military vet from military aficionado by if they smile or panic when you say military spec. I'd believe that. I remember riding in like an actual military jeep. I was like, this is a terrible vehicle. It's like it serves a purpose, but it's like, this thing's a piece of junk. Seat. Good luck. Suspension. Good luck. Engine. Eh. It's got some horsepower, that's about it. Yeah, I'm pretty unenthused by the M16 in this game. I genuinely like the revolvers and all that better. That's it is killing them. Like, you can see the gap in here in the zombies where you don't see their heads. That's where we've actually been killing them. That there is like just a gap that they're not filling in because they can't path to us is the problem. There's no route for them to reach us nearby. So they're just standing around unsure what to do.
Kill them all.
We're working on it. Okay. Which, for the record, we've been alive long enough that we have reached maximum resistance to panic. So you'll notice we're still staring at this and we have no panic whatsoever. It's only when I get really close that, or turn my back on them, those two situations the character will absolutely panic. And it doesn't matter how long you've been going, those situations your character will continue to panic. Which it makes sense. If you hear big scary crowds of things right behind you that you can't see, I don't care how hardened you are. That's a survival thing to be afraid of that situation. You lose that is when you die. Because you stop taking it seriously, and then, you know, then you get snuck up on. Okay. Alright, almost time to open up a bunch more cases of ammo. Alright. Oh, there's so much ammo, it takes so long to use it. Hey zombies, I just need to rest for a minute. What do you mean we're panicking? Are you telling me we're stressed out by this situation? What would be stressful about this? Things just actively wanting to eat you only stopped by a, you know, questionable chain link fence. Come on, that would be stressful at all. Okay. Hey, Zidian, how's it going? It's the reloading that's really the worst part. That said, reloading is also a skill in the game. The argument about it. Have you heard of when the patch is going to come out? No, we have, like, Indie Stone has not given any solid information out whatsoever. There is no way in my mind that that thing's dropping before the end of the year. Like, it's technically possible, but, like, I would be very surprised if we see it before the end of the year. Now, first quarter next year, that is possible. The one thing to keep in mind, though, is Indie Stone is the kind of company that is very much, it's ready when it's ready. They will not rush it. They will make you wait. But when it comes out, it'll be in a great place. Hey, we gained a point in reloading, so we're slightly faster putting the bullets in. Yeah. Oh, I hit it too fast, so I didn't actually get the magazine in there. Yeah, no problem. I don't want to give people, like, it's just the whole thing is I don't want to give people a false sense of, like, oh yeah, it's any time now. We have been hearing less net new features, so it does sound like they are starting to, like, polish. But there's also a few times that they've been tackling artificial intelligence, like, because the zombies do have artificial intelligence to them, but it's very much walk at player until you reach player, bite player in face. Is pretty much as smart as the zombies get. So it's mostly the pathing that is the only meaningful AI that these zombies have. Which is fine, it's well suited for what they do. They're zombies. They're not exactly depicted as smart. But with the animals, they have to do a lot more, because they have to have the animals migrate, they have to have the animals, like, when they hear the player, instead of walk at player, they should do the opposite. They should be like, get the expletive away from player when they realize you're around. And all that kind of stuff. You know, and with the dog, when should dog bark? So there's going to be a lot to do with that.
Thank you Darth Strider 1998 for gifting a sub to a Night Dweller.
Thank you, Darth Strider, for gifting a Tier 1 sub to a Night Dweller. A Night Dweller, you now have some nice advertisement-free viewing as well as access to the emotes, whether you wanted them or not. So thank you again, Darth Strider, for continuing to support the channel. It does mean a whole heck of a lot. You've been super generous lately. And so thank you so much for that. This wouldn't be possible without the support that everyone, you know, everyone's been showing on here. That said, it's also completely understandable if you can't, you know, like afford to do subs or bits or anything like that. Don't fret. You being here also supports the channel. It supports the channel in the sense that as, you know, viewer number get bigger, more people will spot the channel, more people tune into the channel. That helps out. There's also, like, no way to avoid ads on Twitch in a meaningful level. Like, you're either getting hit with pre-rolls or mid-rolls. That's just the way it is. That's just Twitch. Your only other option is to subscribe or get Twitch Turbo. And when you see those ads, or not see those ads if you're in the case of being subbed or whatever, that also supports the channel. You kept seeing the same ones? Yeah, that is... There's a bunch of stuff Twitch needs to do to really improve their ad situation. They need to audio balance them, that way they're not ridiculously loud, so you don't have like a quiet, chill stream, and then suddenly ear-shatteringly loud ad. They need to make it so ads don't repeat in the same ad break for you. Like, at least not much. Like, I have Twitch Turbo, so I don't end up seeing ads in the first place. But I've heard a number of people complain, they're like, I saw the same Honda ad 4 times in a row. It's like, I'm sorry, I have no control over this. I wish I did. And I used to actually sing the praises that, there was another platform who allowed you to say, I do not want to show certain ads. So you couldn't get rid of them. Like, but you could sit there and say, hey, I don't want gambling ads, or I don't want these ads on my channel, like that kind of thing. But unfortunately, very regrettably, in the last 2 weeks, they got rid of where you could do that. So, that was a different platform than Twitch, though. I do wish that was a thing we could do, say, hey, I can't get rid of the ads, but here's 1 or 2 or 3 categories that are not suited for my channel, so please don't show them. Like, they'll just replace it with a different ad. It's not going to be less ads. It's just make them more relevant. Let's see. You not had that yet, But during each ad block, they usually show the same ones. Yeah. It's especially a problem if you're in an area where there's not that many people running ads. But see, the ads they want to serve that make them the most money also happen to be the ones that people hate the most. Weird that. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've talked about that. I've been in companies that have been on the purchasing side of ads. So not the provider of ads, but the ones who we would use ads. And we'll always have the person, like, he'll pop in and be like, oh, ads don't work. It's like, no, you're very wrong. You're very wrong. We would have our sales floor would be completely dead with people just twiddling their thumbs because no calls are coming in. And we'd just drop a little bit of money onto Google AdSense, and then we couldn't keep up with the phone lines. So, like, no, actually, ads do really, really work. I wish they didn't, so we wouldn't have them, but the fact of the matter is they do very much work really, really well. There's a reason it's such a big industry that people spend so much money on. But yeah, so we would order the ads, and it was just amazing how absurdly effective it was. And they weren't even like anything like really negative. Is you just go in and say, this is the product we're selling, and you just make that AdSense word, you know, tied to your thing, so it would show up in the Google search or whatever. And it was just ridiculous. But with that whole thing, it's unfortunately the more invasive an ad, usually the more it's valued by the person buying the ad, kind of thing. And the reason for that is usually the more invasive the ad, the less ability the person has to ignore it, which means you're more likely to have had that advertisement reach you. I'm not saying I necessarily agree with that sentiment, but that is the general stance. Is if I can just, like, a banner ad is viewed as like very low value because you can kind of just tone it out and not see it. Whereas like a video ad that takes over the entire video that you physically cannot ignore, well, that's viewed as much higher because you just can't really ignore it. It's taking over your entire screen. It'd be nice if we could specify in our which category we find it. So I know they won't ever give us that kind of level, but I could see it where they're like, okay, here's 5 or 6 categories I don't want to see, or 3 or 4 categories. Oh, and that's the second assault rifle broken. That's good, because we're actually getting corpse sickness. So if you're wondering if we've actually been killing a meaningful number of zombies, there was so many zombies on the other side of that fence that we had killed, we're getting sick from the bodies being around us. That said, corpse sickness is really not that big a deal in this game. You just walk away, you get better. The big thing, though, is if you stay by the corpses till that goes from queasy all the way to feverish, don't do that. It'll kill you. Once you hit feverish, your life starts draining rapidly, and that's bad for your health. Alright, so that's 2 assault rifles down. So we've only got 1 left. And we've actually done a pretty good number on our ammunition as well. But yeah, so like I remember, I don't remember what I had my thing set on the other platform. I know I said I didn't want political ads and I didn't want gambling. Were 2 things I said, hey, don't show these on my channel. I think I had, I think it was like adult toys was another one I said, please don't put this on my channel. I don't think that, there was something else that was like, oh yeah, like very adult in material. I can't remember what it was though. But it's like, yeah, that's not, like, that's not gonna do what you want on the channel here. Okay, so last assault rifle. Dying is bad for your health. Noted. Correct. It'd also be cool if the streamer could choose what they don't want to be advertised. That's exactly what the other platform was allowing. And again, that wasn't Twitch. It's a different platform. And I'm avoiding saying the name on purpose, because I don't want to be like, they were doing this cool thing, because they stopped doing it. Which I suspect the reason for that is I imagine most people would have similar things they wouldn't allow. So, like, people actually took the time. I feel like gambling would be one that most people would say, yeah, no gambling, and most people would say, yeah, no political ads. And that's it. They only let you mute, or whatever the term they use, like 3-4 categories. So you couldn't just mute all of the categories of ads. It doesn't work that way. But you could mute 3 or 4 of them, and then those 3 or 4 categories wouldn't show up. I think like medicine was another one. You couldn't have prescription medicine show up. And this assault rifle's already half broken. It's just that way when I looted it. Now we're barely overburdened. But yeah, I would like them to do that kind of thing. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. So yeah, so pretty soon we'll be done just goofing off with these guns. I'm not gonna take the revolver and stand here and go through 27 cases of 45 in the revolver. I physically lack the patience to do that. The Nihilers says, please note that do not activate because they're illegal. You'd never seen them? Yeah, so almost all the platforms already have that kind of thing, where they will categorize ads, and then if they're a category that is illegal in certain places, they won't show them. So, like, a lot of places have it against the law for you to show medication or medical stuff. Like, you can say, you know, please consult a doctor to see what, like, you know, basically you consider it to be like, hey, there's this, like, a PSA thing. You can do, like, hey, mental health problems are on the rise, you know, please consult, you know, there are services out there, go, like, you know, ask your doctor kind of thing. Like, you can have that kind of PSA, like, you know, it's okay to not be okay kind of things. But you can't say, hey, you know, mental health problems are out there, here's the pill that we sell. Like, a lot of places that's against the law. Any type of, like, actual medical advice or prescription medicine or, you know, therapies or anything like that. Like, you can direct people to say, hey, consult your doctor, but you can't tell them what to consult your doctor, like, material-wise about. And different countries are going to have different rules around it. I'm not going to know all those. There's a lot of countries that have a number of restrictions on what political ads you can show. There's a lot of countries that have laws around showing ads for weapons. Yeah, no matter how they word it, they're all legal. Yeah, gotcha. Well, that's the saying is my understanding is you can do the PSA like, hey, do you have a drinking problem? Like, you know, go, like, you know, please get help. Not go get a therapist, go get this, like, please get help. Or, like, you know, like, drug addiction is, you know, a problem. There are people out there to help you. Like a PSA thing, that they're not giving you any medical advice, just a thing. And it might be illegal there. Like, I don't know. Because I also don't know where there is relative to this. Like, you know, don't drink and drive kind of things. Like that kind of public service announcement. They're not giving you anything. Like, you can't buy anything. They're not selling you anything. They're not advertising a product for you to buy. They're more just saying, hey, there is help out there if you so seek it. But I know political ads are illegal or very, very restricted in a lot of countries. That they have very strict restrictions about, hey, this person's running for office XYZ. They're only allotted this much screen time, this much whatever time, this much there. They have these official channels they have to go through and all that kind of stuff. Which I think is wonderful, because I dislike the situation where a lot of times just having more money is the means of, you know, winning an office by just getting your ads in front of as many people as possible, or more realistically, getting the ads against your opposition as many people as possible. Yeah, the donor type still exists, but it kind of messes up. Yeah, so we're on the same page. Like, you can basically say, like, hey, you know, if you're dealing with stuff, you know, go find help, but you can't specify what that help is or, you know, anything like that as an ad. I'm sure you could do like a news report or something that is like, hey, we're doing this news report about ADHD, and then part of that news report could be like, here are the 5 types of things that are offered there. Again, not advertising it where you could physically take that and then go and hire the person or whatever. But just that, yeah, there's medication. Yeah, there's therapies. Yeah, there's these. Huh. Oh, and we're not through all the bullets. Yeah, I'm also very not team... I personally would not want to... If it came to categories, advertising military would be another one I would probably say no to. I had a lot of people who I knew growing up who served, and there's no like negative about serving and all that. But for a bunch of them it was a job, that's fine. And then there was a couple of them who came back very messed up. And so like I would want that to be a decision. All right, well, there's the last assault rifle. I would want that to be a decision that, you know, people make that's not because they do some good marketing slogan or campaign or whatever on the internet. Because I had a lot of people I knew growing up who signed up because we were in school when 9/11 happened here in the US. And there was definitely a swell of pride in doing that, and a lot of those people got taken advantage of. Like, people who, one, probably aren't good fit in the first place, and all that kind of stuff. And we don't need to get into a bunch of that, like making a whole big political thing. But I know I personally would not... If I had the choice, I would definitely not want it on the channel or whatever. Place those all in a box because we're not gonna get through them. Like, a lot of stuff just kind of helps people never be involved, throw people into stuff they have no need to be thrown into. Alright, so that takes care of that assault rifle. That's all the M16s we had. We're running low on potatoes, which is fine. Like, I actually have plenty of food on our plate. Like, worst case, like, absolute worst case, I could just drive up to one of the many places I've got food stored. I think I have multiple days worth of food just in the back of the truck, too. So I'm not worried about that at all. I mean, I don't even know how much canned goods I've gotten here as well. Oh, right. We have all the bullets to get rid of. Potato. Yep. All out of potato. Potato all gone. Yeah, no, like I said, we picked up something like 50 boxes of the 45. I'm like, you know what? I've been pretty patient about using all these guns. Nah, I'm not that patient. We're gonna time travel. And by that I mean... we're gonna exercise and fast forward time really fast to be on the other side of this storm. Oh, I didn't show off my base. So if you don't know where I'm at in the map, here, we're gonna go ahead and pull up the map real fast. If you don't know where we're at, so this is Louisville. This is the highest pop area of the entire map. So when you look at the map of Project Zomboid, this is where the old map was. This area back here. And then they expanded to make this going on. So this used to be like the, like the most ridiculous place that everyone's like, oh man, that West Point, it's a scary place. Well, Louisville's its bigger brother. And we spawned inside here, and we have stayed in Louisville the entire time. And we're up to 156,000 or whatever kills we're up to. No, actually, I think we're higher than that. Whatever amount we're at a ridiculous number of kills. It's all been inside Louisville the entire time. And so you can see where I've had a bunch of notes where it's like, oh yeah, there's guns, but I need a sledgehammer to get through there. You know, I have gas stations hooked up where helicopters have been, all that kind of stuff. But pretty much any place you see, other than like right here, that is revealed, where it's like lighter, is areas that I've, quote unquote cleared. You can never truly clear them. But I have I have massively knocked down the zombie population. It's just stragglers and ones that wander in is all that's left. We also have it so the zombies will open doors if I leave them unlocked. So if you ever notice me locking the doors and all that behind me constantly, that isn't some meta strategy. I have a difficulty setting that makes that necessary. Whereas normally you don't really care about it. Generally speaking, I always do sit-ups for my character's exercises, and that's because squats, they penalize your movement speed. Push-ups penalize your combat. Burpees penalize both. Sit-ups just make you clumsy, and all that means in situations that you have the chance of tripping, such as like running over a fence and jumping, they have a higher chance of making you trip, or like shoving past a zombie. So out of the penalties, to me, it's by far the most mild. Like I don't think I've ever had the sit-up penalty even affect me, whereas the other ones I've definitely had it go. But sit-ups only give you fitness, but as you can see at this point, like, just doing this with us only doing sit-ups, our fitness is still behind strength. Alright, so we've got all that. Put on our front pack, put on our backpack, put on this bag. Put that in both hands. And I have nothing at all in these fridges, right? Yeah. Because they've not been having power, they would have rotted a long time ago. Because we almost never come back to our main base other than when there's like a blizzard or a tropical storm or some other thing causing us grief. Hey, that looks like the blizzard's over. That's perfect, because then I can just run back over to where we were basing out of. Oh, here, let's top off our water while we're here. It's also good because we get pretty close to the end of the winter. Technically, I believe March 1st in-game is when the winter is over, if I'm remembering correctly. It's been a long time. But, we're getting pretty close to that. So with this, I know my character's hungry, and I don't have food on me at the moment. But we're going back to where I've been clearing. Alright. So there'll be food there, and I don't have to worry about it. Alright, but yeah, so we're in the military base on... Well, not military base, the military checkpoint. Oh, hey. I have not seen a zombie around here in a long time, friend. And now I won't see one again for a while. That's probably a zombie who heard me popping off with the guns for, 2 straight days. Which the only thing we left ourselves with is some revolver ammo. Oh, speaking of which, those aren't going to do me any good because I used up the ammo in them. There's no point in giving up the carry weight. Flamingo? Question mark? What? I must have accidentally dropped the flamingo. I don't know how I would have actually put this down here. Oh, hey, zombie. Like, I'm trying to do a thing, friend. If you could just mind your business. Oh, that's... okay. Hey, friend. I accidentally put away my radio. That's not what I want. Alright, so I missed what it said for today's weather, unfortunately. Because I accidentally pulled out my spear. Alright, that activity message means nothing. That's flavor text. Okay, so no warning of blizzards. So yeah, I think I had 2 blizzards back to back. That's the reason we had 2 days. Alright. So now we're on our way back to the front lines of where we got the fight going on. We're going to stop by, there's a gas station along the way to grab some food and whatnot. That's what Burning Sun does in chat, just every so often just does scary. Just trying to get all the mileage you can out of it before it's gone. What? What is happening? Why are flamingos appearing? This is some kind of weird bug, and like, flamingos are just existing again in our world. Considering we only brought back 3 flamingos with us? Huh. That's weird, because we just... I don't understand. I know they talked about making it so stuff could fall out of the trailer. I don't think they ever implemented that, right? Yeah, and we are going to be like killing the 1s and 2 zombies we see on the way out. This area is quote-unquote clear, but we do have some that wander in between helicopters and while we're away and yada yada. But we do try and keep it as clear as possible. And the reason we do that is it just means while we're here, we're making as safe as we possibly can. You know, which is relative in Project Zomboid. We had like, this intersection was full of crashed cars and we tore those all apart. Because little by little, we're clearing entire swaths of the map. This is the eeriest thing you've ever seen in this game. Little bit. Just random flamingos popping into existence. Maybe I shouldn't be collecting these things. Wonder if they'll balance the spear in the next update. I would say the spear is balanced. You have to carry around like 8 of them every time you get a fight with them. You have to inventory juggle constantly. I would say they're balanced. I would say they're annoying, but they are definitely balanced. Because really the only thing the spear has over the other weapons is it's the highest DPS. Generally speaking, I actually really don't like the spear. Endurance-wise, it's really bad. Durability-wise, it's really bad. It's the only weapon that can get you in trouble with, like, an animation lock. Which, you know, you can work around it really easily. But it's just another thing you have to take into consideration when you're fighting. Spear's the main craftable weapon? Yeah, no, this is true. I would be okay with them requiring a chipped stone for a spear to be any good. Like, make it with a chipped stone, slightly more durable than it is now, and then take it if you don't have a chipped stone, like, the damage is terrible. You know what we're gonna do? We're right here. Then maybe it's the settings you're playing on. The other weapons are a bit more rate of fire. Yeah, chipstone or fire hardened to the point. Yeah. I mean, that'd be the catch, though, is if they make them more durable, then need to make them more materially costly. Alright, so let's go over here real fast, and... And the reason I'm doing is these are wrecks. So it's a little bit of metalworking skill. It gets them off the map, so you don't have to worry about like running into them or anything. And refill. Okay. Yeah, so we got a group of zombies that got moved up along here. And I could jump the fence and go after them that way, but there's a lot of risk involved in that. With all the much we're going to be running around, eventually they'll find their way around and we'll kill them. I can't wait for the snow to melt. It is be not in the snow situation. Like, the snow in Project Zomboid is gorgeous, but after you've done stuff like Cryogenic Winter, you're like, alright, I'm ready for the snow to be gone. I've had enough snow time. I don't need to go snowblind from, you know, just all the white just burning my eyes. I saw him. Okay. And we're getting real hungry. But what'll happen is right over here I've got a bunch of rabbit traps. So we'll grab all the rabbit traps. I actually don't have the bait on me to refill them, which is okay, I guess. Okay. Yeah, as long as we keep clearing the area out. Like, every zombie we kill is one less zombie in our world. So these areas just get clearer and clearer that we see zombies less and less frequently. I mean, like I said, when I first started playing this run, this area you couldn't even navigate the road. It was just so thick with zombies. Like with those fences on the sides and everything, you'd just get kind of like caught up on the zombies and that'd just be it. There's just no maneuvering around them on the max pop. Versus nowadays we'll have like, you know, 3 or 4 zombies here, 1 zombie there, maybe a couple more if, you know, you've had a helicopter recently or we drove by blasting the sirens. But the more we do this, the more the area will be cleared, safer it gets. Thank you. Shouldn't mess with them near the fence. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. Alright, I believe my rabbit traps are right there. Oh, you can't see the minimap. It's the next intersection. There's not much point in me moving the camera too much. The map really isn't giving you much information at all. Okay, so some of my traps did get destroyed since we drove away from that earlier. I'm not going to bother replacing them right now. I don't have bait to put them in them anyways. I much prefer fishing in the game over trapping, but generally speaking for sustained dealing with weight, foraging and farming lose weight, trapping and fishing gain weight. That's kind of just the rule and how it works. But in this particular case, fishing is very, very, very heavily penalized during the winter, so I'm having to rely on trapping because I haven't, you know, gone out of my way to grind up my fishing skill, because I usually don't, because it's not necessary. Okay, and how is our weight doing? Still losing it little by little. Alright, and this is where I got all my stuff for my forward base right now. I actually have a farther forward base as well, but I've just not needed it. How are you doing? You're fine. Alright. So we cook ourselves some rabbit. And we'll run over here. Grab a couple potatoes. Resetting traps. And once this is done, oh, actually, I think, don't I have some? All right, let's wait for the spears. Because we're just gonna have to eat some of these rabbits whole because we are losing weight. Generally speaking, you want to keep your weight between 75 kilograms and 85 kilograms. If it goes below 75, you take a damage penalty where you do less damage to enemies. If you go below or above 85, the amount you can do per day, like your endurance, takes a penalty. So you just get tired faster. Don't worry, I'll eat this one here. You're continuing to burn despite the fact that being turned off. Give me a moment. No, I can eat a second one. Yeah, so we only have one spear there. And we're maxed out on what we can eat right now. But we are good to start going after some zombies. We did lose half the day because of commuting, killing stragglers, dealing with the traps, yada yada yada. But that's just the way it is. That's the reason why when it comes to being able to kill the maximum number of zombies, like sustained, it's like 500 to 700 a day. You can absolutely massively get past that per day. But the issue is, sooner or later you gotta, prime up a bunch more weapons, get your food handled, whatever. Like whatever's the thing you need to do. And all that takes time. You might be able to push it a little bit higher, but it'd be difficult to pull off. Because one of the other things happen is as you kill zombies, you end up having to move more and more to find more zombies to kill. Case in point, us driving up the road all this way just to find targets. That's the reason we actually made a more forward base. But it's not a gas station or anything, which is the only reason I'm not using it. Where is the next gas station, by the way? That might be a gas station there. Maybe we plan for that to be our target. See if that's a gas station up there, and if it is, that'll be our next forward base. This might also be a forward base we can do. Because I think I marked those exclamation mark places I believe gas stations are. Because I like to set up my bases at gas stations since they have gas. Usually you have multiple set of doors between you and the outside, so I can lock them up. And have multiple layers where if things go wrong, I can potentially do stuff to deal with it. Like, there's no shortage of generators. I know of where dozens and dozens of generators are that we're just not using because I have no need for them. So I'll just grab another generator, plunk it down. You can also usually find the popsicle freezer at most gas stations, or if not that, a decent industrial freezer. And in both cases, that gives me a place I can shove food and all that in there. Now, the one downside is those traps, I need to be out at least into vegetation, if not forest, to get any decent amount of animals through it. And as we get farther and farther into the city, there is forest along the side there, but you have to go way into the trees to get it, which is really dangerous here. pull forward and honk the horn. Hopefully that'll like make it not as much of like chasing down one zombie at a time. Oh, one back there. Two back here, actually. Plus, it helps clear out the surrounding area. Okay, so we're here. So I'd want to go up, take the next left, do that whole bit, and we'll see if that's a gas station. I don't think it is. I assumed it was a gas station the last time, then I looked at it and went, oh, that's not a gas station, and I unmarked it. But I would like to push up to the next gas station, start trying to secure a new forward place just to reduce the amount of driving I have to do, because all that time I spend driving is time I'm not getting other productive things done. That I'm not skilling up anything, I'm not killing any zombies, I'm not collecting anything. Driving is literally just a waste of time. It's just something you gotta do as a necessity. Okay. So we zigzag through here. Looks like we've got a small group of zombies up here to deal with. Another batch over to the left. Saw more. There they are. That truck is actually ridiculously loud, so I shouldn't have to yell to draw them out. Like that truck, we've removed the muffler and everything. Like this is a truck in real life. If you're nearby it, you're just trying to get away from it because it's so obnoxiously loud. But that's a deliberate choice. To try and draw the zombies out as much as possible so I don't have to like go running into houses and buildings and all that for them. Makes so much noise they come to me. Okay. Alright, one spear broken. That one actually lasted a pretty good amount of time. Yep. You went for the lunge. I figured you would.
Thank you Ruingle for subscribing for 14 months. Hello Rual.
Alright. Thank you, Rongor, for the tier 1 sub. You've been subbed to the channel for 14 months. That's a year and 2 months. It's a heckin' long time, so I really do appreciate the continued support. It does mean a whole heck of a lot that you would continue to support the channel. Sorry, I'm trying to focus on the zombie situation. So it does mean a whole lot that you do that. Thank you again. So, okay. So we're just not quite up the street enough. Rather than drive the whole way up there, I'm just going to dash up the end of the street, see what this building is. If it's what we're looking for, we bring the vehicle, we push on, we start making it happen. If it's not what we're looking for, we don't do those things I just said. And that said, I'm still going to fight everything that pops out after me. The last thing you want to do is let zombies fall in behind you so you get yourself pinched. Hey, could you not fall in behind me? Like, that's literally the thing I was just gonna type out. I don't understand why you're not hearing that truck sooner. That thing is monstrously loud. Okay. So we had a group, a pretty sizable group straight ahead. Ah, it's a food market. Okay, yeah, so that's not any good for us. Okay, so deal with the zombies that are chilling in that house. Okay. House party? Yep. Always. Alright, so let's get back to our vehicle, killing the zombies along the way. And the road to the north will probably be to a gas station. We actually hopped out. Okay, so that's what we're looking at. And we are here. Yeah, so we're looking at basically just going straight north of where we're at. A lot of that area is probably not cleared, because that's where we ran out when we spawned. So we have it revealed, but we haven't been back to it. Okay. Okay, drop the spears on the bodies. Oh, it's supposed to say, it's like, I didn't restock in spears. Hang on, zombies, I'm doing a thing. Okay. Alright, so we do have a generator in there. Do we have space for a generator? It's 40, I think? Can't remember. Is it a 40 or 35, I think was what a generator weighed. Yeah, worst case I can put it in the back. More than likely I can put it in the side. Let's be fast about this, because I'll be vulnerable while I'm taking it. Come on. Where the heck are you in my inventory? Right at the bottom. Okay. So you are 40, so we gotta go for the trunk of the car. Okay, and we're fine. Let's grab out our spear again. And that's just because we're literally heading to what I believe is a gas station. Is our destination. Okay. So moving on. 44 Jenny? Oh, sorry, I just now read that. That's the thing, it's like some of those things I don't have to worry about because usually I just chuck it in my passenger seat. I just didn't want to do that with what we're doing right now, just in the very unlikely case. Like, I haven't been checking my tires in case, like, one of my tires is worn and probably good to blow. I need to actually do... I should have, while we had that blizzard going on, I should have, like, checked my tires, checked my suspension, made sure nothing is wearing out my car. That said, I can still do that when I get back to the gas station, or get up to the gas station. Yeah, so this is the route we walked home... Or walked out. Yeah, so we cleared that way. And I believe the gas station we're thinking about is up here. They've been clearly working on this area. And don't get excited, that's a kitchen knife. You start to be able to tell the handles apart by just 2-second glance, be like, ah, that's the type of knife it is. You can tell the kitchen knife because the handle is black. Just grabbing the axe to throw in the truck real fast. Because more than likely I'll need to make more spears in not too long. I do dislike when they show up just one at a time, little by little. Okay. It is starting to get dark, so soon I might need to turn back. I'm trying not to, but if it starts to get dark, we'll end up bailing on pushing this in this in-game day, get back to the gas station, get sorted, and then push up the next one. Except now I only saw the one zombie way back there. Are you a gas station? You are not. I don't like that I'm getting real nasty frame rate when I look in the direction of that fence. That worries me a little bit. Okay. Alright, so get these ones all killed. Might peek in the trunk of that taxi if we haven't already. We already have. It's already open. Alright. Oh, hi friends, how you doing? Alright, so I have to figure out where our next destination for looking for another gas station to set up shop in. I mean, hey, you just gonna ignore me? That's fine, whatever. I actually need to get back. Gonna get dark soon. I don't want to get caught out here in the dark. Yep, plus there's always that. Truck is loud. Make friends. All right. And the only reason I don't want to go around the other way is I haven't been there in a little while. And so there's entirely a possibility that like a decent number of zombies have moved in there since then. I don't want to get myself in trouble by pulling into a road that we aren't sure is clear. Alright, so we can go down this way, we can get on the main highway, we can go down there, get back to our gas station. We can deal with our supplies, get these spears sorted out. And then from there, we can also take a quick peek to make sure our truck isn't falling apart. And try and figure out where the next gas station is. Because then we can just set up another place so we can set up operations. Try and reduce our commute time. It could also be a thing that over here we can just start cutting west and just forget going north until we get that going. Just zigzag back and forth more. It'll also be nice as we thin out the zombies and I have less corpses to worry about. That's the reason I keep slowing down, is so I don't accidentally roll on a pile of corpses. Like, the fact that I still get the occasional straggler by the neighborhood I started in surprises me. Because we spent months and months and months in that place clearing. But it's very clearly zombies that got pulled in from the woods by helicopters and just happen to be passing through that neighborhood because of it. Or they get there and they stop in the neighborhood, whatever you want to say. But basically they didn't start in the neighborhood, that they've been drawn in as we make a bunch of commotion. We already hit up the school over there, I'm pretty sure. This also means we can go and take the potatoes and run down to the traps there. Not right now, but in the in-game morning kind of thing. All right. Deal with the one zombie who we saw passing in here. And we'll take a quick peek to see how our truck is doing, as well as the trailer. Okay. So we got some brakes in bad repair, but our tires are all mostly fine. The tire pressure, however, is not fine. So we need to deal with that. Yeah, you're in terrible shape. I forgot about that. We never did fix you. I don't have what I need to fix that right now, but... yeah, so I gotta top off these tires, otherwise they'll start getting worn out too early. Because these tires used to all be at 100%-ish. Like, they're a couple percent off 100, but basically 100%. But, you know, we've been driving around on them for like a year. It all does wear and tear. But yeah, the big thing is avoid off-roading if you can. That's where you destroy your tires. The zombie body... well, and hitting zombies that are alive. Don't do that. But zombie corpses are fine. They don't damage your suspension or tires or brakes or anything like that. It's colliding into buildings and stuff like that, or hitting alive zombies that really does it. And off-roading of any level. Off-roading just murders your tires. And the faster you move, the faster it destroys your tires when you off-road. Okay, so we got all our tires topped off. Put you away. Cool. Handle unhindered jaw and eating our rabbit. Alright. And we put down our tent to sleep in, because that's the way we roll. Alright. Both those skills are getting real close to leveling again. Sadly, Spears has so long to go. I hate Spears so much. I mean, I should have been leveling them a little bit as we went the whole time. And it's just the consequence of not doing that. So where is our next target? So first of all, this is not a gas station, so we can unmark that. So clearly going this outside path isn't going to do me any good. It's going to be woods the whole way. We do have a temporary forward base over there. That is not a gas station there. We do have a gas station over here by the Central Park. This might be a gas station up here. That might be a gas station over there. So I think realistically, we're tackling the Central Park. So going over to this neighborhood, just clearing the way across. Not going in the park itself. We'll use helicopters to draw the stuff out of there because that's a nightmare fuel. But, you know, drop back here, clear up this area, zigzag here, go around the other side of the park. So, what that means is where we're at this base here, that gas station over there to the west is going to be a better forward base for where we're talking about clearing. So that'll be one of those things I got to deal with. And part of the way I'm going to deal with that is, right now, I'm not going to bother moving stuff around. We're just going to drive over there. We'll spend a couple days there. When we get low on supplies, we'll run back here until we start to wear out the supplies in this location. Off-road is okay with you at the right car. It's still, in the game though, it still wears out your car much faster. Just mechanically, that's how the game works, is it wears out your car significantly faster. You can do it. It's not a big deal. Like, I certainly will, like, when I go to the military base and all that. But as far as just generally speaking, it's the thing that damages your car the fastest. There's definitely cars it's worse for. I saw a zombie I'll deal with in one moment. My point is more, if you don't want to be replacing tires regularly, you're going to want to watch how much you off-road. Okay, so we're just going to basically keep going northwest, northwest, northwest again. But that really mostly matters for long form play. If you're just hopping on with a bunch of friends multiplayer, it doesn't matter. That's a lovely noise. Off-road is gnarly. Yeah, your car also bounced real hard, too, doing it. What did I leave on the ground over here? No, it's snacks. It can stay on the ground. I remember fighting around this corner for a while. That's the reason there's a chair there. This corner got pretty sweaty at times. Mostly just because of the school up ahead. Let me in. Thank you. Seems like real life. Just, you know, the off-roading damaging your car real bad and just throwing you all over. Yeah, it can be a little cartoonish the way some of this works, but it definitely has similarities. Yeah, plus we have all these, like, townhouse buildings here. They kind of suck because there's not much room to maneuver around them. Usually their backyards are all enclosed. That said, if you want to live dangerously, you can jump over the fence and go for it. I don't recommend jumping fences as your escape if you have other options, because you never know what you're jumping into. And I have certainly died in a pinch trying to throw myself over a fence directly into the open arms of something I did not know was there. But generally, I don't just jump fences unless I feel like really confident it's clear, and even then I usually won't. It's taking an unnecessary risk most of the time. But if you get cornered, you get cornered. You just make sure you plan things out so that hopefully being cornered isn't a realistic concern. So you still got a pretty good group in here. And there's still another one towards the vehicle. There you are. Just as enough distance I felt comfortable trying to go for it. I think this may have been the first time I've been near these buildings, so most of these zombies are probably the zombies that spawned into the buildings due to me getting close enough for them to spawn. Because the zombies inside buildings don't spawn when you create the map. They only spawn when you get close enough to the building itself. I don't remember the exact number, something like 15 tiles or something like that, or whatever it is. If you ever want to experiment with it, go to like some of the really, really big buildings that have lots and lots of zombies. Don't make a lot of noise, just like walk up to the building, and you can watch your game just kind of hang for a second as it has to spawn in everything in the building. Okay. You all done? Gonna keep going now? Nope. No, they're not done. Alright. Please stop trying to use the tree. Okay. One second, I know I got zombies behind me, I need to deal with that. Yep, they're just all trickling in here slowly. I mean, that's still fine. It means I'm clearing all these zombies out of this area. And it's just because our vehicle's so loud, it's probably like 5-6 houses up the way or more can hear it. It just take him this long to figure out how to navigate down here. Alright. Are you an admin? Admin of what? This is a single-player server. Well, not server. It's a single-player game right now. I don't run a Project Zomboid server if that's what you're looking for. All right. Let's see. Are those two different attacks? The spear. So you have like, there's like, that one is an execution animation. Once it triggers, you can't stop it. You don't hit another button to do it. It just happens when there's a lone zombie. Where you see that sideways swish, that's just a regular attack. The execution animation all but guarantees a kill. Like sometimes it can fail, which way it fails, it doesn't kill them kind of thing. That just bounces it back like a normal attack. But honestly, as you get your damage up, it doesn't matter as much. You're going to mostly kill them when you do that. Right now, I'm getting exerted, which is the reason why they're not getting one-tapped as much. Because they're just slowly feeding in. Multi-hit is in the base game. If you look at the difficulties, there's like Builder, Survivor, Apocalypse. I can't remember the name. The lowest difficulty setting has multi-hit on by default. I believe all the others have it turned off by default. But it's just a setting. You can go into Custom Sandbox, turn it on and off. But like Apocalypse has it off. I can't remember what Builder has. But it is a default thing. Let's see. But yeah, now if you're asking if I'm like an admin to a server, I've just like, generally speaking, I won't host or run servers on this channel. I don't do a whole lot of multiplayer, just as a general thing. When I usually do multiplayer, it's mostly collabing with other creators, and it's not because like, oh, you know, I only collab or anything like that. I just have to be very careful. As a streamer, I have an obligation to moderate my channel's content. And if I get other people in here that I don't trust, like that I just don't know whether or not I can trust them kind of thing, I'm taking a risk on my livelihood, and so I just don't. Not often. There's been a couple occasions, but generally speaking, I won't take chances. And other creators do, and that's their own, you know, risk assessment they want to do. I said I am not running a server. When you say, so you admin, I'm assuming you're asking, do I admin a server? And the answer is no. Do you mean if I admin servers in general ever? I mean, I have a number of servers I run in the IT side of things. But that's all unrelated to streaming, and I wouldn't give that information out, because don't dox yourself. Okay. What are you doing? Alright, just get to our side. I want to keep the zombies mostly on one side. Make sure you're thirsty. Alright, zombies. So we're going into an area I haven't actually properly cleared yet. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of zombies. Like, that's kind of the thing with how many helicopters and all that we've endured in this run, and the bug where things like could hear us farther than they were supposed to about a year ago and all that. A tree zombie trying to get the slip on me, but, trees are scary, so I keep distance from them. But, it's made it very hard to predict where I will run into trouble with zombies, because some of the areas you normally expect to run into lots of trouble, they're, like, just cleared out because you already fought the zombies someplace else because of helicopters. On the other hand, there's areas you don't expect to see much that you're like, why are there so many zombies here? Because that's where the zombies end up being dragged to. Here we go, kill this group of zombies up here. Even though I'm planning on turning to the left on that road. Like, this to me is still very quiet. For where we're at, this is really quiet. Well, thank you. Alright, I take 2 seconds to take a bite of food. And my drink is pretty much gone. It's making like a sucking noise because it's a big water bottle. So give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna grab myself a drink and stuff. I'm gonna put up a waste crate and I'll be back in just a moment. Thank you so much for tuning in. I'll be back in just a moment. Oh. And here I was making the comment to myself earlier. It's like, you don't fire the gun when you left click it without. Unless you aim it. I would be wrong. That startled me. Oh man, that is an old clip with me having multi-hit on. That is a real old clip. Okay, we're dead. They got me in the forearm where I'd already had damage to my outfit. So, yeah. Rip this. That is a super old clip. I was still using push to talk. My audio wasn't configured right. Didn't have my noise canceling in place. Using multi-hit. Alright. Let me deal with this and I'll catch up with chat in just a moment. Alright. Let's see. You notice use white outline instead of green? Yes. Because red-green is the most common form of color blindness. So I do try and be mindful of people with different accessibility needs. And plus, honestly, the white is higher contrast most of the time. The snow here being the exception. But most of the time, Project Zomboid, the background is dark. But yeah, so generally, since I do advocate for people with disabilities and neurodivergent conditions, you'll notice lots of little things, like I'll make my font larger and all that sort of stuff to try and be mindful of people who have, you know, various stuff they're dealing with and all that. And honestly, it makes it easier for me to see too. Even without that, I still like to turn usually my text in most games up to like 1.5-ish, the default size of what most games do. Some you don't need to. Some already have pretty sizable font. Okay. We got one coming from up there. That's a pretty cool house here. That's one of the things that's been kind of cool with like doing this 16 times like full clearing areas. You end up seeing buildings you'd normally just not worry about because you're just trying to rush through to get to, you know, where the weapons are, or the tools are, or the books are, like whatever your go is. You just kind of race through, especially in multiplayer. Multiplayer very much favors not taking the time to look around. I'll catch up with chat in just a moment. I do see that there is a big message posted there of some kind. Oh, it's Rual bot. But there's a message before that. I just saw the highlight and then I saw the big message like, okay, what's this about? Oh, I need to grab my spears out of here. Put that in the back. Okay, let's see, Rual, do you have a list of mods that you... Oh, okay, that's the reason why I had the big thing. I see. I couldn't see what the message was. Yeah, I have a list of mods that should be a full list. If anything's missing, let me know. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, it should be the full list of mods. I've had people ask me to do stuff in the workshop, and I probably should. Like, make like a curated mod list. But it is the thing that most of these games... one, I mod it very lightly, and every once in a while, like, because I stream so much, I end up switching the mods around periodically. Now, in this game, not really, because we've been on this run for over a year now. So, not really. That said, we have had a couple times where I've hopped in, and instead of playing this character, I'll do, like, Cursed CDDA run, which is cursed beyond anyone's recognition. If you ever want to have a completely unreasonably hard challenge in Project Zomboid, look in the workshop for Cursed CDDA. So, like, there is the CDDA challenge map. Cursed CDDA has uniform distribution, so you can't just start and run away. Literally, the whole map has the same amount of zombies in it, so have fun with that. It does have respawns disabled, though, Cursed CDDA. So if you do manage to survive, you can actually have an enjoyable round that feels like it's meaningful versus CDDA, the respawns are a little bit more aggressive than normal. So you survive through your first year and it's like a normal run with just no feeling of progression because the zombies keep just respawning forever. And fairly aggressively at that. Alright, so I got a couple back by the vehicle. Got a bunch cut this way. Let's try and drop back to the ones by the vehicle first. Get rid of them as quickly as we can. So that way I'm fighting from one side. Alright. So this park to the north of me actually seems like it has a decent number. This is more what I'm expecting to see when I go to an area like this. Early game, because of how long it takes you to kill them, that's where you end up with like the giant group swarming you. But because I can kill them almost as fast as they come at me, you don't see that kind of overwhelming numbers anymore because they don't get a chance to really stack up before they're dead. Alright, so we've got 2 more down here. No chairs or anything that I could get to this big house. Oh, no, that's not true. There's some in the front patio. Those will actually be perfect for me to sit in without having to drag them all over the place. Oh, there's one tree there. It's like, why does it feel like I have line of sight issues? I have one tree there. That's fine. Let's see. Do you get weapon XP for kills or swings? Kills. I mean, it's technically damage that you get it for, but, you know, damage leads to kills. Yeah, and just standing there swinging your weapon doesn't do anything. XP for hits? Right, but it's damage that does it. I mean, basically, if you want to gain your combat skills, hit zombies. It's pretty much the rule. There's other ways you can get it, like you can go up to a door and just start slapping a door with a weapon. But like, if you're gonna go do that, just kill zombies. Why waste your weapon's durability and not get rid of the zombies while you're at it? Alright, so you gotta be careful. That one little tree does block line of sight, the little scraggly one. So even though it looks like it's something you'd be able to see through, it's not. So we still got one more behind us. And we're just around the corner from the gas station. I just chose to go the route we hadn't cleared before because, you know, let's kill some heckin' zombies. But yeah, it's so weird when you get to this point in the game that you just race through zombies real fast. Because normally I'd be sitting there like taking 3-4 hits on each of these zombies, worrying about exertion, like slowly losing ground. They'd have a chance to like really bolster their numbers by just making so much noise. And you know, you get in that whole struggle, it's like, oh man, did I pull too many kind of thing. And then with like knocking them one by one, it's just, nah, it's fine, I'll come to you. No, it's good. No need to stand up. You guys excited for Build 42? I am. I do worry that people are setting unrealistic expectations for it. People seem to think it's going to completely change the entire game, that the end game's going to be completely new and fresh and all that. I honestly don't think that's going to be the case. I do think it's going to be excellent. I do think it's going to create a bunch of novelty. The pets are going to be kind of interesting. Well, not pets, the animals, I should say, are going to be kind of interesting. But unless they massively change the entire balance of the game, you know, food is already not a problem. So it'll be entirely like collecting the plushies. It's a thing you can do. It's not really necessary, but it's something you can do to give yourself something to do. The things I'm most excited for is where they're going to expand the map. That has me excited because it means where right now kind of the problem is any problem I have, I know where I can go to solve it. So it makes it a lot easier to survive, which is good, but at the same time, you kind of want to go back to when it wasn't so easy to survive, to have that challenge again. And then the basements being RNG, like the way they Like, a house will be eligible to have a basement. You could go one round, it doesn't have it. The other round, it does. The third round, it has a different basement than it had the second round. And you just not knowing what's going on. I really hope they put something useful, important, or whatever that only spawns in basements. Where, like, basements are the place to get it kind of thing. Just to force me to take on that. And plus, basements are going to be ridiculously dangerous. Because while people talk about upstairs being one way in, one way out, you can still just jump out a window and take a chance. A basement is going to be literally one way in, one way out. There's stairs. Do you want to go a different way? Too bad. There's stairs. If you can't manage to get around to the zombies to the stairs, you're not getting out. So I hope it just adds the game overall because the game is so good as it. Yeah, like that's the whole thing. It is definitely going to add more to the game. It's just there's a lot of people who's like they're finally gonna have proper end game. It's like, no, I don't. Like they're gonna have some maintenance stuff that you have to do, but if that's proper end game, I'm disappointed. I think just realistically there'll be some more things they have to put a little bit of effort into that we don't really right now. Like right now, the generators, you just repair them and they last forever. They're talking about making it so the generators have diminishing returns on their repairs, just like your weapons do. That will force you to occasionally have to be like, all right, I need to get myself a new generator. My generator's just getting too worn out. Where am I? I'm down here. There we are. Because I saw... It's on the wrong... It's fine, I'll deal with it in a minute. I saw a propane grill. I wanted to mark it in case I need more propane later. I marked enough I should never have to, but... You know. The map's more interesting to look on if I fill it up with a whole bunch of stuff. Yeah, as I thought, we're having some start flanking behind. I find it interesting that they climb over the gate and they turn around and start attacking it. They felt betrayed by that gate. So, you're telling me the gate is the tree to zombies? The downside is because this is our second winter, every car we see is going to have a dead battery. The only exception is there's what's called survivor cars. If I haven't been near it, so it hasn't had a chance to like spawn in, those ones won't have a dead battery. But realistically, we're going to not find cars with batteries that aren't dead. Okay. I saw it. I don't think we're gonna finish this. Nah, it's not gonna be close. We're gonna be halfway. Just trying to clear the road. Got a group of zombies coming from over here. I'm not sure if they actually saw me or what. Okay, we're just clearing the roads off from some of these cars as we move around. Refill our propane torch. And I want to get this car out of the road. We've just been clearing the roads everywhere we go. That way, you know, if I do run myself... into trouble, I could very quickly just drive down the road, know the road should be clear. Okay. I also look forward to being done with spears, because then I won't have to drag that stupid trailer everywhere I go just to hold my supply of spears. Never trust a tree. Fact. The trees will wait for your absolute moment of weakness, and that'll be it. It'll be over. Be quick about it. Okay, drop back real fast because we have zombies closing in from all sides. Okay. And I did see the one to the south. Yeah, it's just a weird glitch with the gate. That they know they can climb over from the inside, but from the outside it triggers it as a door.
She's got a lot of talent there.
I don't think so. I was a model back in Texas.
Okay.
Oh, today was an unusual day, but after this, there'll be no more distraction.
Alright, so put the propane torch away. Put that away. This in our back. Put the other one on our back. Okay. We disconnected the car already. That's fine, so we'll just go back over there, grab our trailer. And like literally in front of my car is where the gas station is. All right. Okay. Every time you slash the Zomboid chunk flies off my brain, it always... You cutting off their nose? Yeah. So you're not able to unsee that now? Yup. Alright, so let's turn this around. Okay, so it's in position. And for those who don't know, when you reverse the vehicles, they're louder than when you drive forward. It's just the way it is. A lot of zombies come from this way all of a sudden. Alright, come on. The gate did not make it. The gate has fallen. Wipe it. No point in going on, there's no way. Okay. Be really nice if I could actually get to that gas station. Is that there? All right. There you go. All right. Do you actually have a fence in the? Yeah, you have a fence on your side of that. Alright, so there's more in the neighboring yard. That's fine. We're just trying to recover some endurance because we're getting low. I am out of spears in this inventory. Interesting that those two aren't aggroing me. Because there's no concept of like cover or whatever. It's like they could see me. This bush does nothing for them. The game implies it's a mechanic, but it isn't. In the tutorial, they're like, crouch behind the fence so they can't see you. There's no half cover mechanic or anything like that. Okay. Try and restock our spears again. Alright, we're one corner away from the gas station. Oh, wait, that's right. We didn't hook up the trailer yet. Alright. Now, we're one corner away from the gas station. Okay. Follow me to the north, or not, I guess. Just trying to skip by these handful, because the gas station's on the other side. Then we can fight them all over here. And if it looks too busy, which I'm starting to wonder if we're going to be there, then we just keep going. What's good? Not a whole lot, just chilling. Having a good time with some Project Zomboid. Yes, I've got a generator plopped down there, so I've been here before. Long time no PZ. Yeah, I've been playing it like every other week or so lately. Like the last month or two. Alright, this is probably a mistake. But I do have a generator here. Oh, no, the windows aren't boarded up and the doors are destroyed. Yeah, we're not staying here right now. We're moving on. We'll come back. We'll clear this out and then we'll patch it up. I was gonna push to like go, okay, we'll stay here tonight. It looks like I may have already secured this place. Nope, we just dumped a generator and moved on. That's what we did with that place. We haven't based from there yet. Alright, that's fine. That'll just be a project for us. So now I gotta figure out... I don't think this is the road we've been taking north and south. Which is totally fine. But it just means tomorrow in game, we'll loop around to this road. Because I've drawn the zombies here, so why not? How goes or wait? Okay. But yeah, and I haven't playing like. People know that I used to play Project Zomboid. Basically, the amount I'm playing RimWorld right now, where it's about half the week, is what I was doing with Project Zomboid before. But then, you know, it kind of started to burn out. There hadn't been an update in like a year and a half, and so I basically decided to like take a hiatus from it. Focus a lot more on the variety, because I was running into a situation where within the channel, even though I've been variety from day one, it was basically people were only really tuning in for Project Zomboid specifically, and Project Zomboid's numbers were dropping off pretty hard. And to the point that my variety content was doing better. So I actually made a conscious decision to deliberately not play as much Project Zomboid, just because it's running to the problem where the people I was bringing in for Project Zomboid only wanted to see Project Zomboid. The majority. This is being a generalization, so a lot of exceptions. And so it's just kind of one of those things going, okay, what is the thing more likely to be better for the channel in the long term? It is to focus on the variety and just, you know, kind of cut Project Zomboid out, as it were. Because it's one of those things that, generally speaking, there's no other games like Project Zomboid, so it's just not a game easy to pivot into something else. Whereas, say a game like RimWorld, you have stuff like Dwarf Fortress and Clan Folk, and there's a bunch of games similar. Not that those are necessarily strategically good moves, but you can actually see, like, oh, here's the overlap. I'm not gonna worry about the traps. Hey, Mage, how's it going? Versus, like, a lot of the city builders, settlement builders, all those kind of games, they play the slice of life. You know, if any given game I'm playing starts not doing well, like I'm playing, say, Stardew, and it's not doing particularly well, you know, I could potentially pivot over to, you know, Sunhaven or whatever one is like the flavor of the week. I'm doing good. In viewers, I'll have to get to what you said in a moment. There was a zombie following us. Where'd you go? There you are. Alright.
Impressed by the loveliness of her hair, her soft blue eyes, her delicate mouth.
You still alive? Yes, she is. Let's see. Let's see. You feel like there's a bunch of overlap in the long campaign single-player games, like the ones you mentioned? Yeah.
I'm afraid I can't say.
In viewers. Right. Like, that's the thing. Project Zomboid is a community that there's not really a whole lot of games like Project Zomboid, or if they're like it, it's one of those things they're like it, but very, very, very... Like, it's only like one aspect of it's like it. So it's just very hard to, you know, grow an audience in Project Zomboid and keep it in something else as well. And then just like I said, Project Zomboid, the viewership's kind of doing some weird stuff again. That it ends up what happens is the viewership starts like really dropping off and then some big name streamer will pop in for a week or two, or some big event will happen, and it'll pick up again, and they'll start dropping off again. And it's been one of those ones that it's not been a reliable category to be in anymore. Which makes sense. No updates for a year and a half. Let's see, management simulator type, which feels like Zomboid kind of is without identifying as one. I mean, there's definitely like survival aspects to it and all that. That is one of the comments I've made is like people be like, oh well, it's a survival game, and they'll mention other survival games. They're like, all right, but let's be real. Zomboid, yes, it is technically a survival game. In category, you would be correct. But as far as the survival mechanics of the game go, they're pretty mild. Like, even if you jack the difficulty up to its absolute max, food and water and shelter, like, even if you turn off loot, like, it's straight up loot off, honestly is not that hard to handle once you know the mechanics of the game. So it really is about the combat with the zombies, is what the game is. You know, it's certainly an exploration element to it. I'm not going to say there isn't. And there is some survival mechanics. But in all the time I've played, I don't believe I have ever starved to death. And I don't think I've ever actually dehydrated to death. I've had dehydration get to the point it's dangerous enough that I make bad decisions trying to solve it. Which certainly there's an argument to be made there. But as far as like actually dying of dehydration, if it's happened, it's only been like once. Let's see, yeah, but management referring to how you're planning to expansion, like the invisible huge invisible huge mechanic. Planning your expansion. I'm sorry, I'm just not understanding. Especially high pops where it matters where you drive to. Oh yeah, I mean, sure, but if we're gonna be like realistic, like let's actually be fair about this. Let me pull up my map and we'll look at it for a second, because I'm also gonna fix where I put that propane map marker. So first, that propane marker is not there. It's down. Where are you? It's down here. But like when I spawned in here, which actually normally that's not an option. When you spawn in there, like really there's not a whole lot to say. You just get away from the zombies. Me choosing to systematically go through that, like none of that is actually necessary to the game. Like you just walk out in the woods and survive forever. But so I don't feel like it overlaps with management. I mean that's just in my mind. Like certainly by all means, if that's how it feels for you, that's totally fair. But for me, I don't really see a lot of overlap. At least to me. But different people have like different things that like how it resonates with them, or however you want to say it. Did I have just the one spear? Is there one on my back?
You have
Yeah, there is.
reached the
Okay.
voicemail box of Kino.
Alright, so let's take a quick peek. So the plan is going to be today, I'm going to go down, around, up, and then over. There's the gas station. As you can see, I haven't explored that building in the middle. More than likely we've killed 90% of the zone.
Wait for the tone.
Maybe be semantically wrong? Yeah. But no, like I do think it is a this is not an arcadey, fast-paced action game kind of thing. It is a very slow, methodical, you make your decisions, you do that kind of thing, which I would definitely agree with that aspect. The pacing of the game is slow and methodical. You can make it a bit faster with multiplayer and mods and all that, but generally speaking, for actually doing the goal of the game of survival, it is a very slow, methodical game. But it is a sandbox. And you kill trees in both. Well, I mean, you kill trees in all the good games. What is a game if you can't kill a tree? Is it even a game?
If you need further assistance,
Like, back in the day, they used to talk about to, what was it, like, start to crate or start to barrel was a strategic thing or whatever. I mean, they had it wrong. It was start to tree.
please leave your name, number,
I am playing solo.
and message after the tone.
generally speaking, it's pretty rare you'll see me play multiplayer. It's not never, but it is pretty rare. Alright, we'll deal with that in a minute.
Goodbye.
Okay. I feel like that's what Burning Sun does now, is just hits exclamation mark scary once per whatever the cooldown is or so. Let's see. Is the crafting patch supposed to come out this quarter? We have no ETA whatsoever. There's been no announcements whatsoever about when we should actually expect it. I do not believe it will realistically come out this quarter. From me as someone with experience dev, it could, but I would, at the absolute earliest, maybe we get like a Christmas launch, but I would much more expect that we're probably looking at first quarter next year. What is happening that these flamingos keep appearing? So are the flamingos still in the trunk? Are they like falling out? Is that what that's supposed to be representing? Is like, let's take the flamingos and shove them somewhere else in the vehicle, because I am noticing that we had two, now we have one, and there's the one in the road. Gotta keep chatting their toes. I mean, well, that's fair. That happens to play with furniture. Yeah, I remember reading about it, and it didn't work for a while when they first talked about announcing it. And it's like, this is the first time I've actually seen it happening. It's just really throwing me off. Because normally I'm not driving around with placeable furniture for any real frequency of time. Because most of mine are like endurance kill things that... It's not that I don't set up furniture, it's just time-wise it's not much time set on that. Versus other stuff. I'm also not a player who particularly goes out of their way to collect too much in the way of furniture. So I'm expecting a decent amount of fighting on this road, since we did just drive through here without clearing. I like when I hit the zombie behind the zombie in front of me for reasons that scare me. Okay. Yeah, that's what I did. Is I just put when it's like, okay, they're falling, I just shoved in the trunk in the glove box. Maybe you answered in here. Oh, there was an advertisement. Sorry, let me go back and see what your question was real fast. Just chat's been moving. Yeah. So I almost never play multiplayer. It's not never, but it's pretty rare that I play multiplayer pretty much anything. Usually when I do, it's usually when I'm collabing with another creator or whatever. And it's not that I only play with other creators. It's I have to moderate the content on my channel, which does mean I need to be very careful about only letting people on who I can trust won't say racist things or whatever. It's just, the unfortunate reality is if I don't do that, I'm putting my channel at risk, and it is my livelihood. People with good servers. So, I know Royal with Cheese TV sometimes runs a server. I don't know if he's running one right now. I know Undead Baron sometimes runs a server. That's light RP. So, like, you kind of stay in character and they don't let you just grief people, but otherwise, you know, it's pretty relaxed on the RP side of things. I don't know who else is running servers. There's not a lot of people doing stuff in Project Zomboid much right now. We're kind of all in Build 42 waiting room kind of mode. People have burned out pretty bad. Viewership on the platform hasn't been been steady for a long time. So as creators, it's very difficult to stay in this space exclusively, if at all. Why are you not looting the zombies? If you check the kill count in the bottom left of the screen, we have transcended past loot. Oh, Djax is running a server? Okay, Djax is good people. Yeah, if Djax is running a server, that's usually a good time. Jax is a friend of the channel. I haven't seen Jax in a while. I need to catch up his streams. His streams are those ones that are tricky for me to catch because we overlap so much. Why not using a gun? Why would I use a gun? Is that weapon the best? No. Here. Let's do a walkthrough of what's exactly going on here. Since we do have some new players in here, probably benefit from it. So, to catch everyone up, so I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I am most known for Project Zomboid because I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed. If you look at the kill count down there, I'm at 164,644 kills on this character. This is my personal best, but it is not the record. The person who beat my record is still going. But my record was 135,121 zombies killed in one character. But to fill in some of the things, loot in this game is completely meaningless most of the time. Once you get your first initial couple things, like something you can boil water in, a water bottle of any kind whatsoever, you don't need the sewing needle, you don't, like the saw. The saw is a big one. So it's like the saw, something you can boil water in, and a water bottle. You've basically got just about everything you need to survive indefinitely forever. Oh, that's weird. Sorry to people on the other platforms chat. I haven't been trying to ignore you. I have what's supposed to be your other chat down here, and apparently it's a lie. So let me go ahead and get that out of here. Because it still shows you as all being there and all that. You don't need food? So when you're playing any type of long survival, fishing and trapping is how you gain weight for food. Foraging and farming is how you lose weight for food. The generator magazine is a nice to have. The generators are nice to have. Completely unnecessary for survival. Weapons from the stores are nice to have. Completely unnecessary for survival. The zombies will literally deliver you weapons. And to give you an idea, if we look at this character, as many zombies as I've killed, this character started with no stats. No strength, no fitness, no weapons, no anything. Like, this whole screen was just empty boxes. And we have maxed out every single one of our weapons except for spears. And we have got our guns to 6, mostly by just burning the ammo. We have physically run out of ammo on the map. That gives you an idea. Well, in the area of the map we're on. I shouldn't say we run out of the map. It's definitely not true. There's plenty of ammo left on the map. But I am playing in the maximum zombie population despite it not looking like it, because I've already cleared this area. Quote-unquote cleared. But, you just don't find nearly enough ammo to use guns consistently. That's just not the style of game this is. Not unless you mod it or very massively change the settings, which is fine if you do. It's a single-player game. Play it however you want. If you play multiplayer, just make sure you're playing it however the group wants. Doesn't matter what that is. Have a good time with it. Also, guns are loud. This is true. I do generally go by the thing that I will say being loud is a feature, not a mistake. You don't want to sneak anywhere. Make lots of noise. Bring the zombies to you, because you know where you don't get snuck up by a zombie? In the middle of an open field. Do you know where you do get snuck up by a zombie? Anything that is not open. So rather than go into a building, if, for example, I want to go in this building down here. Hi.
Hi. Puppy.
What's up?
I'm gonna remember you.
Well, that's good.
Even though you're not gonna be in my eyesight?
You have objects permanence for me?
Yeah.
That's amazing.
I'm still gonna remember you.
Just taking the time. Oh, you're heading to bed, I assume?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I love you.
I love you too.
And I'll remember you.
Mm-hmm.
Stay handsome.
You sleep well. But yeah, so what I was saying is, like, going into this building, so a lot of people, objects can have permanence. I know, right? It's mind-blowing when you learn about that. So if I were to go into a building like this is actually a terrible example because those trees are terrifying. I wouldn't just go in there. I would walk around the building. Any zombies I see around this building, I will kill them first before I even consider going in that building. So we see it's all clear. Then I'll go and just yell. I'm going to get around this tree real fast. Then I'll just go and yell, bang on the door, make all the noise we can outside here. Just absolutely make it. And the reason why I do that is inside of buildings is very dangerous. That's where you lose a lot of your characters. The more noise you make outside, the more the zombies will come outside. Even if they don't come outside, if it's like there's a zombie in the bathroom, for example, how many people have lost a character to just, there's some zombie, it's chilling in the bathroom, making zero noise, you open the door, and it just goes, nyam, and you're dead. So you start making tons and tons and tons of noise, the zombie starts pounding on the door, you know 100% there was a zombie in that bathroom. So, sneaking, what key is yelling? Q by default. Let's see. Did the red eye your hair again? Oh, yeah, I re-dyed my hair. Yes, I did that yesterday. I re-dyed it because it was getting a little bit in the silver to wannabe skater boy from the 90s blonde color, which I'm very not down with that look. Tree zombies are the second worst. So to me, tree zombies are the worst. But that's because there's plenty of ways to play around the zombies in the bathroom. You just be loud. Like, genuinely, the only time you don't want to be loud is when things are going wrong and you're trying to get away. Then it's time to stop being loud. But otherwise, you always want to be loud going into a situation, smash doors, you know, bang at things, yell, honk your horn, whatever you gotta do. Make sure you, because, like, zombies that walk through trees. Trees give you line of sight, so one of the big dangers in the game is if you're near a tree and a zombie hears you from the other side, the zombie walks straight through the tree, and you get no chance to react before it grabs you. Because you technically don't have line of sight on the zombie, so it's visible, until it's already in grabbing range. So you'll notice I'll stay away from corners and I'll stay away from trees most of the time. And if I do cross it, usually I'll dash a couple of steps. That way, if a zombie were to grab me, instead I elbow the zombie away versus getting grabbed. Which I'll show people that as well, because that's a trick you learn that once you learn it, it's just a valuable way of saving your life when things go wrong. Here, we'll get a volunteer for tribute. So you in the front, you're not volunteer. So let's pretend for a moment I'm looting a warehouse, everything's fine. I have all this thing, and suddenly the doors drop in 100 zombies. And that's the only way out, is through that zombie in the door. I don't have time to fight it. I just run straight at it, and I'll elbow my way right past. I mean, that time we missed because it turned. Yeah, so you can just run straight at a zombie, and you'll elbow past it. Now, the thing to keep in mind when you do that is it does put your character off balance. That's fine. But it means you're committed to, like, if I bump a zombie here, and I'm facing this way, I'm committed to walking about that far before I can turn or move. And no one redeemed Make Me Play. I've been playing Zomboid like every 2-ish or so weeks for like the last month, which isn't saying much, it's like 3 streams. But, just mixing a little bit of Zomboid. You know, keeping in people's minds in the channel. Because what Build 42 does come out, I'm going to probably play a bunch of Zomboid at that point. But I also want to play nowhere near enough that I burn out again. We're just popping in a little bit. And we're also doing it today specifically because there are 2 friends that, well, one is a new friend of the channel. But there's been a long-term friend of the channel and a new friend of the channel. And they're going to be playing collaborative Project Zomboid. So I want to be able to throw them, you know, a whole bunch of people in the Zomboid community at them. So, and they're both really good content creators. Am I going to start fresh in Build 42? Yes. I will start a fresh game in Build 42. I haven't even decided if I'm going to do 16 times pop again. Like, genuinely I have mixed feelings on that one. Because, like, every time I've, you know, done lower pops, I get bored real fast. Because there's just not enough zombies. But for me, Build 42 is going to be more about exploring the map and that kind of stuff is the interesting thing. Because otherwise it's just 16 times pop. We don't get to see much of the map. We just grind. So to me, that tells me I shouldn't. But then I also worry about, like, not having enough zombies to keep it interesting, I guess is the way I'd phrase it. I haven't figured that out. Have I considered doing an RP scenario like beating buzzards? I haven't kept up with what he's doing. His hours are kind of opposite to mine, so I'm usually asleep while he's streaming, so sometimes when I wake up early I catch what he's doing, but it's not often, unfortunately. Let's see. Basically, he just points of interests. He has to burn. Oh, okay. So he's just giving him like kind of an arbitrary objective. That's not unusual. A lot of the long form games will have some kind of thing like that. I mean, that's what you have to do for long form, is to give yourself some extra objective, some extra goal. You know, whether it's collecting things or reaching destinations. I've debated some of that, and I've done some of that too. I usually lose interest pretty fast, unfortunately. But a big part of that is I've got like almost like 3,600 or whatever hours in this game. You know, there's not many games that can hold your interest for literally thousands of hours before, you know, they start to go stale. Especially when it's a game that, you know, they update once like every, like as far as big updates, like once every 2 years or so. Yeah, we, it wasn't a help sign. We had a character, I don't remember what, was it our first cryogenic winter run way back? That, no, it was right when, we did cryogenic winter right when Louisville came out. And we did that, and we were, you know, things were going great with it and all that. And we had gotten up by the university, we were in one of the mansions by the river. And I noticed the friendship bracelets, so I started taking the friendship bracelets. And it was like, okay, we'll collect these. And I started noticing we were getting up to like 100 friendship bracelets or some ridiculous nonsense. So we went out to the driveway of the mansion, and we started writing out the word friend in friendship bracelets that we had taken off of slain zombies. And that whole run was a wild ride. Because that character spawned in the Rosewood prison at the beginning of the game. And we kind of decided towards the end that mayhaps that person belonged in that prison, as we were definitely behaving like an absolute serial killer in the fact they're collecting all these friendship bracelets and just being real weird about it. It was one of those things that's kind of like, we'll do this fun thing. And then after a while, I look at it, it's like, oh, this is getting into some real creepy territory. Oh yeah, there's a lot of people who that was the thing they did for like collection, was collecting like underwear or whatever. And it's like, no. I've let people know that generally the way I approach this channel is it's not that approach of saying this is safe for work kind of thing. It's that I consider it like the gray area safe for work. The way I look at it is I'm okay if the boss like gives you like some side eye, kind of contemplating if they should say something, but not far enough that they actually do say something. That kind of range. So you generally won't see me like, you won't have me cursing like a sailor. And that's partly because I'm a former educator, so you kind of trained a lot of that out of myself because, you know, that's the whole thing. I do a lot of conference talks and all that. I used to do lots of those for in the tech circles and all that. And it's the same kind of thing, that if you're swearing a whole lot in your conference talk, people don't take you as seriously. Now, it's not that you can't swear, but, you know, be more strategic about it versus just blasting. So the way I phrase is I use swearing as a tool. You know, I keep it away, keep it sharp. When I need it, I'll use it. When you have that person who never swears and they drop an F-bomb, everyone goes silent because they're like, oh crap. Like, we've pushed too far. You're a pin drop. I had a teacher who was like the nicest guy. We're talking early high school. Like, nicest guy, never would swear ever, never raise his voice. And And we had like one time that, and very admittedly, it was like our fault that we were really pushing buttons. Like not intentionally, we were just kind of being careless kids or whatever. We definitely kind of pushed him to the edge. And I remember him taking a handful of his papers that were on his desk and just kind of like flourished them up. So like three notebook papers just go in the air. And he's like, dang it, shoot, crap. And like walked out the door. And every one of us went completely silent. And it was this weird juxtaposition between we felt terrible about it and also we're trying really hard to not laugh. Because him losing his temper was dang it, shoot, crap. And throwing like three pieces of like loose paper in the air. I mean, we felt terrible because, like, again, he was like the nicest teacher. His whole thing, like, you'd have the days that like nothing was going on. The teachers would give up trying to teach anything because like it's a senior skip day or there was some big event that no one is going to be able to focus on. He'd bring his guitar in and he'd sing songs and all that kind of stuff. And he's just like a really awesome teacher. You know, had a very good understanding about like actually balancing out the material and not just, here, let me pile a giant mountain of homework on you and expect you to somehow retain any of it. He would do a lot of effort to try and make lessons so they were interactive's not the word, that you were engaged as the learner versus, okay, here's your assignment, chapter 1, read it, fill out the questions at the end. I'm going to be at my desk ignoring all of you. Had way too many teachers of that kind. Let's see. Have a coworker, super nice guy, big muscular man too. Humble giant. He's just like that. Yeah. I've known a number like that who they don't swear, they're super nice. Like even when things are going like wrong, even like wrong to them, that they're like people are just straight up being nasty. They'll meet anger with kindness kind of thing, which is surprisingly really effective. I have never seen someone get more frustrated than when they're deliberately trying to get a rise out of someone and just getting absolutely nothing, and then they try and like do the double down on it and just getting nowhere, and just watch them get angrier and angrier and angrier because the person's just not taking the bait. It also makes the person who's being angry look like a complete and utter jerk when they do that. Alright, we got a pretty good number here. Hey, don't do that. Good old bow rockers. Yeah. And that's honestly the way, like, when we deal with trolls, I try to do that. I'm not the best. But, like, so there's the trolls who hop in and they just, you know, they say something incredibly racist or misogynist or, like, whatever. They're just saying something truly awful. And there's, like, no time out. Usually automod will get them, and that's just it. You see the automod, you look at the comment, and then you just ban it. So they don't even get the joy of, like, having their impact on you. The ones that do get past that, who it's very clear they're just there to cause trouble. Like, they have no intention of being part of your community. They have no intention of, like, hanging around. They just want to see a streamer get, like, angry at them or whatever. You know, get a reaction. Usually a lot of times they'll, like, say whatever, and it's just, you ban them. You don't make a big scene. You try your best not to. You know, if it's a learning moment kind of thing, you do your learning moment. So you ban them, and you're just like, this is why that take is wrong. And you just move on with your life. Some, like, a lot of times it's usually best just not even say that, but, you know. Then you got the ones who, they try and ride the fence, where they'll say something that seems like they're trying to, like, that they're sort of stirring the pot, but also starting to trying to, like, hold back enough that you're going, okay, is this person for real? Are they just here to cause trouble? Like, you have that difficulty gauging them. Those ones those ones I tend to easily not have problems with. We had one the other day who popped in who was like, you know, they're basically asking questions about the game. It's like, okay, cool, let's talk about the game. And they're like, oh, well, everyone in this chat would hate the games I like. Like, they'd really be pissed off. And then he just talked about first person. He was like, I don't know why you would think that. It's like, I don't understand. Like, you keep acting like you're gonna upset everyone. It's like, you know, people like multiple categories of games. But when we didn't rise to it, they just, when it's like, well, you'll never see me again, bye. It's like, okay, this is a weird exchange. I don't really know how to process. Like, it feels like they were trying to troll and just were so ineffective at it. And that, like, they didn't get a rise out of anyone, so we just kind of all scratched our head and looked around and be like, what was this all about? I don't really understand. Alright. So we've arrived here with enough time. I could probably start walling that gas station off if it isn't. Because I noticed it looked like the doors were knocked in. It sounds to me like they were just lacking comments and trying to expand their game library. I don't think it was that. No, it felt very deliberately like they were trying to get a rise. Because they were trying to do like the hot take kind of thing. Though, like, hot take, you know, GTA is the greatest game ever made. Like, you know, like that kind of thing. Like, they were deliberately trying to say stuff that I guess they figured was controversial. And it was like, for us, like, yeah, no, I don't agree. But, like, that's cool that you feel that way. But the fact that we, like, didn't get into, like, a big pissing match over it was just like, okay. Like, did you just wake up wanting to argue with someone? I don't really understand what's happening here. Yeah, I typically give them the benefit of the doubt as well. But it was just one of those things that they kept going, like everyone afterwards, like that was really kind of weird. It's also one of those things, anytime you see first time chatter and something borderline controversial, it's like, okay, what's the deal here? Let's see, lack of confidence, either many people who argue over the internet generally are just trying to bolster their opinions. Yeah. I don't know, like, don't get me wrong, there's people who definitely have their, yeah, that's what I'm guessing, is that they were just trying to get a reaction, and they weren't getting the reaction they wanted, and then eventually just went away. Oh yeah, no, if you're talking about people who troll and bully, like, lacking confidence, yeah, usually. That's absolutely a thing. Were they hanging out by that generator just by happenstance, or is that generator on and I forgot about it? Because if it is, that thing's been on for a long time. No, it had to have run out of gas. It's just got to be them standing around randomly. Yeah, part of the reason is like, oh, I haven't actually set up in here, is the fact that that generator's there and not between the pumps. Because usually I'll put it between the pumps, or roughly between the pumps, or like on the very edge of the sidewalk of the gas station near the pumps. So that way it can handle both the gas station and the pumps. But yeah, no, generally people who just cause trouble, they're dealing with their own stuff that being able to feel like they have control over someone else is kind of how they feel like they have some control in their life type deal. Like, not trying to be like psychoanalytical or all of that. It's just a thing that people do. Like, a lot of how people behave negatively will tell you a lot of about what people are dealing with themselves. It's sort of like one of the, you know, when people are first meeting for the first time, you know, whether it's like first date kind of thing or whatever, the questions people ask, or job interview or whatever, the questions people ask can in many ways be more informative than the questions you answer, kind of thing. So like, if someone asks me about something, it usually implies it's something that, again, we're talking like where I am authentically trying to get to know someone, that's more than likely something that's important to me. So if the first thing I ask someone is, do they smoke? That means that's an important issue for me. That, you know, it might be important that they're cool with smoking. It might be important that they need to not smoke, like whatever the line in the sand is. But that the fact that it's like the first question you ask, oh no, it was actually, okay, this is intact. I saw those and I was like, oh man, this whole place is shredded. Alright, so this place is perfectly safe. Well, I mean, yeah, and it's fueled up and everything. So, oh, actually, let's go back in there. Top off for water while we're in here. So, if those are just boarded up, it's definitely my work because it's 3 boards in every window. So it's not like a survivor house or something. So assume we have a door in the back. Cool. I, for the life of me, do not remember the status of this gas station at all. I'm pretty sure the entire thing about this gas station was, it's next to the park is full of trees, I really don't want to deal with it, and I moved on. That is my guess of the story of that gas station, because I have absolutely no idea. Okay, so I did check the trunks of these cars. I'm assuming I checked the trunks of these ones as well. Yep. Oh, foraging 3. How cute. And broccoli seeds. I'll actually take those even though I'm sure I don't need them. The gas can too. Oh, wait. This place, maybe they'll have the gorilla radio? It's a radio store. Let's not do this way. This is a good way to die for no reason. Make all the noise, draw them out. Well, we got zombies from behind. I tend to always try to focus whatever zombies are coming from my way back to safety, quote-unquote, as my first priority. So if I have a base to the south, I will always try to focus on clearing the area to the south first. Alright, well, there's not as much in here as I thought. Well, I got all excited because I figured radio station. It might have like the radio station kind of magazines, but no. This place is incredibly lame and I hate it. I mean, it's actually a cool building for the record. But I'm missing one Gorilla Radio magazine, which is one of the most rare things in the game. And I got all excited thinking, oh, I could finally find in there. It is a whole place around radios. And there was literally no magazines or books or anything. Okay. So we killed all them. What do we have in here? We've got a bunch of junk in here. Okay, so it literally was just a place that I tore out the entire open area to board up the windows, and so I could chuck a tent down to the ground. Fair enough. It still works. Alright, so with that said, the big downside we have about this situation, though... Oh, I should take that fuel can and fill up. The big negative we have about this situation, though, is there's no freezers or anything in there. So I can't store food in there for any meaningful amount of time unless I get some. Which wouldn't be the worst thing to do, but I'm not going to bother. It'll drop you right there. That way if I need gas, it's right there. Check out the cars. Alright, so I've been in that one because I smashed the window. I think I've been along this whole road. So we are good to sleep in this car. But it will be a thing that I need to keep in mind that I gotta drop back to the other place to get food periodically, which is fine. I don't think it's worth taking the effort to move a bunch of stuff to this place. We won't be here that long. Like, me clearing an area in this game takes, like, not very long at all. What I'll probably do is pull up along here to the school side, and I'll blast the horn to try and draw as much as I can out of the park from that side. Alright, so that's still, so let's slam that whole thing real fast. And like there, we split pulled those non-intentionally. People claim that there's a leader zombie that if you aggro it, the whole group comes. That's not true. You can split pull like each individual zombie if you're patient enough and you know what you're doing. And I've done that many times. There's not a there's a leader zombie of sorts when they just randomly decide to walk around, but it has nothing to do with you aggroing them. Let's see. Finally 100,000 panel points now to save up for 1 million. Nice. Okay. Alright, so we're getting low on energy. The downside is all these businesses aren't going to have seats on the outside for me to go. So I gotta take my chances, run around inside for that kind of stuff. You're not going to wander around in that room. That's real. Okay, so we got some stuff over here, like... Okay, so I've already checked these trunks, it looks like. I feel like over here somewhere is where I found that garden store that we were chilling at the one time, grabbing all the seeds. That I ended up finding, like, 10 or so of, like, the big water pails, so I just had such an obnoxious amount of water. Oh, right! I have, like... over 1,000 units of water in the truck. I forgot about that. Okay. Okay, no signs of zombies on these sides. It's actually gone far enough we turned on the lights in the place next to us. Also, fun fact, the zombies can't see the lights on. When you flip on the switch, there's effectively a noise that it plays. And the zombies can like hear that noise just when it plays, but it's only right when you do it. So like when I flip this switch, that just kind of sent out a thing that's like, hey, zombies, if you're close enough, you might be able to hear this. But like, once you do that, even if you leave the lights on in an open window or whatever, it makes no difference. It doesn't aggro them. But in theory, if you sat there turning on and off your lights, that might do it. Trying to keep our calories up a little bit and just knocking out that stale rabbit. How much more rabbit do I have? You're being way too efficient with this rabbit. Alright, that'll... Okay, so I can't eat more anyways. Does any skill like sneaking have any effect on the light switch noise? No. For the most part, environmental noises, there's nothing you can do to impact them one way or the other. Just finishing some soup I got for dinner. And all that good stuff. But thank you for everyone who's been tuning in. I do hope you have been enjoying the stream. I do try to stream 6 days a week, 11 hours a day. So every day is but Thursdays. This Thursday we did stream since I went to TwitchCon, and so people missed a lot of time. But we do play a whole bunch of variety. We played some, say, Skylines 2 recently, which was a lot of fun, but unfortunately very crashy for me personally, which is why we haven't continued playing it. We've been playing lots and lots of RimWorld lately. We started like an Adam and Eve run that we'll see how that actually ends up going in the long term. We had really bad luck getting it off the ground, I'll say that much though. Like we had a lot of false starts in that one. Crashing because of the teeth roll. So I wonder how actually true that is. That is one of those things that ends up being rumor mill a lot of times. That maybe it could be like 100% true. But a lot of times when you hear those like ridiculous takes and all that, it's those things like, okay, is this a thing that they all did? Because it's just a normal thing that like when you zoom out of models, they usually either they lower the polygons in the model or whatever, or stuff that's out of line of sight doesn't appear and all that. And it would feel like a very obvious thing that people would catch, like, hey, you know, very clearly you cannot see the teeth or whatever. But who knows? Maybe it is true. I wouldn't believe that necessarily, because honestly, with that many people running around with the teeth showing, I would actually expect the performance to be even worse. So I don't know what the reality is. I didn't look into like the methodology that people did to figure it out or whatever. But yeah, no, it definitely needs optimization. Like that I won't disagree with at all. Alright. So let's go ahead and we're going to start trying to go up along this west side to where the school is. Once I get a decent ways away from the gas station, I'm going to start blasting the horn and then get out of the vehicle and back off. Let the zombies swarm it and kill them. I just don't want to do it near the gas station where I could accidentally draw the zombies through and have them smash all my windows up and everything. It's also interesting to me that I looted all these, but I never... Oh, you know what I bet you this was? This is probably back before I had the generator mag... No, it would have been the generator magazine. There had to be something I was looking for over here that I either didn't have access to the vehicle, or there was a reason I wasn't using the vehicle. And I ran around. Did I clear to the school looking for the magazine? Did I? I can't... Actually, I think I did. Actually, if I remember back... I think, honestly, when we were looking for this generator and I kept not finding it, I think we actually ran over the road one time. Because this is a school here. I think I legitimately used noise to drag away the zombies and check the school real fast. And it wasn't there, for the record. I did ultimately find in the neighborhood. Just right at the end. Stop trying to flank me. Okay. Alright, and we can go ahead and keep pushing through this. Oh look, we're about to break 165,000 zombies and 5 more kills it looks like. 4. 3. Broke that. 2. 1. 1. 1. And 165,000. Done, and immediately just going into more. The number's not like some special number, like some record or whatever. It's just a big round number. Alright, so now you can go here and detach that. That's a new person record, thank you. That was a very fun meme when we had the record, and every time we would kill a couple of zombies, it'd be like, oh, we set a new world record, and then, you know, kill a couple more, it's like, oh, set a world record. Good times. 3,000th time tonight, yeah. Isn't every kill? Yeah, that's basically where we're at. Is like at this point, every additional kill is setting myself a new personal record. Reaching a milestone? Yeah, a milestone. That's a good word for it. All right, I'll deal with that alarm here in a moment. Turn on our radio. We should be nowhere near eligible for another helicopter, but it's a good habit to not break. As if you're running multiple helicopters, to check your radio every chance you get. Like every day, check it. Just to make sure. Because it sucks when you think you've got a bunch of time till the next helicopter and realize the helicopter just showed up and you go, well, I was wrong. This is bad. It's also good to check it just in case, like, they're like tropical storm in 2 days, or in this case, it'd be a blizzard would be the kind of event. Just slam that last rabbit. Get them calories. How's our weight doing? Okay, so pretty soon we can just eat vegetables for a while. Start shedding that weight again. Okay. Maybe the last time I rolled through here I had the trailer with all the spears and I just didn't want to take the time to detach the trailer and deal with it. That's another strong possibility as to why I hadn't cleared the road and done all these things. I normally don't like driving around with the trailer unless I'm like moving bases or whatever. Because you can get caught on it trying to back up if you get yourself in trouble. But with doing the spears, they're so heavy and so obnoxious that I've just been rolling around with the trailer with like 50 spears in it. And I use that till they all run out, and then I go in and make another batch of spears. Okay. Let's keep killing everything, because we're still right by where we live. Oh, since I did honk the horn just for a second there, let's just make sure none got stuck at the front of this building. We are close enough that could be a legitimate concern. Nope. Okay. Because otherwise I could smash a window and then I get back and I just see my windows are blown out and have to fix that when it's too dark to see and all that. There we go. All right. Okay. Yeah, all of you running down to my base, I don't want it. My forward base, you're not welcome here. This is where I retreat to if things go wrong. If things go wrong here, then I would just retreat farther. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to be able to... I don't know how I'm going to deal with making sure that parks are... I think it's literally just going to be being in the area, and every time I get a helicopter, taking the helicopter somewhere that it covers the whole park. That way we just gradually attrition them all out. Because by now it's going to be so overrun with trees, it'll be an absolute death sentence trying to get in there. It'd be like going to the military base, except you don't have good places that don't get, overgrown in time. So it's not that big a group. Let's run down here. There's the picnic bench. We can use that. We'll kill this pack down here, this little, like, teeny tiny one. Let's keep working on it. Okay. All right. So yeah, I think the thing I'm looking forward to the most in the update is just, again, the map and the basements. Like, to me that's a thing that no matter what you're into in the game will benefit you in some way or another, because it'll give you a new place to explore. Because I think, like, my fondest memories of Project Zomboid was when I first found the Pillows Respawn mod, which, you know, just randomly hucks you somewhere in the map, and just getting tossed who knows where in the map and going, alright, well, I just gotta figure out how to survive from here. And especially back then, the map wasn't like it is now. You couldn't just push M and the map would show up. You had to find these maps that were on the zombies, and you could draw on those, but they only contained the major cities and nothing else. And there was a website you could pull up, but I kind of deliberately didn't use it. That it had, like, the whole map. So I just kind of had to learn my way around the map. Like, I had really good times with that. But now the map works different and all that. Because once you learn the basic rough areas of the map, even if you don't know where you are, you can tell where you are relative to other things. So, like, you might end up in some random farm and be like, oh, I'm just south of Riverside by just looking at the bigger map. Even if you don't have Riverside revealed, once you've played enough that you know where Riverside is. Versus before, you would just end up... That's not how I want to approach that, that's fine. It's fine, we have plenty of endurance. I thought it was lower in endurance. Versus before, you'd end at this random farm. You'd have no anything to give you any idea where you were. And so you just had to, like, choose a road and start wandering until you found, like, a sign saying Rosewood that way. And while a lot of people would say they didn't like it, and that their justification for using the out-of-game map at that point was just, you know, your character in theory would know where the heck they are in Kentucky, which, fair enough. And it's also fair enough that they use the map. For me, I kind of like the idea that, you know, maybe you were some contractor or something who drove in the middle of the night, and, you know, you got to the house you were staying at, like, just as a temporary stay, and then everything went down. And so you genuinely don't know your way around town. You didn't get a good look at it. It's late. Like, even if it doesn't really make sense, it's still fine. It's a video game in the end. It could do what it wants. How are we doing our spear count? Alright, we're starting to get low. There's a group down here that I just don't want to be outflanked by them. Okay. All right. Okay, so like I said, it is wild. Before when these take like 3 or 4 hits to kill with any weapon, the amount of time goes. All right, Alice, welcome back. For those who don't know, I am streaming to a whole bunch of different platforms and all that. Yeah, also, let's keep in mind over on that platform that it, like, literally takes almost a minute and a half from when it actually happens for you to see it. It's just, unfortunately, the nature of that platform's live. It really is ridiculous how long the delay is over there. Like, actually, I hit pause, so 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi, 5 Mississippi. Okay, it's not that long. It's a good, like, 30 or so seconds, I would guess, with the delay on that end. It's a whole thing. Like, that's been my takeaway about the different platforms, is that of the platform, like, YouTube is horrifically delayed when it comes to the rate you see the content versus Twitch or TikTok. Like, don't get me wrong, when you're on Twitch mobile, the delay is can be pretty substantial as well. It can get up to like 30 seconds or so. Or if you're like on a particularly rough connection, that can get pretty slow. But like on their platform, on a good day, it seems to be behind almost a minute. Oh yeah, no, sorry. The sub count you're seeing over there, that's Twitch subs. The difference between YouTube and Twitch is, for Twitch we have what's referred to as followers, which is someone who, you know, it notifies them when they go live or whatever, they can see that I'm on. YouTube calls those subs, but they're effectively the same thing. Versus on Twitch, sub is someone who's actually paying money to support the channel. And then they also get the benefits of, like, you know, no ads, they get slightly faster point generation, stuff like that. Which is for, like, you know, interacting with content and all that. But yeah, no, it won't go up with the YouTube thing. Twitch is my main platform. Another one in that tree. May I just get you live? I hope you're having a good stream. I am, Penelope. I've been having a good one. But if you had subs on YouTube and Twitch, which would make you more money? Twitch, because YouTube subs don't actually give me any revenue to speak of. That's just basically saying I would like to know when this person's live. That's all YouTube sub is. YouTube sub is literally the same as just following on Twitch or following on Twitter or that kind of thing. There's no revenue associated with that. Hey, Suey, thank you so much for the raid. Give me a moment if we can get a shout out and all that good stuff. All right, let's back off for a moment, hop in the car, get the shout out, check out what we're playing and all that. But how was your stream? Let me go ahead and I can get you that shout out. So shout out at Suey. And you were playing... it says Fae Farm. Fae Farm's a good stuff. He was telling chat about how you are the same person in real life as on stream. I try to be authentic and all that kind of stuff. And all that. But yeah, no, I do that. that was I won't say who because I'm not sure they want like me to say it. But of the group of people I met, there was one of the people who was like, "Yep, you're what I expect. I've heard enough." So it was fun with all that. But yeah, for those who haven't checked out, so absolutely fantastic content creator on the platform. Been playing some Fae Farm, and thank you for the follow. Welcome to stream if I didn't already say that. But thank you so much for that raid. We haven't played some Project Zomboid, but definitely check out Zoe. Good times over there, all that kind of good stuff. But been playing some Fae Farm, been playing a bunch of stuff. Yeah, no, I tend to be like you feel like you low-key might be more outgoing in real life. I mean, I never felt that you weren't outgoing, so... Alright, Alice, you have a good one. So, like, I never really noticed that you weren't particularly outgoing in any way. But, I mean, it could also be, like, just how you experience it. And maybe others experience it differently. Maybe it's because we have interacted a lot that maybe where there's just more comfort there versus when, you know, you're talking to whomever that you're meeting at any given point or more publicly, you know, like sometimes streams are. I can see that. But yeah, for everyone popping in, I am Rual Storge. I do play a variety of games here on Twitch. I'm most known for the game I'm playing right now, which is Project Zomboid. I'm also noticing that my camera's all pixely and scuff for some reason. Oh, it's just leaning back that far, I see. But yeah, so I'm most known for this one because I used to hold the world record for the highest kill count run ever streamed at 135,121 zombies killed in one character on one life with no mods to change timization or vehicles on settings harder than Apocalypse. This run is set to slightly harder than that one, and we are currently at 165,214 kills. And you might be going, wait a second, isn't that more than your record? Yes, but someone took the record from me and kept going. And so their record is way higher than mine. I have no intention of trying to take it back. As I say, if anything, you are slightly more shy in real life, but you were thrown into big groups. So, good, bad, or otherwise, I do have a tendency when I'm in a group and others are talking, that generally I will let them talk, that I won't try and talk over them kind of thing. It's it's just kind of the way I am. So it is one of those things, especially if in a big group, usually if you hear me like step up to say something, it tends to be that like even if I have something I feel is very significant input. Otherwise, I can slip back into being like observer kind of thing in those situations. But yeah, no, I generally am pretty quiet in big groups. But I think you're the opposite. You have the habit of interrupting. Yeah, I think I feel like I used to have that, and I kind of overcompensated the other way. But it is one of those things that at conferences, a lot of times you'll see me like get quiet when I'm not like presenting or whatever, and just let people talk. And people who know me that have been around me in those circles, usually when I step in, they get quiet real fast because it's like, okay, this is something that is going to be meaningful input or whatever. And it's a good place to be. It's not a deliberate or intentional planned thing. It's just kind of the way it works. But yeah, but that said, I am a variety streamer. So like we started with RimWorld today. We've been trying like an Adam and Eve run thing that we had like 5 false starts for, but we've got our start that's going so far, knock on wood. But the entire idea is to like just grow a colony from 2 people. We'll see how it works. It'll probably die horrifically, and then we'll do something else. But in the meantime, we've been doing some Project Zomboid because I don't play this that much these days. I put over 3,500 hours on the game on Twitch, and so that's a lot of time. So kind of just in build 42 waiting room, like most of the content creators who tend to play Project Zomboid are. We're all just kind of waiting for the update. But this is the character that I've had alive for over a year, and that's over a year in real life, but has been alive for a year and a half in game life. 165,000 zombies killed. We've lived our entire life in nowhere but Louisville. And you might be going, man, you've killed 165,000. Louisville must be completely burned out, right? No. No, we're maybe about a third of the way through. If we're being generous to ourselves. That's how higher population settings are. Yeah, build 42 is slow coming. Yeah, Indiestone's always been it'll be ready when it's ready kind of company. So they don't rush things, they don't set themselves deadlines. They work on it until they're happy with it, and then they release it. But it does mean that there's something like 2 years between the major updates, that kind of thing. It's really a long wait. You think there's something like 13 million on 16 I read? I don't think it was that high, but it is. I know it's over 4 million, like 4.5 million. I know it's well over that. I don't remember exactly where it landed though. Whatever it is, it might as well be infinite, because to give you an example, the current world record is somewhere like 605,000, somewhere like that. And that player's been playing almost just shy of exclusively Project Zomboid in their channel. And while they don't stream as much as I do, they have been streaming a lot. But they play this almost exclusively, and is one of the fastest people at killing zombies that I know of. And they've been on that character for well over a year, and they're at like 600,000. To give you the context of like how fast that, like how long that takes, on this character I have 165,000 right now. If I literally played nothing but Project Zomboid on my channel, so 11 hours a day, 6 days a week, Project Zomboid, nothing else, nothing but this character, went hard, didn't die, it would take me somewhere in the ballpark of 6 months to tie the record. Not beat it, to tie it. So there's a reason why I have no interest in trying to take back the record. The person has earned it, which is Mr. Lamper UK who has it, by the way. The person has absolutely earned it. And this isn't me going, I could take it if I wanted. No, I'm saying I don't have the patience to take it. And therefore, I'm incapable of taking the record back. Because I'm unwilling to do it. And they're like, there's a handful of us I'd say are like 3.5 million. Gotcha. I also don't like spears, for the record. They're my least favorite weapon category. But this character started 0 to hero, which means they started with no stats at all, and have since maxed out every single weapon category there is except spears. Spears is the one and only one I haven't maxed, so I'm kind of doing it because it's all I've got left that I haven't maxed out weapon-wise, other than guns, which we actually spent a good 2 in-game days this stream just blasting off every single bullet I found this entire run so far. With the exception, I still have revolver ammo, but it takes so long to go through it. I just don't want to. And it's totally fine if you're lurking, if you're taking care of your self-care and all that. But you got anything fun coming up that you've got plans? And it's also, if you're like, nope, that's totally fine. Because like since our streams overlap so much when we stream, that I miss out on a lot of what you do these days. I'm trying to remember. I can't remember. One of us sleep. Yes, that is a plan. This is an excellent plan. I was referring to more of, and this is my fault. I was referring to more as like, you got anything you got planned for your channel, like stream-wise, like in the future, like games you're interested in looking at playing. And also, again, if you're trying to get to sleep, don't let me stop you. Sleep. You, I mean, I'll kill you through the window if you really want zombies. I mean, I feel no... If you need to sleep, get your sleep. Don't let me hold you up. Alright, so we need to sit in the truck for a minute. We're getting tired. We've been fighting. Alright. Oh, we still have our welding mask on. Did I actually disassemble that car, or did I completely lose my train of thought of what I was working on? Okay, we did. Because the Praetor is empty, which means we used it up, which means we took apart the car. Hey, Insane Spork, how's it going? Yeah, let's deal with these ones over here. Somewhere around here is causing me a little bit of visual stutter that I usually get when there's a whole bunch of zombies stuck at a fence that can't move. It's deeply concerning. Sleep? I feel like you're trying to communicate something. Like, you might be tired or something. Get your sleep. It was really fun hanging out while we're in TwitchCon and around Vegas and all that. Sui's tired. She's forgotten how to sleep. Yeah, hand Sui a blanket and pillow. It should be more comfortable than resting on a keyboard. This is fair. Keyboard face is not a great look. I've been. It's not very comfortable. Your face kind of feels not great in the morning. Okay. Let's restock her spears. I mean, her outro is literally keyboard face. This is fair. My outro needs to be updated. Both my sorry, actually no, my intro is fine. My outro is still a nod back to GTRP when I did that, which I know I've told the story many times of how I started streaming, which is just I had no intention of streaming. I was doing GTRP to kind of practice more improv side of things for where I talk at conferences. So I was doing that. Had a big group of people I was hanging out with on there that some of them weren't going to be able to be quote-unquote in the city, which is being logged in the game is what that means. But they were going to be able to be online. And they were really feeling like the fear of missing out in a big way. I was like, you know what? I have like a good internet connection. I have a good computer. I can stream this. You know, you can see my perspective of this thing, because we started noticing that just what circles of people you're around when you're doing RP, how the city felt was entirely different. And so it's just kind of a thing that I did a stream with that, and you know, I had a couple of the like people I knew from GTRP hung out. It's just a couple of us, just a couple friends. And I had fun with it. I was like, hey, this is fun, I'll just do another one. And I kept streaming, like literally did not stop, just kept streaming, you know, day after day. And then the server wasn't even up. Like, the server was only up, I think it's 4 or 5 days a week or something like that. But it was only up part-time. And when it wasn't doing that, I was like, alright, well, I'll stream, you know, RimWorld, Project Zomboid, those kind of games. And then I started having people who weren't part of the group started showing up to the channel and sticking around. And I was like, oh, wait, I could do something with this. And then, you know, it kind of grew and it grew and it grew. I got really well known in Project Zomboid, and Project Zomboid blew up when they announced Build 41. Became partnered. Just keeps going. Hey, Bentley, how's it going? That said, it's been, like everyone else, there's ups and downs. Like, when Project Zomboid's numbers started dipping real bad on Twitch, like, even though I've been Variety since the very beginning, my numbers took a pretty bad hit when that happened. Like most people who did. That's one of the reasons why you won't find hardly anyone who mains Project Zomboid anymore. There's a couple, but there's really not many. And those who do, most of them, their numbers are kind of not in a great place compared to what they're doing. I'm doing good. Some exceptions, like Lamprey's doing real good on his numbers. A big part of that is he's got the world record run going, and he's just doing that. And that's like when my numbers were highest when I was doing the world record run. Makes sense. You got the biggest numbers, you look like you're the best of the best. It's a lie, I'm terrible. No, I'm teasing. But you know, there's a certain draw when people are doing something like that. Yeah, I think a lot of people have just burned down Project Zomboid, or they're just kind of stuck waiting for Build 42. And unfortunately, I think it's taking long enough that a lot of people who were excited and waiting have you know, since lost interest. The wait's just been too long for them. I shouldn't say they've lost interest. Something else got their interest. So now it's just become the game on the back burner. Maybe or maybe not to someday be revisited. That's it. I intended playing when Build 42 drops. Probably go a bit hard on it for a week or two or something. Then we'll see where it goes from there. See if it's new, exciting, and interesting, or if it's perhaps not as impactful as we hope. Okay. Alright, so our endurance is getting a little low. I shouldn't keep pushing. I just want to check what's in this van. Because I desperately want the last Guerrilla Radio magazine. Even though it serves no purpose. Like, technically they teach you how to make, like, the homemade ham radios or whatever. But as far as, like, actually serving a purpose in the game, there's no reason for even doing that. You can just get an actual ham radio, and it's way easier to do than just finding the magazines. I hear one up right, but I don't see it. Okay, so we need to back off because I am pushing this endurance way past what is safe. For no real reason either. Basically creating a completely unnecessary risk. Now the one nice thing about spears is the execution animation. It doesn't matter if you're fully exerted. If it triggers, it still kills it in one hit. That's one of the abuses a lot of people have with the spears and why a lot of people complain about it. Okay. Alright, let's see. Oh, you hate trying to find those and there's someone else? Let's see, Discord says, I'm back to playing for Build 42. Hoping the new skills crafting meets expectations. Yeah, no, I'm definitely going to give it a go. But yeah, you're right. Easier to pick up a ham radio than they were. Oh yeah, there's so many places you can find them as well. And you also don't really need a ham radio. Like, multiplayer, they have some use. Just shove that. That's how you do that. Completely reasonable thing to do. Alright. Oh, I missed the turn. You know what, that's fine. Because I'll probably want to go and stock up on more rabbit. Keep our weight up. So all I need to do that is, there's our gas station down here on this other road. We'll just go back to it. It's hard to tell where some of the turns are when everything is white. I can't wait for winter to be over. Usually don't actually have snow down on the ground very long in Project Zomboid. Because, like, right now it's technically above freezing. It's just we had a blizzard just the other day, so it's still a bit nippy. Alright. So if I turn here, this could take me to the other gas station. I've also noticed when you do these long runs, the game doesn't perform as well over time. Which I think is just a matter of like how much of the map is loaded in, the loot's loaded in, all that kind of stuff. Like not like the per instance kind of thing. Like even when I load up fresh, that it seems to be a little bit pokier than it is on a run that we just started. Like you have the immediate performance spike of all the zombies around you. But if you don't have that many zombies around me, and it does feel like a little thing. The thing that slows the game down the most is when how much inventory is low in the cell, more so the zombies. Yeah, that definitely impacts things. My hope is always those things that if I don't open the inventory, it doesn't exist to me. I don't think that's true. I'm pretty sure the way it actually works is when you load in the area, it just generates it. That's if your store has 100,000 items, the game really chugs. Yeah. But it's also the reasons why I don't try and collect stuff. And that's one of the reasons I don't loot that many zombie buys. Just every little bit of loot I try to not add to the world. It's one of the reasons with other players, they just chuck spears now when they break in the ground, and it's like, no, please. I understand you haven't had any noticeable performance impact. But me, I just look at that and goes, but it's an object in the world. It's got to minimal be using a tiny little performance somewhere. Okay, so let's deal with the one zombie who saw us pull up. Two zombies, actually. Three zombies, actually. I didn't even see the crawler. I'm glad we were running. I was wondering, I was like, why did I hear that noise? It's fine. We just raced right on by. Oh, another thing for new players, if you didn't realize, there's two types of run. This is like your regular jog. You also have sprinting, which is big run. So regular, sprint, regular, sprint. I will warn you, if you're not playing with sprinters or multiplayer, you never have a reason to ever sprint. It's just not a thing to bother doing ever. And it's really bad because it uses like your endurance almost like 2 or 3 times as fast as even regular jogging. It is straight up obliterates your endurance. Okay, so we should have some rabbits in here. Alright, so we're starting to have the broccoli go stale. I forgot we had broccoli in there. Okay, that's more rabbit than we want. Can't see the stack size. Yeah, 5 encumbrance, that's probably 2 to 3 rabbits. Alright, so we're gonna thaw the rabbits. And once the rabbits are thawed, we're gonna butcher them, and then we're gonna cook them. Get ourselves some fancy rabbits. And while those are doing their thing, let's go and just yank the broccoli out of here. It's gonna go bad anyway. Oh, there's so much broccoli in there. Hang on. Never mind. I was like, let's grab the broccoli. I did not observe the fact that there was a stack of 90 broccoli in there. Okay, that's fine. And that's all still from before the winter started. That's how long we've been keeping all of that food floating around. So, that's just people will over prepare for the winter in this game in a big way it's really not that scary. Like, we still have potatoes and broccoli and all that we got in the fall, which there's no fall season, for the record. The game is just winter or not winter. But they just grew all of it in the not winter. How are you all full? Here. Toss those seeds on there. I got a whole bunch of spears there. That's fine. Our inventory is not full to the point of that. So let's slam down an entire 3.6 encumbrance or 3.2 encumbrance rabbit. Once again, unhinging our jaw, insert entire rabbit into mouth. Keep those calories up. Okay. How are we doing on time? Alright. And as a reminder, normally I wrap up at 4 a.m. EST, but today we are going an hour long because reasons. Reasons that involve being supportive of friends to our channel. So we're gonna do a thing at the end of stream, which we'll worry about there when we get there. But we'll worry about there when that happens. Yeah, I think I've been debating, because there's a couple people involved, as debating who I was going to drop the raid on when we get to that point. I think I know who I'm going to do that for. But that'll be fun times. Because it'll also be fun, because like I said, I am under the impression the two people involved, one is, I would say, beginner to intermediate. Like, kind of maybe more in the intermediate area, and the other one, I don't really know how much Product Zomboid they play, but I would put them, from what I'm gathering, and again, I could be completely wrong, more beginner. And that can be a lot of fun to tune in when you have someone who's, like, very new to Project Zomboid. So they make the mistakes that we all make, because Project Zomboid's a game that loves to punish you for mistakes and your greed. You're very much your greed. Absolutely your greed. 100% your greed. The game will absolutely decimate you for your greed.
Your greed will be your downfall.
Uh-huh. How, like, for the people who played Product Zomboid, how many of your deaths by, like, just a vague ratio would you say were completely needless deaths because you felt like you needed a thing that, in hindsight, you know what, maybe you really didn't need? Or if you needed it, maybe not right that moment. Or you had something like a vehicle you were just unwilling to give up that you could just have easily walked away from and then just come back the next day to deal with it, but you just weren't willing to walk away. Let's turn that off. Let's see, fairly new Zomboid, and all of my deaths so far are because I got greedy. Uh-huh. Here's a hint, when you get really good at the game, most of your deaths will also still be because you got greedy. Here, let me allow that one, that's fine. It's like close to every, says Mag. Elgo's like, no, I needed it. Any Starfing says, actually not that high percent for me. Most of my deaths are when I lose concentration and I stop paying attention for some reason. That's fair. I'm sorry, that chair popped real loud there. Like, chair, I need you to not break while I'm sitting in you, please. Alright, make sure we're all clear before we start collecting more gas. Cool. That peering there freaked me out for a second. Like all your deaths bitten while sleeping, you didn't need to sleep there. I mean, sure. I actually haven't gotten in trouble from being attacked while sleeping too much. Like, so far as deaths. I've had plenty of times where it's gotten real dicey. Like, there's clips of times that I've barely gotten away because some zombie smashed in a window while I was sleeping and we had to run away as we woke up kind of thing. The 15%, the other 15 not paying attention. Yeah, that's kind of the thing that happens as you get later and later. You'll still have the occasional greedy death. Usually it's the greedy in the stubborn way, like you don't want to leave your car behind kind of way. Not the greedy as in you're like trying to fight into the, you know, window or whatever. But you'll usually have the ones where it's just like that second of inattention. They get distracted just for a moment, and that moment is just all it takes. Or the one that's gotten me out of my 3 longest runs, 2 of them died to a zombie who was blended in the background really well and just stood there and waited for me to run into them and then grab me. I got caught twice by that one. I had a character that's like 73, 75,000 zombies killed, died that way. And I think the one was like 112? Toilet zombies get you a fair bit? Yeah, one of the things that helps with the toilet zombie situation is be loud as heck. Just be noisy. Be the person who walks into someone's house and just starts yelling. I mean, do that outside the house, not inside the house. That kind of deal. Because then the toilet zombies will reveal their presence. They'll just start banging on the door and like, I see. I understand. And then when you do find a bathroom that has a zombie in it, unless you really need to go in there, probably wait until you have Nimble 3 to do it. Because with Nimble 3, you can open the door and just back up. And if like 10 zombies pop out, it's totally fine. Because you move at the same... Well, I'll take that. Because you move at the same speed they do. So you'll just back away as they go to grab you. I'll take a spare tire and a battery for my car. But like that's honestly half of the thing you learn to survive longer is just recognizing that half the things that feel urgent aren't. Like it'd be like, oh no, I'm starting to get dehydrated. And then you realize like, oh, I still have like, you know, the better part of half a day or so before this is even a real concern to me. Screw you, stop sign. Oh, never mind. My apologies. I'm using stop sign just going, phew. Sad you missed the shooting spree, you fell asleep for 4 hours? I mean, it was mostly me standing at one side of the fence and then emptying ammo into a horde of zombies. Because we were in the middle of a blizzard, so I didn't want to fight for real the entire time. I also feel no guilt in it, considering if we look at how many zombies I've killed with guns, even cheesing them through the fence, it's like a couple thousand. Out of 160, you know, 65,000 or whatever we're at. Oh yeah, yeah. That was the M16 and the M4 are really, really rare in the game. That you can check the military base and all that and come up empty-handed there. And it was like, yeah, you know, I'm finding all this 5.56, but don't worry about it. I'm never gonna get a chance to use it. And then we found 3 of the stupid things like right after that. Like in the building we found 2 of them, and like the next building we found 1 more. It's like, all right, the game feels called out. Hey, look, a katana. We let 1 katana go to waste earlier today. And by that I mean we killed a zombie and we didn't loot it. To be fair, it was in a horde of like several hundred zombies on the other side of the fence and is gonna have to like run the long way around. And if you're all excited for me using that, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I've already maxed out my long blade, so that goes for storage for later. For when I have all my weapons maxed out, I'm going to reward myself by just having like a field day with whatever weapons I feel like. We're just going to absolutely go for it. Let's see, yeah, you remember Xeno shooting... Oh, yeah, yeah. So, Yeah, so there's a thing in Project Zomboid where if you get enough zombies on the screen, it stops loading the textures on the zombies outside of your front row or whatever. So that the zombie, like, swarm just ends up being this kind of this black mass. This, like, just writhing mass kind of thing. Yeah, we had enough zombies that we ran into that problem, and I had, like, the entire military checkpoint worth of shotgun shells, and I was like, alright, well, you know what we're doing? We're reducing the number of zombies here. It took a long time for it to be even remotely noticeable. That was a dicey execution animation. And you're probably like, oh man, fire axe, you're gonna loot that, right? No. No, I am not. We have plenty at home. Hey. Hey, don't hit the one behind the one that's actually attacking me, please. Don't do that weirdness. I've never died to it, and I'd like to keep it that way. Oh, I see what happened. Yeah, I see you, Eunuch. Yeah, automod do be weird sometimes. I get Wyatt flagged in that one, which is fine. Like, it's fine, but it's one of those things that's like, okay, that very easily could have been, the wording could have been something negative. I'd rather go with the caution where it flags and I go, yeah, that's fine, I'll allow it. Versus, you know, when someone says something truly awful. You're like, well, that's out there. Damage is done. Let's see. Save them all and go clear Muldrow town and then burn it all down. Yeah, I did said if I ever, you know what? We'll even make it if I ever clear Louisville, which isn't going to happen. So don't expect it. We'll burn down Muldrow. Does he wish there was an option to let the message Kapayama go through that? Yes, absolutely. Because there is definitely words I don't want people to say that can be used in a context where it's okay and fair. But like, I just always want to be caught because most of the time people use the words, they're not used in a way that's okay and fair. Like, there is a technical use of the R word that is totally fine because you're talking about the actual technical thing that is named that. And then there's all the other contexts that people use that word, which I do not want to permit. But in the sense of using it for the technical purpose when we're playing a game that's actually a mechanical feature of, because that's what it's used for. To be stunned or slowed. Let's see. I was hoping to burn it down anyway, since the conditions are unreasonable. Give Venus incentive. Oh yeah, we can do that when build 42 is going to drop. Like, we can spend the last day in burnt down. Like, 90% of the time, it's not contextual appropriate. Yeah, exactly. It's like the vast majority of the time, the word is used in a harmful way. Like, deliberately harmful way. But, for that one rare time that does, you know, I want to be able to permit it. That said, I think in the entire time we've had the channel, even with a game that does have it, we've had it used with, like, the actual term once. Like, for again, the mechanical thing. And that's why we play stuff like American Truck Simulator and all that. They have that. I think they also have it in Farm Simulator, but it's just not relevant. Because you just don't have to care about it there. I mean, to be fair, in American Truck Simulator, you mostly don't have to care about either. Yep, Andy. It is the unfortunate thing that is like an evolution that happens though. Is they will like, and it's not even with just that. Like, they'll have stuff. you'll have a word that is deemed like a slur that people have been using for deliberately harmful things, and it becomes unacceptable to use that word in, like, you know, out in public because it's mostly used in a harmful way. And so what ends up happening is you'll have some new word that will replace the word for the not harmful purpose of it. And then, of course, over time, you know, people not wanting to get called out in public will start using the new word in a harmful way, slowly turning it into a slur, and it's almost like a whack-a-mole situation. And it's just the unfortunate thing. But it is just one of those things that, like, yeah, so you don't use a harmful one. Yeah, it's a whack-a-mole thing, but change is the only constant in our universe. For better or worse. Yeah, you just keep doing your thing. I know better than to try and pop open a door with multiple zombies on it. I've died to that before. That's an unnecessary way to get killed. I don't care at all preserving the doors in this place. The whole city's already been pretty much demolished by the sheer number of zombies moving around with all the helicopters. Alright. Okay, we'll just keep knocking down. It is one thing I wonder for people new to the game when they watch gameplay like this, like, you know, someone who's got a well-established character, they're really juiced up, they're just knocking the zombies down like dominoes, that, you know, they're trying to learn the games, they're trying to emulate what, you know, players who are good at the game do, because that's usually a good way to legitimately get good at something. Like, if you're learning the violin, you can watch people play the violin, see where they put their hands, see how they move their arms, that kind of thing, and be like, cool, I'm learning. And, you know, you're gonna make lots of mistakes because you're missing like some fundamental training stuff kind of thing, but you're making progress. But in a lot of ways, that'd be setting yourself up for failure in Project Zomboid, because in the early game, just like a new player, when I pull too much, I'm gonna run the hell away. Like, I know when it's like, that's honestly one of the more important skills, is knowing when it's time to, you know, not push, to go, oh, I pulled too much. Like, this isn't going to end well. Let's get out. And you just don't see that in the end. So it gives you that false impression that you should be pushing and bullying and all that kind of stuff, and you're wondering why you can't. Which you don't get to do that till your character gets established. You gotta know when to hold him, you gotta know when to fold him. Absolutely. Tactical withdrawal. Absolutely. Like, in Project Zomboid, never be afraid to run away. Like, if things ever feel not great, leaving is always an option. Like, the only time that can get to be a problem is early game, when you don't have places to go to kind of things, if you're on, like, in an area that there's not an easy retreat, or sometimes during the helicopter, the fact that it pulls the zombies around can cause you to get off balance, cornered kind of thing. But otherwise, like, if this moment I go, oh, there's too many, just walk away. You don't need to run, just walk away. And just keep on walking. You know, it feels like, oh no, I tried to walk away, but like, I kept finding more and more zombies. And you will, like, especially if you're in the cities. But that's the thing, just keep walking away. You find more zombies, that's fine. Walk away. You find more zombies after that, keep walking. Don't run, just walk. Walk away from town. It's perfectly fine to walk out in the middle of the wilderness and then work your way back. Let's say, the question is, will I learn to play the violin by watching you play Zomboid? Only if your brain works in a very abstract way. I was going to try and come up with some credible reference of like hitting the zombie with a spear somehow communicates to like something in Violent, but I don't know anything about Violent to put together a thing. Hitting a zombie with the spear, it's kind of like doing a hammer-on the guitar, where you just tap it real fast. I wasn't greedy. I took a calculator to this. Wow, I'm at math. Everyone get out the old Barbie. Math is hard. Zomboid is a violent game. Yeah, it has the same letters. You can't spell violent without violin. If you know, really fudge the spelling. Really fudge the spelling. Okay. And with that huge contribution of effort, we have reached the end of the street. I kind of miss and don't miss the part of this run where we would get on the main street and our accomplishment for the day would be driving like not even half a block, like driving like 2 car lengths forward over the course of a full day or two in game, and that was considered a sense of accomplishment, that the vehicle physically was able to move forward. We had killed enough zombies. You remember those days? Yep. Pepperidge Farm remembers. Oak. Yeah, I figured the car's gonna be a little bit busy. Alright, so pull this group. We'll go a little bit fatigued on the, or a little bit exerted on this one. We'll go find a chair, sit down, recover, do it again. All right. The danger of exertion is not only is it dangerous from like you do less damage, it's a lot less damage. A ridiculous lot less damage when you're exerted, even mildly so. You also move a little slower. There's like just so many penalties to being exerted. It's a reason why you never want to push yourself any more exerted than you really must if you can help it. It's also reasons why doing stuff like building your base gets so dangerous, is it's really easy to feel safe and then just sit there and just start, you know, slamming away at like chopping down tree after tree until you're like maximum exertion and fully overburdened with logs and all that. And then a group of zombies shows up, you just kind of fall over dead because you can't do anything. Well, this is horrifically dangerous. Stop walking. We are not sitting down in here. How badly do we need what's in this house? We don't. This is the kind of greedy that gets you killed. I'm literally just trying to rest, and I'm trying to do so when I could just sit in the middle of the street and do it slower. But yeah, this is needless risk here. And my zombies, I do have them set smart enough to be able to open doors and windows, which is why I will not sit down. Because if there is a zombie aggroed, it can open that door and walk right in, and I'll have like just like a quarter of a second to react. If I was sitting down. Here I'll have probably like a good half second. There, so get out of the murder room. Yeah, normally what I'll do is I'll grab a chair, I'll drag it on the road, and I'll just dump it in the road. I don't do the thing where I grab the chair, put it in my bag, carry it with me, you know, put it down, pick it up, put it down, pick it up. Not because I'm like, ow, meta strategy or anything like that. It's I'm very lazy. So I'll just plunk a chair down the road, call it a day. I believe we broke a spear there. Can't wait to be done with spears. I know I keep saying I cannot wait to be done with spears. I know that covers the top bunk. I know, right? Have we considered putting our head between our knees, rocking back and forth, and crying incoherently? I hear that is a reasonable response to the end of the world. Ah, spears. Already about to be exerted again. Look at all that loot. Ah, this loot's worthless. No one wants that. There's nothing here. Junk. Those beta blockers? We don't need those anymore. We haven't needed those in ages. I saw you. Alright, let's not be risky about this. Go in here. Go right back out here. I need to actually move that one. That is a collidable couch. Normally I don't have to worry about them because it's grab like the wooden chairs and they don't physically take, you know, they're not like a physical object you can run into. This one you can. So if I drive into this, I'll actually smash into it in the car. Just plunk that right over there instead. Yeah, I mean, like, so spears are the highest damage per second weapon in the game. Like, there's definitely pros to them. But, they're very fragile. And for the record, we have 10 maintenance and 8 spears right now. So this is about, not quite as strong as they're going to get, but pretty close to as durable as the spears are ever going to get. And you've already gone through, like, 4 just in this little area here. Probably 6 on the street. So they end up being a huge expense in inventory space, just how many of them you have to carry for each outing. The execution animation, you need to play around it, which is not that hard. But it's just another thing you have to keep in mind that, whatever. They are actually pretty unreasonable when it comes... Not unreasonable. They're one of the higher uses of endurance to kill stuff. The only one that's really, really worse are axes. Yep, and the downtime from exertion as well. So like spears are very much not my favorite. A big group, like we already cleared up this part of the street, but we have a big group moving around. Probably heard us driving around the other in-game day when we went down this way to head back to the gas station. That's fine. We just keep killing them, and they keep dying, and then they're not here. Ah, there we go. A proper rally group. It's been a little while. And just being outflanked a little, no big deal. Okay. I'll catch up with chat in just a minute. We had one rally group, kind of got joined by like 2 half or quarter rally groups, whatever. For those who don't know what a rally group is, the zombies will bunch up into a certain amount of zombies by default. And by default, I believe it's 16 zombies to a rally group. So if you were just to drop 400 or 500 zombies into a single spot on the map, and you just back away and let them do their thing, they would kind of break out into groups roughly of like anywhere from 8 to 16, 16 being the largest. And it would just bunch up and then they'd spread out from each other from there. It's one of the reasons that once you get past like 6 or 8 times pop, the game doesn't really get harder, it gets slower. And the reason for that is you're still going to engage in one group of 16 at a time, and you're going to keep doing that again and again. So all it does, it takes you longer to get around. They're even deader now. They're already dead. They're even deader now. Now they're re-dead. Zombies are social creatures. They like to travel in packs. You wonder if they still have the highest DPS, the downtime included? I believe Lamprey did the math, and they actually do come out ahead over Knives, but just barely. And then Knives being the second. So far as like when I was talking ZPS, that's kills on the zombies. Because the Knives, even at 10, hunting knives, they don't always one tap. They just mostly one tap. You still get the occasional 2 tap. Hey, that's another rally group right there. Whereas at like 10, the spears, even with your like mildly exerted, will mostly one tap. But the knives catch up a lot of ground because you never have to stop fighting. Just exertion's nothing you gotta worry about. We got another rally group up there. We got one over by the school. Okay. Does this remind you of Spooky Scary Skeletons, where they just want to socialize? Yup. Oh, you lived. Wasn't expecting to hit a zombie on the ground without exertion, and you live. Not at 8 spears. Okay, buddies. Because I don't have any like particular focus on like this is where I'm trying to clear to anymore. We've reached the point there's no loot in the game I care about at all as far as really care about. I'll check the cars to the gorilla radio. If we don't find it, I don't honestly care that much. You know, if I see something cool, I'll grab it, but generally speaking, I don't even check the shelves most of the time because there's just nothing I need. What little I do want at any point, I can just go grab. Yeah, but Spheres, that's what, the 5th time I've had to stop this in-game day to rest at the chair? Because we went to the bed upstairs, we drug that out, we rested at 2 times real fast there, then we're resting a 3rd time, I think? No, maybe it's only 4 times. Either way, that's just spear life. I've already got a spear on my back. And eventually those zombies will figure their way out. There's a reason I'm not running in there to try and find the zombie banging on the door. Okay. Grab the garden fork. I don't care about the rest of it really, but the garden fork I'll take. I've actually not been using the garden fork. I collected a bunch and I should. It's basically a spear that's more durable. Is all a garden fork really boils down to. So it's just a better spear. Yep. Garden forks do count as spears. But I kind of saving them. Part of me is like, oh, I'll just use them all when I hit 9 spears. You know, basically try to get as much mileage out of them as I can. And part of me is like, yeah, I'm just not going to bother. When did I kill up that road? It doesn't matter. It's in the last 7 in-game days, the bodies are still there. So it must have been like the last stream I did. Alright. I see basically 2 rally groups worth maybe 3. All right. And there's the other half group we saw. And it'll be about time for us to head back to our vehicle and get out of here. Alright, let's get back out of here. Before things get too out of hand. And as high as our fitness is, we actually will recover fitness walking around as long as we're not overburdened. And not too sleepy. But, you know, of course, then we're fighting, and that doesn't help with that. Could you not? I don't really remember where I parked. Oh, I think my car was right down here at this intersection. It's probably going to have some zombies on it because we walked far enough away that they'll be wandering around. They'll have heard the engine running and been drawn to it. Oh, good. We're at 1 year, 7 months. End of the video, so Rual can wind down for bed. Yeah, so reminder, I am going an hour longer than normal tonight is the plan. Because we have friends of the channel who are doing a thing. Then I want to go and get a whole bunch of people who are interested in Project Zomboid and drop them right on over there while they're doing the Project Zomboid thing. Okay, no zombies at all here. That's actually part of the motivation for me playing Zomboid today was, you know, the desire to kind of share the community with them. It's like it had been a little while, so it's about due anyways. Timing works out, so win, win, win all the way around. Need to slow your roll before I ramp over these bodies. All right. Oh, I see what you're saying. We're in that weird spot where... Okay. Yeah, so if I do a full another in-game day, we'll go long. I think we'll do that, though. Versus... This is where the part where normally in a stream I'd be in that, like... Okay, I could do one more day, go... Because a day in reality lasts between, like, 30 to 45 minutes. Depending on what you're doing. The actual day length is an hour. But you fast forward through parts of when you rest... when you're doing exercises, that kind of nonsense. You also have part of it you sleep through, so it ends up being between 30 and 45 minutes for most days. Obviously, if things get off balance and you end up having to like run around sucking down vitamins to get through the day, it's going to be a much longer day. And if you go and you just start chopping down a whole bunch of trees, nearly instantly exhausting your character, so your character falls asleep like mid-afternoon, then you have much shorter days. But that gives you an idea of how long you've been playing this character. If it's 30 to 45 minutes per in-game day, and we've been alive for 1 year, 7 months, and 1 in-game hour, so you just do your math on how many days that 1 year, 7 months are. You know, multiply that between 30 minutes and 45 minutes, come up with your cumulative total, and you have a pretty good estimate on where we'd be at. You know, we'd be within a couple of hours of that time. And that'll be like actual like your character is unpaused moving around playtime kind of thing. When I go on breaks and all that and do other things, that wouldn't even be factored in. Or if we have like hype trains and I pause the game, that wouldn't be factored in. So it'd be even longer. We're also getting really close to the point I am going to need to make more axes. Or not axes, spears. Because I think we have one more spear in the trailer, and then my inventory. And maybe not, the stuff in my inventory lasts for a full day. All just depends on the RNG on the durability hits. Oh, don't do that. Turn off your engine. Okay. Didn't I toss a red axe back here? Oh, I have 7 more spears there. Okay, yeah, we're alright. I got 16 spears between the 2 inventories, that's fine. And our calories are starting to get down again. It's a U-hole. And I'll be fine. We maxed out our tailoring, right? Yeah. Because I remember I needed to get it to, I think it was 8. Because we had gotten, part of our clothes had gotten torn. And so you can't fix that without having at least, 8 tailoring. So I remember grinding that up once we got all the books and all that. Alright. Honestly, we're looking at just over an in-game day to max out, or not max out, hit fitness 9. And we're getting to be about halfway to Spears 9. Which we hit Spears 8 kind of at the beginning of the stream today, I believe. Nimble still got ridiculous. Like, Nimble takes forever to do anything with. Like, we've literally maxed out all of these weapons and all that, and our Nimble is still nowhere near maxed out. Alright, and put these back on. Okay. Yeah, you're so close. Only 1,000. Yeah, only 1,000 more, and then we're fitness 9. And then the worst thing to think about it is going from fitness 9 to 10 is almost the same amount to get to 9. It takes forever. Hey, Lone Zombie, how you doing, friend? So I just need to top off my water in the toilet for a moment, don't mind me. You always start with fitness 9. I'll make it to be done with the right traits. Yep. It's the reasons why I'll have people sit there and be like, oh, obese, you know, unfit, those free points. They're like, okay, well, yes, in the sense, if you were to play long enough to max out your character from there, then sure. We could argue it'd be free points. I can go with that. But the reality is, you can get the idea behind this character. We're 1 year, 7 months into it, 166-ish thousand kills, and we still haven't maxed out our stats as far as fitness and all that goes. And that's with our character whenever we don't have something to do, doing sit-ups every single night just about. So, realistically, you will never get those fitness points. For when people ask me for like a beginner build, what I recommend is get some points in Nimble, get Keen Hearing, that's huge, and then get at least a decent amount of fitness. Like everything else you can wiggle a lot with and it won't be that big a deal. But having a low fitness character really sucks. Having Nimble really helps you with the early game fighting. And then Keen Hearing is just the single most powerful trait in the game because you can see behind you twice as far, roughly. Which is amazing. You said you could run and fight all night like an absolute machine. Everyone else, picks asthmatic and obese. Oh yeah, that's the whole thing. It's like, unless you're doing like an absolute chug of a marathon, I would argue getting low fitness is a mistake. Now, I am doing an absolute marathon, and my build I use, I jokingly refer to as a self-sabotage build, and I stand by that. It's not a build I'd recommend to advanced or beginner players. It is a bad build. But it's what I enjoy. Because weak, fit, and obese? How would you like, chat? To be only able to carry, was it 5 encumbrance to start with? So start the game that you have your water bottle consists of more than like a third. It's like a third of your inventory is just your water bottle, not counting any weapons or anything else, just a water bottle with water in it. You get a canned good in there, you're at 2/3 your inventory before you start being overburned. Again, not counting your clothes, which are also going to be having their own weight. I've had runs of this where I've ended up throwing our clothes on the ground because the weight was getting that much of a management issue, so that I would throw the clothing on the ground because the extra like half a unit of weight they take I just really needed for food or something. On every single one of these zombies I hit, every single hit is 1 dexterity XP. So if we pushed and killed like 1,000 zombies today, we would hit fitness 9. Because I'm shy about 1,000 XP from leveling it up. Now, every time I hit, I'm also gaining strength, but the strength calculation is complicated. It's like 0.8 to 1.5 XP or some nonsense, depending on how much protein you've had recently when you do an attack. You also gain strength passively by just being mostly overburned. Just carrying stuff kind of cause you to gradually gain strength XP. Very, very slowly, for the record. Like, absurdly slowly. I almost slammed into that police car. I've already looted that police car. Yeah, no, the strength and the fitness, you get those both. Honestly, in practice, it's not a thing you care about. You just keep juggling your food to keep your weight balanced and fight. You'll get there. Well, I'm feeling a little boxed in. I can get away very easily, but it's not a cozy feel. Okay. I'll kill you all in a moment. Just moving up little by little, aggroing more as we go. Trying to keep a nice little cadence going here. And people talk to you about, like, different skills people swear you do and don't need zombies around. Light-footed and sneak. You do need zombies nearby that are not aggroed to you. And moving around with those, like, long crouch stance for those to level. Nimble does not. You can literally just walk around in the middle of nowhere in combat stance, you'll still gain nimble. You don't need zombies around. I've gone to areas of the map that physically have no zombies on them at all, and just nibbled around while foraging and gotten nimble XP. Horrifically low amounts because that's just the speed that nimble goes. But it does level with or without zombies. Requiring the zombies is like one of those little misinformation things that's been around in the community forever that people swear to, even though you can very easily test and confirm everything. Yeah. Oh yeah, do not try and grind nimble. That is the worst. Like, you used to be able to do a trick where you could just walk up to a door and nimble against the door in place. So you would just do there and you just, you know, basically put like a weight on the keyboard. I was not one to ever do that, but people would. And it's like, nah man, it's not worth it. It's not worth it just to leave the game running while doing that and check back every 15, 20 or so minutes to give yourself a little water and a little food. If you're gonna do that, just give yourself the couple points in nimble to start and be done with it. Okay. And then sneaking, light-footed are just shy of useless. They technically serve a purpose, but like, if you're using them for their intended purpose, something's gone wrong. Oh. Door's locked. I was gonna open the door and kill him, but the only alternative is to climb through either that window or the bathroom window. If we climb through that window, we instantly get grabbed and die. If we go through the bathroom window, then there's just a bunch of risk we don't need in our life. That zombie will bang on that door till the door breaks, and then we'll kill it when it comes out. But do you think sneaking and light-footed requires zombies nearby, but not nimble? Correct. Yep. Okay. You see I've got one behind me as well. Oh, two actually. Alright, and we're chiseling away at the last of these. Yes, I don't think we'll break 167,000 tonight. It would be nice. I don't think it'll happen. Alright. So let's try and go around the back of the school. Because yesterday we ran up this road and we killed a bunch. So if we go around the back of the school, we should be able to pick up a couple more rally groups, I would think. Got some stragglers here in the front yards. They'll all group up on the vehicle, that's fine. Yep, keep bringing it. Alright, so it should be mostly safe to this side. We'll probably pick up a couple from over here. And then we'll loop back and deal with whatever dumps onto that truck from driving by and then honking that horn. Okay. Thanks so much for everyone's been tuning in, hanging out, all that good stuff. It's been a pretty good day for stream, like, all around, honestly. We had some pretty nice raids towards the end. Like, Rimworld did pretty good. It had, like, a little bit of a slow start, but I think also part of that was we kept having colonies, like, get off the ground and died really fast because we're doing some... Like, it was basically like Naked Brutality, but 2 people instead of 1 because we had, like, a thematic run going. And even then, I had extra stuff I require of myself, like the random research, no research kind of nonsense. Get back over here. I shouldn't even check that mailbox. That's me being greedy. Honestly, I was expecting more zombies than that on that van. I was expecting like 2 rally groups worth, and that's like most of a single rally group there. You're all good here for a moment. There was one on the very far edge of the screen. Won't take us long to bat. Ooh, let's not miss a swing, please. Okay. Drop that off. Grab you. Did you see me managing my inventory, zombies? I was busy. Wait your turn. Get a number. Look. Venus here is a fashion consultant. She expects you to take her seriously. You gotta have an appointment. You don't just show up and expect her to perform. Alright. Yeah, so we got this little group here to deal with. I mean, that's actually about half a rally group. There's a lot more bunched up against the side of the van than I thought. Still, I expected more. I expected like 2 rally groups, maybe more. We are right next to school, and while I did clear the building long ago, or at least went in and looted the school library. I don't remember if we cleared it or not. Probably just got the library. As long as it's been, I figured a lot of zombies would have moved back into the area. Okay. And let me catch up. Alright, especially since you show up dressed like someone who's been a zombie. Who's been a zombie for 18 months. Yep. Definitely train nimble by just moonwalking into random empty spaces. Yeah, no, that was, oh man, that was... Mr. Lamper UK ran a hardcore sprinters only server. That it was hardcore in the sense that if you died, you couldn't get back on the server until it reset. Like, it was just 1 life per person. And so it made you really motivated to live and not take risks. But yeah, they also he had turned on like toxic fog and all sorts of nonsense. It was a really fun server. Like, it's actually one of the most fun I had multiplayer playing Project Zomboid. But that server was brutal. And you'd have like toxic fog, so you have everyone like packed in this tiny little bathroom. That is a dangerous climb out. I mean, I've ever like packed in like a little bathroom because you couldn't go out because toxic fog kills you. So you'd just be waiting the day out, and then it'd be too dark because it's pitch black nights to do anything. And you just have people practicing sprinting against a wall or nimbling or whatever. It's mostly sprinting because the sprinter's nimble is nowhere near as useful as it is normally. But it was a whole thing. It was a fun server, but there's definitely some like learning. Like after like 1 or 2 iterations, they got rid of toxic fog. It's like, okay, it's it's a fun idea, but the problem is playing multiplayer. We just had to wait for it to go away was no fun. Whereas, you know, when you're playing solo, you get out of the toxic fog, and once you're clear, you just do some exercises in the room, or just fast forward time, or like whatever. But since you can't fast forward in multiplayer, you just had to like stay there. It also had absurdly rare loot. Like, it had a mod to massively reduce the amount of loot. They said it was good times. But it tended to make people work together more, whereas one of the problems you run in when you're running a multiplayer server in Project Zomboid is you'll have people on the same server, but a lot of times you'll have a bunch of people kind of just do their thing on their own, which is fine. But then you start kind of scratching your head and going, what's the multiplayer part? And that's unless you have like a common goal for everyone. But like that's the whole reason why you do that stuff, is you're trying to do things to entice players to like do stuff together. So like having a goal saying like, hey, we're gonna go clear the prison, that kind of thing. Or hey, we're gonna go do the mall, like that's gonna be the big goal, like day 3 we're gonna knock out the mall or whatever. Then you can manage to rally people for those days. Okay, potato. Broccoli. Snack time. They did cryogenic winter, I think, at the server. Can't remember if it was like full on cryogenic winter, or they just turned the temperature down massively. Which ended up becoming a problem on the server later, because say they did their reset and everyone got on, and then you couldn't get on for several hours. Usually almost all the clothes that you could potentially find near where you started were just gone. So it became this like real big challenge to try and run and find any clothes you could on the map, just as fast as you could. But people started to wise up to that, and they started being better about, like, they would leave spare stuff they found at like the spawn point. People would go out of their way to not bring the zombies to spawn. Lamprey would take the server sometimes and like build a little area at the spawn that you would spawn, you know, slightly away from where the zombies could reach you. Like, you'd have a platform that the zombies couldn't break that you'd spawn on or whatever. Just anything to, you know, prevent some of those things where you'd join in and immediately die, so now you have a chance for like that run. It was good, but it was a lot of work for Lamprey, so he eventually stopped. Because he was just spending more, like, he's had to spend so much more time just running the server than he was actually doing stuff, so it was really cutting into his stream time. Which is one of the reasons why people have asked me to run servers and I just haven't, is you look at all that goes into running one of those servers if you're going to do anything worthwhile, and it ends up being a pretty big chore for someone. Then yeah, you definitely had multiplayer games that you spawn in and then you had to hide in a closet for half an hour till the established team swings by and picks me up in a car. Yep, pretty much. Like, in some of that, it even boiled down to, you'd be like, hey, you'd log in, you'd realize that, like, all the windows are busted out, it's toxic fog, and you'd log out and you'd have to get onto Discord. It's like, hey, let me know when it's safe to actually log into the server. But like I said, a lot of that stuff, because that server, I can't remember how many cycles, iterations, whatever, seasons, because I know I ended up surviving 3 or 4 of them. that I had played on the sprinter server, killed like 1,000+ sprinters, and you know managed to survive the season or whatever the words were. I don't remember all the numbers. It's been a long time. But I know I died probably around the same number of ones I lived, because doing that, it only took like one death and then it was over. And with sprinters, you can play all your cards right and just get like really bad luck on where something pops out and be in real trouble. And then dealing with multiplayer where you gotta deal with like desync and all that, causing the zombies to be a little bit harder to predict at times and all that. It got real tricky sometimes. These things? Yep. You also had bold people who tried to drive around on that server in cars and expected that to go well. On a high-pop sprinters only server. That, I don't think any of the people who drove cars for any length of time ever survived a single season or whatever they called it. Because inevitably you get a bunch of zombies on you, you wouldn't be able to necessarily see all around the car when you went to disembark. And it'd be whatever angle you weren't looking, some zombie happened to be in that blind spot. You'd climb out just in time for the zombie to run up on you and grab you. Or just the zombies being able to get in front of your car before you can maneuver around them because they're sprinting. You'd end up just damaging your car until it got totaled and then get swarmed. Okay. You take your time, zombies. I'm getting a drink. Recoup my endurance a little. Getting a drink. It's good. Yeah, we're not going to be even close to getting that last point of the last 1,000 XP. Because while I'm getting a lot of kills here, we're probably going to be like 300-400 short. Because I'm looking at my total kills in the bottom right, and it's just not even close. Yeah, let's try and go along the north side of the school. I figure by the time we get around there, we clear out the zombies, and then start circling back. They'll probably be about 7 PM in-game. If not later. We'll be pretty good for starting to head back to the gas station to drop off everything and get going. Unless they don't run any zombies, and then we'll be well ahead of schedule. There we go. There's a pretty big group in the soccer field, which is now fully overgrown with trees. Deal with the one behind. Okay. There's one behind. I really wish you choose a side. Makes it much safer when you choose a side. Here we got one over here. Okay. Yeah, just popping back and forth. Looks like we got a whole soccer team. Or or two. It happens. It'll also be curious when we get the update build 42. Is there going to do anything to, like... I assume they would add a little bit more snippets to the lore of the game. Because that's something they've done in the past, where we'll get, like, a couple extra radio broadcasts that are kind of hidden. That'll give you a little bit more idea what's going on in the world, that kind of thing. And for those who are expecting, like, zombie animals in build 42, it's not happening. In the canon of Project Zomboid, the zombies are only interested in people, and the virus only affects people. That it's non-viable on anything but people. So no zombie bears, no zombie wolves, no zombie dogs. Nothing like that. New lore, this is how you died, and now you're dead. Let's see, weren't they talking about probably voice-acted radio trade station too? I hadn't heard that, but it's entirely possible. I haven't kept up with all the Thursdoids. It's just streaming 6 hours a day, or sorry, 6 days a week, 11 hours a day, and then all the stuff I have to do outside and around streaming doesn't leave me a whole lot of time to check in on absolutely all the news. So a lot of stuff falls in between. Instead of just having the stock 1990s Bill Clinton interview playing over everything. Yeah. Couple back there, couple jumping the fence. All right. Hey, where do you think you're going? Oh, another one back there. We got a couple banging on windows. Is that a survivor house? Looks like that window may have been. No, it's not boarded. I'm just misseeing it. Hunting knife? Yep. And another one bringing me a spear. Okay. You're so frustrated? I'm sorry. I'll turn that off. Okay, got a group over here. Your earbuds are dead and you can't find the charger? Oh, that's no fun. Yeah, I can understand being frustrated about that. And twice while I was traveling in Vegas for TwitchCon that I had my earbuds give out. Like one time it just didn't seat right, so the case didn't charge. The other time was just between traveling and all, I just didn't have an opportunity. It's never a good time. Hi, zombie friends. Let's just do a little ring around the rosy here real fast and get you all to one side of me, because definitely being in the middle of that is not a winning strategy. Made me work for the last bit of my stream. I see how it is. Alright. Got to juggle our spear inventory again. You have to do it soon because the spear's breaking fast. Alright, well, I did say it'd probably take us a little bit after 7 to get up here, or longer. And it's 7 in game, so that was an accurate assessment. Okay. And we need to get in our vehicle soon to recoup some endurance. Well, not in the vehicle. We just need to recoup endurance soon. Pushing our luck with it. Still dealing with the endurance. Just the speed at which we go through these. I already know whenever I start a new character, like a proper new character, that character is so incredibly screwed, is not even going to remotely stand a chance. Because my brain is still going to be in this gameplay after doing this kind of gameplay for almost a year. I'd be like, yeah, let's go fight this horde. Immediately become over and, you know, like, unable to keep going because of just not having the endurance or anything else I need. Alright, let's see. You don't use them often, but you're missing it for weeks. Yeah, that's no fun. Alright, let's just start moving. Because we need to get ourselves back to base. Yep, and there was the school we got books from. Yeah, I must have been through... I wonder if I haven't been in this area in a long time and the bodies despawn. It's weird, because the body lasts for 7 days. And those skeletons, like, I don't remember coming through here in the last stream, like the school itself. So that's the reason I'm scratching my head about all the bodies there, because I have been here before, and we did fight zombies here before, but it would have been like 8, 9, 10 months in-game ago. Way past when all the bodies disappear. But I do know cells go inactive when you're not inside them, but I don't know, like... I'm pretty sure the bodies... Each body kind of stores when it was killed. That is not really ideal what we're seeing here. We're not like danger, but... You have the danger of them getting caught up on the trailer and slowing you down. It's just like a rally group that was spread out ahead of us. Luckily, we didn't end up killing any of them driving over the car. We just kind of bumped them around a little bit. I don't really care. I've got so many supplies to fix this truck like 20 times over. Okay, so let's switch over to getting back there. Yeah, this will be almost perfect. Alright. Then we'll have a character wrap up the things they need to do. We'll get ready for a raid and all that good stuff. Bear with me real fast. Alright. Yeah, and sorry if I'm getting a little bit on the low energy side, I do apologize. This is about an hour later than I normally stream for, so this is a heckin' long stream. We're right about to hit 12 straight hours of streaming. So, you know. I already go longer than most people do with the 11, and there's that whole thing. Broadcasting for 12 hours and 36 seconds. Yup. But yeah, normally I go for 11 hours, but we just trying to show some love to some other content creators I'm friends with and all that. So I decided to go long. We're gonna go bring the entire Project Zomboid community that we've got here over their channels in just a couple minutes and all that good stuff. Because that should be a whole blast. It should be fun. It's always fun when you got people who are relatively new or still learning the game and all that playing. That can always be a really good time. Oh, right. Oh, no, wait, never mind. We had spears here. Okay, so we are basically out of spears. That's fine. We got a minute here. We'll just slap down a tree or two real quick. No zombies that we see nearby anywhere. Oh, I don't even need to axe him. I forgot we already had made a bunch of these. The edit thing... Hi. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad I wasn't cutting down trees. Any other spooky zombies want to just... Said, it came from your left, that's where? I mean, fair. I also don't like making spears because they destroy all my knives, and I like my knives more. So, I'm taking away my favorite weapon to make my least favorite weapon, and it just doesn't feel like something I want to do. But it's fine. We have knives at home. The knives at home that are just the kitchen knives. We actually do have a whole bunch of hunting knives, so I have nothing to really complain about. We've got more than enough of the stuff here. Yeah, that's like the whole thing is all the time to make all these spears versus just like grabbing crowbars or axes, like any other weapon I can just grab off a zombie and keep going. Usually forge for stones and make my own knives out, and then make them spears. Yeah, I just don't want to take the time to forage all that. Honestly, I don't remember where a foraging skill is at. It's coming up on 7. More than likely, the foraging skill will end up going up a bunch when we get into the spring and all that. How's our farming? Is our farming maxed out? It should be close, right? Farming's at 9. Okay, so I physically can't carry more. Let's drop the 18 spears we made into the trailer. And now I gotta push my luck too much. Let's see, pre-gamed when you started Project Zomboid today. You got hammered and now it's 2 a.m. and the stream is still going. Yes, sir. Yeah. We're getting pretty close to wrap up time, but we're gonna go raid some people who are gonna be also playing Project Zomboid. That should be a lot of fun. I intend to actually hang out for that for a good, like, probably longer than I should, is the way I will phrase that. Because I want to see it. So, you know, I have the power to make those decisions. I probably shouldn't, but you know. That's Tomorrow Me's problem. Okay. Alright, so let's go ahead. We'll drop the tent here. Knock out one more round of push-ups, or sit-ups, whatever. Because I usually like to end when it goes to this, where my character's just woken up. Because that makes it much easier for me to remember what's going on. Because I've definitely had where I had to end before I went to sleep before. And then I wake up and start walking around, I was like, why is my character already sleepy? Why is it so dark? Oh, it's because we didn't sleep. Man, that strength 10 is getting real close. That fitness 9 is getting real close. How many kills we at? 166,472. More than 12. All right. And we go to sleep. Grab our tent. Chuck it in the bag. Okay, so here we go, chat. What we're going to go ahead and do real fast is I'm going to pause the game. And I'm going to actually get out of the game before I actually get my character killed. Because that'd be a dumb way to go. It's just, I've known people who just like went too late, got tired, left their game running, and then died. So what's going to end up happening is I'm going to go ahead and put up my ending stream screen, and we're going to go find, when I say find some raid, I already know who I'm raiding. But we're going to go get to the point of actually raiding those people. And I'll go ahead and get all the things like YouTube and all that shit off in a minute. I'm prioritizing Twitch here because I have someone I want to drop into, and I want to make sure it works out right. So first of all, ending stream screen. But thanks so much for everyone who's been tuning in, who's been lurking and chatting, following, subscribing to the Bits, Hosts, Donuts, and the raids. It all helps. I really do appreciate it. I do hope you have enjoyed the stream today. But it's all been excellent. I don't know how this works. They're doing the stream together thing. Alright, well, I was trying to raid. What happens if I try and go to their channel directly? It's confusing because it's streamed together. It's a new feature. Okay, cool. I've got it. I got it figured out. Alright, so what we're going to do is going to get this raid going. So we're going to be raiding Curly. Curly is a fantastic content creator doing a co-stream with Bloody Drongo that they're both going to be doing kind of a Halloween, Project Zomboid, goodness stuff going on there. Should be a heck of a lot of fun. In the meantime, if you have enjoyed tonight's content, don't forget to drop a follow. That way we can find your way back here in the future. Oh, I see. They're both in costume. That is excellent. They're both... Yes. Oh, Drongo's at it? Is he? Yes, he will. But they're going to be doing that. But, so yeah, we're going to be checking them all out. If you have enjoyed tonight's content also, what we're also going to be doing... Alright, bye, Alice. But, we're also going to be checking this out tomorrow. We'll be back for more RimWorld. We'll see what we're doing from there. In the meantime, thank you again so much for tuning in. Make sure you're eating, drinking, stretching, getting enough sleep, and taking care of yourselves. And I hope to see you next time at 5 p.m. EST. And good night.